like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell 'em what your name is.
We can set the world on fire, fire. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your rent. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, I do not yet have. You don't hear me via OBS, via Discord. Okay, good to know. I'm currently having some camera issues as well, but haben wir die schon gefixt? No.
Nein, das Problem ist, dass der PC einen C-Anschluss hat und wir brauchen zwei.
That's perfect. I also don't have a camera at the moment, so.
Das heißt, ich organisiere jetzt ein anderes Kabel und das ist funktioniert.
Okay, wenn das klappt, wäre natürlich großartig. Sorry, dass das jetzt doch ein so großer Aufwand geworden ist. Ich danke dir. Okay, we're on it. I have great tech support that are now providing me with a different cable so I can connect the camera properly and so that it works with this setup, apparently. Pardon? Sorry. No, I've not tried that yet, but I feel like since this is a not my own setup, it's like
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire.
but yeah, we'll see. Oh, danke dir. Oh my god, I have oh, okay, my lights are going low. Okay, I do have a camera now, so we should have. Danke dir. Danke. We should be able to go live real soon. I just have to adjust the height for this. Sound-wise, does it sound okay-ish? You can? That's not good. Wait, maybe I need to change.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to.
Yes, Ninja from Video Ninja, right? So yeah. So I should check with this. Yeah, it shows some. Boom. Is it better now? At least you can see me now. Good morning, sir. Dude, what the fuck? My eyes look like I'm... what the... Jesus Christ, bro. I just turned 36 yesterday. I guess you can tell. Yeah. No, I said... I just turned 36 yesterday, and I guess you can tell. Thanks. Oh my god. Wait, let me reconnect real quick. Wait, how can I reconnect? Wasn't there like a button to reconnect? No, there's not a button to reconnect. I'm just reloading the page. Here we are again. Does the mic still have the static in the background? That's not good.
I mean, it's
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I do have like a...
We can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire.
Perfect. Well, good morning, good day, good night, good evening, wherever you are right now. My name's Crafty and welcome to Project Horizon. It's VCT China Stage 2 time. It's a bit delayed. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. We had a couple technical difficulties, and as you can see, there's only one face on your screen right now. That means I'm all by myself. We might get a second caster to join later during this broadcast, but we do have a couple interesting games coming up, and the first one, you can see it on your screen already. We're heading straight into walkouts. No big deal. It's XLG versus Wolves Esport. Would you have thought that this match would be such a close one at this stage? It's both teams with 2 wins and 2 losses coming into their last match of Group Omega, and in its fight for playoffs. Both teams with a chance to make playoffs if they win this game, or a run through play-ins if they lose it. And XLG certainly not in a position that they saw themselves in after stage 1. Bit of a struggle so far in this second stage, as the favorites of Group Omega had to suffer a devastating loss versus BLG a couple days ago, bring them into this position, with BLG now actually topping the group of Omega. Certainly a surprise after their rough start versus DRG, so it's VCT China all over again. Nobody knows what's going on. Everything's possible. Everyone can beat anyone. And we're certainly up for a banger match between these two. Wolves Esports, probably one of the biggest surprises of this stage 2 so far, after they got absolutely dominated in stage 1. An 0-5 record. A couple changes made to the rosters, with Aluba and Darian coming in, as well as head coach changes. My fellow German Alex R now in that slot, coming over from Nova Esports, who are also doing pretty well over in Group Alpha, by the way. So potentially the right changes for Wolves. I mean, yes, the 2-2 record certainly looks better than what they sported in stage 1, but they're not done yet. Looking to beat the favorites in XLG here to actually make playoffs potentially. I'm not quite sure at the moment, because my notes are all over the place at the moment. To confirm that this is actually a qualification match, I might get that in for you. later during this broadcast if a win guarantees. Oh, I can actually tell you if XLG win. Okay, perfect. We got staff in the background that does that job for me. I'm so thankful. Cheers to Moon. XLG will make playoffs if they win, and if they lose and AG win, then AG will make playoffs. If DRG win, and then Wolves will make playoffs. So a win for Wolves is not a guarantee qualification. If they do win, they will have to hope for DRG to beat All Gamers to then make playoffs. So it's a bit of a weird situation over here in Group Omega at the moment, but was to be expected after this crazy start to the second stage. Of course, some of these teams came in later after EWC, so that's the reason why the schedule was a bit off earlier in the second stage. But I mean, if there's no group stage elimination, you guys know that already by now. It's even if you place last in groups, you will actually be seated in the play-ins tournament, or the play-in stage rather, where you will face off versus the challengers teams. But there is a chance for every team, even the ones that are at the bottom of their groups, to make it to champs if they can go for the miracle run through play-ins and then through playoffs. It's going to be a tough run. It's going to be a tough run. Of course, championship points also an issue here. I mean, certainly not for Wolves. They will have to qualify through top 2 seed at this stage if they want to make playoffs, if they want to make champs rather. XLG, of course, in a much better situation with a much better season so far this year, coming up to champs. But Wolves Esports looking once again to be a bit of a nuisance here for the bigger teams in Group Omega. Certainly have shown that they have improved over what they've showed in stage 1 so far, with the new coach coming in, with Alupa and Darian coming in. Glacier, to me, had an amazing performance versus BLG. And versus DRG rather. But can he do it again? That's the big question here. Is Wolves ready to beat a team like XLG? We're going to Summit. We did not have a map veto yet. I can tell you that because you didn't see it. It's going to be Summit, the map pick for XLG. Then we're heading to Lotus. It's Wolves map pick, and Decider would be split if we are heading there. Lotus used to be a map that was a, let's say, XLG special. I mean, they were running the triple sentinel comp at the end of stage 1, but then at some point it seemed to it seemed like teams not only had figured out what to do versus XLG, but also XLG seemed to have forgotten how to play Lotus. Ever since then, it's been loss after loss after loss on that map. So not the biggest surprise that we do see a Lotus map pick here from Wolves. However, XLG, one of the teams that seems to have one of the best understandings of Summit early in the stage, picked it up quite a bit. They do run this Harbor Omen comp that I do like a lot on Summit, and Wolves being a bit more traditional with the double duelist comp. Will start on attack. It's an early execute towards B, but XLG, not the worst hold, no man, getting those 2 frags, but even numbers on the side of Wolves and XLG for this post-plant spike. It's been planted default. XLG are close by already. However, we'll have to clear all these upper corners. The door towards heaven, most importantly, has not been closed yet. Has to not give away any position. And Leo with the white swing into the cove. Gets the break. How on earth is Yosemite not traded inside the cove? Lysor with the fumble. It seemed like maybe we can get a replay off of that. That should have been a trade. Yeah, we've seen a Lysor a bit too late. I don't know. It looked like he stepped out of the cove actually just at the wrong time for Yosemite to sneak in, not only get that kill onto Leo, but also be ready for the repeat from Lysor. Unfortunate first round for XLG. The pistol converted for Wolves though. Will give them the advantage here in this second round. Better weaponry, only pistols in the hands of XLG. A lot of attention towards mid though from Wolves. Looking to prep a bit of an A split, but A main already under control by No Man. But the guns and hands of Wolves Esports are enough to equalize that. It is 3 quick kills heading over towards A Link. A side is open, and No Man in no man's land will get 1 kill with the bandit, but Darian is there for the trade. 3k for him. Already working on an early showstopper with those 4 kills. Able to upgrade to the Guardian as well. It's only happy way. The spike has still not been planted. What is Wolves Esports doing now? They do get the plant down. Not that it really mattered. Darian with the 4k, and this man has been stellar so far, especially during the wins that Wolves Esports were able to pick up. What an addition to this roster he has been so far. But can they reproduce these type of performances versus XLG? I mean, it wouldn't be, as I said, the end of either of these teams if they lost here. It's just a bit of a tougher task for them on their way to champs, on their way to also, of course, taking over another domestic title here in stage 2. But Wolves Esports now. The pretty good bonus of Darian. It's found out during the smoke. I don't know if they saw the feed there with the drop smoke. It's a great position from Noman. The flash was not bad, but Noman still gets away with 2 kills. Glacier able to finally trade him. Still a 4v2. Glacier awfully low already. C's did not hit anything. Happyway just able to dance this out for now. Uses the deep smoke. Maybe some more space. Controlled. Spring might be able to plant here. Does look like it, but does he have it for a 1v4 clutch? The answer is no. Already surrounded on both sides. In a first round converted. Okay, we did not see the feat of Glacier there. It was just good prediction fire from XLG. And with that, we do have... Is it a... No, I thought it was a tech pause over there. It's not. We're back to action. First full buy round now for Wolves Esports. Of course, the showstopper available. As I said earlier, Darian been working hard for that one, but also No Man with the convergence paths. Very good potential retake ultimate. But it looks like it's going to be an A-side hit. Just Yosemite lurking towards mid and B main. We've seen that attention towards both A and B main from XLG now. They do want to contest these areas as early as possible. The high tide invested to submit aggression here from both Esports as well, so that will be out of the picture for the rest of the round. Rarga's got to be careful. Use the TP to get back to safety. These type of angles can be difficult. He does opt to TP out before that flash hits. Does not go for sneaky peek. Of course, respecting that showstopper as well. Darian creating that space. Did not tag anyone. With the end of it, oh, there comes the showstopper a bit later than I expected. Aluba and Yosemite get 2 kills though. Making this a 4v3, but happy way. Great timing. Versus Yosemite. Equalizing the numbers once more. All 3 players from Wolves Esports on site. It's a great saturate. Beautiful conversions path over site, but it takes too long for them to really get that towards that space. Darian not affected by the slow anymore. Takes a kill, ready for the reswing. 2 for him, the young prodigy. And another round for Wolves Esports. That conversion paths looked good, but there was just no one able to capitalize on it. Bit of a miscommunication issue for the side of XLG. Maybe they did not expect Wolves Esports to be positioned so defensively, but well read by them to play versus that ultimate. And Leo finds one. Glacier, good crosshair placement, also did tag Leo, but the kill goes towards XLG. Did have enough money for another buy round. Just Rarga on the Headhunter without a rifle, a fake TP together with that boombot to exert some pressure towards A main. A very patient position from XLG, using that high tide now to cut off both A link and A main. It does seem like they want to go for a bit of an insert here. Yosemite should have been spotted. I'm not quite sure. Maybe was using the cage there. Let's get pretty deep. Could sneak up towards Trophy now. Becoming a problem for the rest. That's a clean shot from Rarga. Does not get out though. The Seekers have been invested, but all 3 of them destroyed. Another frag. This is a 5v3 in Wolves Esports. They do have beast at control, but no one expected a Lupa. Still towards A-Link, it's chaos on the map now. Spike has been planted over towards B. Yosemite hanging out in Trophy at the moment. Could have still been an issue for a potential rotation, but all 3 players of XLG now coming over through B main. Takes some time for Happyway to actually get in. They did spot 1 player backside, but they're also very low already. Yosemite using the neural theft. This is just going to be a safe for XLG. How did Wolves Esports win that 3v5? XLG losing track of where Wolves Esports could be on the map. It is difficult sometimes on Summit, I do admit, especially if the attackers get that control over mid, but XLG caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Despite the efforts from Rarga early on. And then it's just 2 quick kills, and Coach Voya not happy how these early rounds developed. Pretty good lead. It should be an eco as well for XLG now. Wolves Esports on their attack so far. Very flexible, very patient as well. We have seen some speedier rounds from them with the showstopper. But other than that, a lot of attention towards mid, making sure to get control of A link before they actually commit to site. A good insert from Yosemite in this last round. It could have spelled disaster if they went for the spawn rotation. I mean, the adaptation from XLG looked good. Not taking the route through spawn, but instead rotating through the attacker spawn, using that space in mid that and B main that they themselves had taken, but in the end, bit too long there from XLG, taking too much time to really get ready for this retake. It's another mid setup. 5 players in this eco position around mid. They do get these 2 rifles though that they were able to save from last round. Darian getting another ult orb. They want to use his showstopper as much as possible. This XLG have already look up a bit, but Yosemite does expect that. His cam over towards B. Now using the tripwire. Give them some safety. A side is completely open. Will they try to break the trip early on? But Yosemite, sneaky angle. Let's pick up 1 additional kill before the tripwire can even be broken. And this should be a good position in this post plan. They do stall some more time. The paranoia is dodged, but Darian still misses the shot. This could become a problem now. A good double kill from Spring. Does make this round a bit more playable now for Wolves, but Lysor gets another one. It's just Glacier. The Reckoning invested, and Lysor picks up the 3K. How on earth do XLG get away with this round? This should have been Wolves, and honestly, XLG did not look too happy despite the round win. It was an early advantage. That should have been a kill for Darian. He's been so good. And then it is Spring out in the open, making the most out of it. And Alex Arias frustrated with how his players have been trading their on-site. This is just what we expected from a match like this. There is the Hunter's Fury. Popped early, but Wolves with some heavy aggression on towards Age. A nice tempo shift here. Also from the shadows to already go deep towards Cave. Wolves Esports with great control over A side. Are they even gonna attempt a retake here? For XLG. The Nightfall is available. Does clear the space towards Cave, but they didn't really do anything with it. It's still so far for them to get on site. They do pick Yosemite. A great shot from Rarga. Spike is ticking away. Darian in this elevated position. The swing. Not perfectly timed. Heavyweight also gets the player on side and is then ready for Darian. Great pincer move from Happyway. Winning the most important duel versus his counterpart, versus Spring. And with that, it's another one for XLG. These post plans have looked a bit shaky. That was a great shot from Rarga. And then Leo expecting that swing off of the contact of Darian. We did see those shots land earlier in these rounds. But this time around, Wolves importantly missing some of these duels. They matter the most. Leo gets some good damage onto Glacier, but thanks to the heal from Maluba, not the biggest of issues. Overdrive could be invested as well. Not sure if they want to use that in this eco. They do give up mid control, but they do have a tripwire still, or a trademark rather. And Healing, so no real danger right now with Leo just holding this position. It's a great relay ball, but they decide to hand over towards mid again. Will now trigger this trademark. Oh, it's a great position in this mode for Happyway. Maybe it's a bit too much there. Gotta be careful. The TP to get away from the showstopper. Beautifully played from Rarga. It's another frag onto Aluba. It's just Darion. He did not get to pick up a gun. There it is, but Leo with the perfect timing equalizes the rounds for XLG, 4 each. And Wolves Esports might look for a timeout now that they've lost 3 in a row. Their attack looked pretty flexible. It seems like XLG have just decided to give up some of that space in mid. Playing off these retakes. And it has worked out so far. Wolves maybe themselves getting a bit lost with how big this map can be. A lot to discuss here on both sides as we enter the later stages of this first half. 4 rounds to play still. Can either of these teams get away with a halftime lead? Or is it gonna be an even half? Of course, hard to tell what team's adaptation will have the bigger effect. Wolves Esports with another buy round and another ultimate in their pockets. Aluba again on those Seekers. Can help them out early on, gather some intel on where XLG are putting the players towards. It is a pretty standard setup that we've seen from XLG multiple times so far, and they do opt to destroy that mid wall. Immediately the Seekers have been invested. Leo once again hit by the relay bolt and still goes for the peak versus Glacier. Pays with his life for it, and Spring also winning that duel versus Snowman, making this a 5v3. Lysor on side has not been checked yet, but misses all the shots. Happyway only good for 1. This will be a save of the operator for Rarga and a 5th round for Wolves Esports. Beautiful adaptation from Wolves once again, just using that space amid. This A-Link has been their go-to spot for these early aggressive moves. And the bit of passive defense there of XLG. This time around, not enough to stop them in their tracks. Rarga will be able to save that operator though, as they're not going to hunt him down. Darion sitting on 12 kills already. He's certainly having a map again for himself. But it is huge rips once again. Lysor versus his former team. That could have been a double kill for him. And that round would have been wide open with Happyway also still anchoring there on side. They are good for another buy round. Happyway just running that judge, of course, but not to be underestimated. Once again, very methodical build up here from Wolves. Using that nade to create some space towards backside. Leo, oh, in the reload. Still out in the open. Happy Way gets a good timing on the shotgun, but then he's too far away for the duel versus Alupa. Are they gonna push into that space? Yes, they are. Oh, that should be a frag for Raga. There it is. Alupa goes down. Spring low to 26 HP. Glacier. Pretty deep, however. This will be a 1v1, though. I don't think Spring can react fast enough. Yeah, he is separated from Spring. No smokes. Great dash. No Man finishes it himself. Doesn't even need the support of his teammate. A bit of a risky play. But in the end, it pays off. Equalizer once again for XLG. This map is pure chaos at times. I mean, you can tell that teams need a bit of time to really adapt to a new map like this. A lot of the angles not really gone over into flesh and blood for these players. Takes some time for them to adjust. But you still see some of them being picked off. Very unfortunate moments for them, but it's what worked best so far for Wolves Esports. It had been this A-side hit through A-Link, but this time around XLG opting put two players towards that spot. Most importantly, just ignoring that backside, but Glacier just finishes it himself. Beautiful shots. Despite the paranoia there from Happy Way. 2 kills though. On the side of XLG. There's a 5v5. Does he expect Leo to be out in the open? The crosshair placement. Not perfect. Spring gets the kill. A-side control. The high tide also coming in too late for XLG. And the From the Shadows invested to go back into A main. Will keep XLG on their toes. Rarga with the operator in hand, also not really in a good position to retake. Lysor being the tip of the spear here for his team. Has to go on site first, and it's Rarga following up with the operator. No problem for Alupa. 6-5. XLG once again on the back foot. I do think they will have enough money. Insane shots from Glacier though. We needed some time to really warm up in this first half. Finally, back to where we saw him last week. Another round, last one, first half. Can he get the halftime lead here? Not the best of buys here for XLG. A couple light shields as well, making this outlaw in the hands of Glacier just the more dangerous. It's a good Han. Late into the round. They go for an aggressive play immediately. Huge conversion path, but it's a great answer from Wolves Esports. I think we're ready for that push. Spring even finds another one onto Happy Way, and Leo has nowhere to go. Almost the transition there, all on towards Rarga. He needs some miracle shots on the Headhunter, but goes down to 49 HP. And there's nowhere but the B side to fall back to. Overrun by Wolves. And that should be the halftime lead for them. And if I understood correctly from what my producer just said, I do think Kaiserin is with us. Is that correct?
Hello.
You are. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Excited to be back and just in some good games of Valorant. It looks like I missed quite a good game, but as we approach the half, I mean, 6-6. Couldn't ask for a closer game than that. Looks like Wolves might have this though right here.
Yeah, I think this is certainly going to be the halftime lead, unfortunately, for XLG on their own map pick. Down 2 rounds at halftime. Yes, you did miss quite the first half, but I mean, it's been a back and forth. XLG and Wolves Esports going for a lot of fights early on. Especially this mid defense has looked a bit shaky at times from XLG, but Wolves finding some good adaptations for this halftime lead, and it could be their map to take from now on. And with how Lotus has been looking for XLG in these last couple weeks, this could very well be the upset that everyone was looking for.
I mean, this is my first time actually getting to really get in the thick of things here on Summit, so I'm really excited as we get into the second half to see how these teams are just starting to kind of adapt to the new map. I mean, it's been out for a while. They've been screwing it. You can see they've been quite good as well, but you know, I agree. I mean, when you're thinking about going to a map like Lotus, right, you don't really want to give them the opportunity to play to the caliber that they've been playing, and so to make sure that they're able to just leave it on in the second half of Summit, I think is what they're going to need to be looking for here.
I mean, so far it's been the 2 players, or one of the 2 players, that have been standing out, the 2 additions of this Wolves roster that really made an impact in this stage 2 so far, being Darion and Glacier. And Darion once again leading the charge for Wolves Esports. An incredible player that finally found his way onto the VCT stage, rightfully so, as it seems. But is it going to be enough to bring down the Titans, bring down the veterans on the side of XLG? We will see in this second half. XLG on attack now.
Wolves put up a good bit of rounds for that first half, but you gotta wonder, is 2 enough rounds to really give them that good cushion going into the second half? But Wolves, again, no stranger to that international stage either. We saw a lot, especially during Masters Toronto, right? I think they got a lot of kind of fame and a lot of fans there, but are they going to be able to live up to that kind of hype they had earlier?
And it's first contact here for Raga, as it's a 5-man push from Wolves Esports. Do they expect them to be this close behind them? I doubt it, but there is a trademark that will give them some security for now. Could have opted to maybe smoke it off, but they decide not to. With that, it's a great little fast retake towards B main. They do pick up that first kill versus Raga. Leo has got to be careful. Was fishing for a kill there with the knife. Ooh. But together with Light Sword, it's a beautiful push into the smoke. Just Spring left alive, but picks up 2 more kills. Low health bars of both Happyway and No Man. Maybe could get a cheeky half defuse, but Happyway perfect on the timing. Picks up that kill, and most importantly, a pistol for XLG.
It's so hard when you look at these pistol rounds, and it's like, is that what the rest of the half is going to look like? But man, and especially at the end there, a lot closer than I thought that was going to be, especially on that pistol. But XLG did just such a great job. I don't think Wolves quite had the read. Of course, it's pistol like we said, but I mean, they were right behind them.
I mean, it's still a pretty good attempt in a round like that from Wolves Esports, going for something more unexpected, as we might just see a clash in A main coming up. Wolves Esports trying to take this space, actually trying to bring the fight to XLG, and they do have to give this up. respecting the one-way smoke. Glacier even a little bit closer, but with that space taken in A main, of course, there's a lot of space to be taken by XLG towards mid.
It's so hard when you're just on these pistols, right? Like good positioning from Wolves, but again, when you don't really have that gun advantage, trying to take these fights down these long ranges is a little bit more difficult. And you can see they're just kind of struggling. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to start contacting up?
It does seem like... No part, you go ahead.
I mean, it looked like XLG choosing to take this rotate over to the B site. Only really have to worry about Yosemite.
It does seem like a wise choice. But Rarga still gonna be fishing for a couple more kills. Where it's A-Link. I sort of think has spotted Yosemite. It's great use of the Storm Surge here to keep Yosemite guessing. He would have been pushed. Position still. Help. Oh, Rarga just giving up that link rotation, and Lysor will find the kill. Just keeps on pushing forward. Picking up 3. Ice cold versus his former teammates. Yes, it was an eco round for Wolves, but a convincing second round for XLG to equalize the numbers.
I mean, that's hard. Wolves were kind of in a tough position there, but at the end of the day, when you are on that eco, when you are on those pistols, and you know the kind of guns they have, you know the kind of map this is, you can't really afford to just be like passively holding things like that, especially, you know, just deciding to swing in. You know they have those scope weapons. But yeah, tough round overall for Wolves. It's okay though. They do have that rifle buy up. Things should be a little bit easier for them, but they're gonna have to play a little bit kind of more smoothly than they had been those first couple rounds. Of course it was just pistol, of course it was just eco, but you're talking about round after round. Every round matters, and now suddenly you had that lead going into the second half. You're tied up, it's on your buy. Saw a little bit. No contact just quite yet, but it's going to be Rarga to find Yosemite. Now suddenly numbers in XLG's favor. If they can get happy away that rifle at any point in time, things won't be looking too good for Wolves here.
And it is just Darian. He doesn't even get a single kill. B-side falls for XLG. Noman immediately dashes onto side, destroys the backside wall. Control taken. It's just going to be a save, it looks like, for Wolves Esports. Aluba already taken a defensive position on A. Bonus converted for XLG. Weapon upgrades secured even. What a start for them to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably save here too, right? Right, Crafty? I mean, you gave up 2 of those weapons. It's hard when you have, also when you have that weapons advantage, right? You don't want to be just kind of single holding, letting them all swing into you like Darian. Giving up that rifle, and of course, to try to retake after that with 3.
I mean, I'm not gonna
round
go for another one. Yeah, it's just at least a good save by Wolves. They will get those 3 rifles into the next round, but already looking like a bit of a struggle here for Wolves Esports on this defense. You said it, like very singular defense there on towards B side. Darian out in the open, nowhere to go. Not looking like what he showed us in the first half. But can Wolves bounce back from that? They do still have the rifles secured, at least. They will. A bit of a mixed buy now. But if this trend continues, I do expect an early timeout.
I mean, you have to take it if you lose this round, but can't really afford. If you're kind of opting into that save, right, you kind of have to have a plan going into it and what you're going to be able to do with that. I like the positioning better from Wolves this round. You can see they're getting ready for this push. Good stall util, but it's going to be a happy way to just find Glacier, find Aluba, and of course find Darian. Now 4v2 here for Wolves. Only one rifle in hand, of course, as well. Makes things a little bit tougher. All down to Yosemite.
Yosemite and a Marshall, most importantly. Well, just get an upgrade onto this Vandal. He's actually going to go for a retake. Just going to secure this rifle. It's been the Happy Way show. I mean, a lot of utility invested. It was good positioning. You mentioned it early on, but it did seem like Happy Way was very clutch there on his positioning, not only dodging most of the util, but also separating these 1v1s for him. And with that, it's a huge 4th round in a row for their attack converted. And as we said, we do expect a timeout coming in now, Pat.
I mean, good positioning and stall util only takes you so far when you're trying to push off Happy Way, right? Or a player that's just able to just isolate those fights.
No timeout invested, though.
Operator now in Darian's hands, as well as full buy. So, I mean, they haven't invested the timeout yet, but if they lose this round, it's going to be a little bit tough, but that's Rarga offline. First blood, finally, this half going towards the side of Wolves, but are they going to be able to capitalize off of it? They know where XLG are. Ultimate's invested.
It was a good reckoning. Darian just sits that one out. Tanks the Nightfall as well. Information given to the side of XLG, but it's only 2 players left alive, and Leo does pick up the kill, but the showstopper comes through nonetheless. It's Happy Way in a 1v3, picks up the first one, able to get back onto side, doesn't have a smoke, does have a TP, but is really gonna use it? Anything! The clutch, the 4K! Happy Way! You cannot make this up. It looks like Wolves Esports are falling apart in the second half.
It's really just raid boss Happy Way, right? Like, that, if you don't deal with him early on. Yeah, I mean, that's rough. I mean, it looked like Darian kind of set Wolves up for success there. 2 with the op, brought out the showstopper. I mean, it's hard. You look at a player going 17 and 12 and to think that, you know, they haven't put up a single round here the second half.
Yeah, Happy Way unlocked. Gets another one, but is traded. This time around, it should be a rifle potentially in the hands of Wolves as well. Can they get Rarga out? Okay. Well, he doesn't take the TP. He just goes down. What is XLG doing here? No man as well. Immediately dropped after he dashes in. They do take control over the defender's spawn now. And they cut off Yosemite. They do spot him. They should be able to get this kill on site. It's a great cam though from Yosemite. Giving away the info early on, but still goes for the 1v1. Darian already through with Aluba in his pocket. The spike should be able to be picked up. Just use the shield of the Cove as well to get out alive. And they interrupt the plan. Doesn't look like it. What is Aluba doing? Wolves Esports throwing this round away potentially. Lights are down to 13 HP though. Darian just needs to hold that corner. Oh, but Lysor might have just found the opening. Darian, just when it mattered, clutches this round for them, but this could have gone horribly wrong for Wolves.
Oh my gosh, and it almost did go horribly wrong for Wolves. And at the end of the day, you have to think right now if your Wolves, a round is a round, but man, it should not have come down that close. And part of what we're talking about when we're talking about the positioning and the map awareness, and this is something we've seen a couple of rounds from Wolves as well. I mean, I'd be feeling like that too. But it's good initial positioning, but I think it's the way they adapt and the awareness later on, right? time and again have numbers advantage, whether it's in the round or just in that specific site, and they're just individually peaking when there's really no need to. They knew exactly where that plant was going down, right? So a little too close for comfort, but a round is a round. Operator back in Darian's hand. Maybe another clutch. Maybe it won't come down to that, but you got to take this one round at a time here.
And they take this aggressive mid fight once again. We've seen it a couple times from them. They do like to play around mid control, not only on attack, but also on defense, but with happy ways from the shadows. Bit of a disturbing factor here for Wolves, and Glacier with his back towards Happy Way is picked off. And from the shadows can be so devastating on a map like Summit, where there's so many branching paths on towards these sides. Yosemite though, getting rid of Lysor, and Aluba always with the perfect timing there on the flank. Spring, it's a free frag for him. Where is everyone going on the side of XLG? They're just running around in circles on Summit. A team flash for Darian and Glacier. He helps Leo pick up another kill. 13 seconds left on the clock. Spike has to be planted, but it's another nade, deterring them from doing so. Good timing from Raga. Spike will have to be planted. Beautiful headshot. The plant should go through. And Leo does get out, but he's on 9 HP. Versus Aluba on 3 bullets. He is known. I cannot quite see where the spike has been planted. It is open. Oh my god, there's so many angles that he needs to check, but Aluba! Spidey senses just at the right moment. It almost looked like the last round we've seen in this 1v1. But this time it's over on A, and it's another one for Wolves Esports.
Man, I think XLG just have just their mechanics and the way they're able to just swing and peek and find and reposition. I mean, it needs to be studied, but Wolves, again, able to put that second round on the board. Only 1 round separates them from XLG now. Things are looking a little bit tighter, but the problem is these last 2 rounds, right, coming down to those clutches, that's tough to kind of bank on every round, especially you are consistently throwing away this man advantage you have, right?
Yeah.
Consistently.
This should be attack pause, if I'm not mistaken. As I see no one talking. Yes, it is attack pause. Confirmed. But I honestly actually expected a timeout from XLG at this point. And we did not get the timeout from Wolves, right? They just managed to fix it themselves. Alex R holding on to that last important timeout.
Fix it also is,
I mean, yeah, it's
you know, it's like
bit of
we're
an
putting band-aids
overstatement.
on it right now. I mean, you know, I don't think XLG necessarily need to take a timeout quite yet. I think I don't know that those 2 rounds that they lost were so decisive enough for me to say that there's something big, especially macro-wise, going wrong for them. But I am surprised Wolves haven't taken this time out yet, especially considering, you know, we did get 2 rounds, but they were quite close. But again, I think a lot of that is coming down to a little bit of map awareness, a little bit of mechanics, and I don't know how much of that is Summit's the newest map in the pool. I don't know how much of that is like first game just nerves and jitters coming out here. I mean, Wolves by no means is a bad team. I mean, I'd venture to say there's a lot of Wolves fans and a lot of fans who don't even keep up with China who are Wolves fans, right? So
Yeah.
they kind of have this. A lot of utility here on the B site. That's pulling that rotation in from Yosemite. It's going to be full on brawl here on site, and trades going back and forth.
Yeah, this round is basically over. in the split of a second. I don't know if Leo can somehow get out of that position in the 1v2. They just wait for him to run into their crosshairs. Good attempt nonetheless, but another successful round for Wolves Esports. It was a bloodbath over towards B. Bit of a tempo switch from XLG. I do like that in general, but bit of unable to really follow up on it. Of course, a couple lucky shots as well that we saw through the smokes. And with that, the equalizer for Wolves Esports. There will be another buy round for XLG, but that's most certainly the last one. And it does look like last minute timeout taken from XLG, and Voya does not look happy.
I mean, as a coach, I mean, can you blame him? I think
No.
this is a well-placed timeout. I mean, that's something we've been saying, like, Wolves are going to take a timeout. Wolves are going to take a timeout, right? So I like I wouldn't call this an early timeout, but I like using the timeout now where there's still time for you to, you know, get some fixes in. And I think this is a well-placed timeout. I think there are things for both teams, because especially when you look at 10-10, right? Now we start to get into the point where it's like, well, we can't really make mistakes. There's not a lot of rounds left, right? Both teams only 3 points away. Any mistake now at this point is just asking for a map loss. So you really got to make sure you're staying consistent.
Yeah, I mean, this already shows some resemblance with XLG's performance versus BLG a couple of days ago, where they also seem to have, I mean, not at the summit, they managed to win that one, but I'm reminded of Ascend of XLG, where they couldn't quite close out a lead in the second half, and then just slowly but surely fell down and ended up losing. Sad Ascend, and with that, the series certainly seriously, they would have loved to win this time around. It's Wolves in their tracks, and it is another opening shot from Darion on this operator. Has been so good in the second half.
I was just going to say I love this B push here from XLG, but of course, you know, you always have to worry about an operator in Darion's hand. Is your way laid down, but because you're able to get sight and of course get Glacier here as well, equalize those numbers. A lot of chip damage here on Leo, but it doesn't matter. Find Spring.
This could be a safe. Yes, most certainly this is going to be a safe. They just hop in one by one, dropping right in front of Leo, donating 2 kills, and then it's just Yosemite peeking into the operator. I mean, at least it's confirmed that Rarga is running that.
Has an up, yeah.
Yeah, but the round basically handed
that's a
away.
Tactical peek.
Yeah, a tactical peek, most certainly.
Yeah, I mean, whatever call they're making in the timeout, I love that. I love the initial push, and I liked how it didn't seem too slowed down also by, you know, of course, you know, Darion has an operator, but not afraid to just continue to rush that site. Good use of utility also to not only close the door, but you have that harbor to cut off that sight line before you do so. And of course, you have Wolves peeking into Leo one by one, so really good recovery. Now Wolves able to save that operator into this next round. Darion spots Lysort just there, but not looking to retake that contact, wants to regroup. XLG slowly making their way back over to this B site. Yosemite has a pretty good setup.
Can they get rid of these tripwires? No man, at least able to dodge them. But it needs to wait for the rest of his team, and Liu just steps right into Yosemite's trap. Great kill for the anchor of Wolves, but that should have been a kill.
That's the happy way effect.
That's the happy way effect.
That's the happy way effect.
You hate to see it as a Wolves esports fan, and now it's the same setup that we've seen in the previous round. But this time around, it's Nomad and Drop. Are they again gonna just hand him 2 free kills? No, this time it's good util usage. Glacier is following up on it immediately. Pops the overdrive, runs onto site, fakes the defuse in the midst of chaos, and claims 2 more. Happy way all by himself. Beautiful round from Glacier to pick up the pieces for Wolves.
I'm thinking if you're XLG, you just hold that positioning. Right? You didn't get stunned in that corner from Neon. It's tough. You know they're going to be flooding him through there, but I think you're there and you get at least 1. And it's the Neon. Completely different round. You find Glacier there. Good investment of that overdrive from Glacier.
Yeah, just gets to show what this team is capable of once Glacier is unleashed. He has a couple questionable rounds, but when he pops off, this kid is a force to be reckoned with, but it's a great ultimate usage there. We're seeing both the conversion paths as well as the reckoning to get onto side. Lysar, however, drops. So does Happyway. No more smokes for XLG. Can they use this high tide to really get onto site? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but I'm going to stop them from tapping the spike to try to bait out 1 more. Numbers not quite in XLG's favor, but they're going to get that spike down and, of course, have ultimates of their own.
That P wasn't it. Rarga, what? Leo! How did he connect that shot? This is a 2v2. Both players in A main should be known now for Spring. Taps it once. They do not buy it. They do not buy it. They send in Rarga. The Han coming in too late. Miscommunication there by XLG. And Leo steps out. Perfect clutch from Spring. And Wolves take back the lead.
You just never know what's going to happen in these rounds until the end of it. There's just like no way to predict how these are going to go. I think at the end there, it just came down to like not the best post-plant positioning from XLG. They don't know, right? If Wolves is sticking that, they don't know if they're holding.
Yeah.
But man.
Braga just peeking that 1 second too early before the Han comes in is just what gives this round away. It seems like, I don't know, that should have been theirs. But yeah, I don't like these A main post-plant positions because you have to walk so much space towards side before you can even see the spike. I mean, A post-plant is difficult. And Darion, what a flick to get rid of Rarga. Is able to get back onto site, just ignores Nomad, trusts Happyway up in heaven to deal with that if necessary.
I mean, it's hard because they have a waylay, right? Which is a crosshair breaker, so you have to worry about, you know, someone else swinging in after that.
Glacier just using his last light to maybe help out Spring. Is met by Nomad, but at least the kill picked up. Wolves as well. The showstopper early on for Darion to clear that A link. Waiting for a potential flank. It's a nice ultimate out. The neural theft confirms all players on site, but once again they fall as they try to flood this side. Happy Way keeps them alive. If all else fails, just send in this man.
I really feel like it's just like you can boil this down a little bit to like Happy Way versus Darien, right? Like,
Yeah.
who's able to set your team up and then just the clutches coming through. But man, I mean, I came in here at the half, right? So I said, if this goes 6-6, it can't get much closer than that. Went 5-7, and I'm thinking, okay, like pretty close. Now we're in OT.
I mean, at least you get your money's worth by the end of the day.
It's true.
We'll
We'll have to see. We'll have to see after round 2 if really
Yeah.
getting your money's worth going to split or not. But what a great way to kick off the series.
And once again, I mean, for those that joined us a little later than that, this is the first map. I mean, you can see it in your top left corner, map pick of XLG. This is the last series of group stage for both these teams, and it will determine whether we will send XLG into playoffs immediately. Just as the door closes, XLG able to snag one frag versus Darien with the best player down. Worrying situation for Wolves. They do find Leo, however. That's a weird position to be in right now for Wolves on that B side. They are surrounded by XLG players. They've not really cleared all these corners yet, but they don't find the kills. Rarga, good for one, 3v3. Just go for another one, just immediately. Going for an aggressive push for drop. Spring, able to spot him. It's just players falling on both sides, one by one. Yosemite wants too much, and it's another clutch needed for Wolves. Spring will be able to plant the spike, does have a TP. Where does he go to? The sides? Should just hide in A main, B main rather. Wise decision, it seems like, but it's a great double swing from XLG. Making the right call and picking up the first round in OT.
I like the reposition, but I did not like that peek back out of main.
Yeah. It looked like he wanted a bit. I mean, he probably thought he has to take one fight to really get that 1v1. But a bit too much impatience from him. But I guess there would have been a Cove online as well. So I guess the waiting for the defuse to happen, not really an option without a paranoia in his hands.
No, I'm thinking you... Well, it's also tough, right? Like, you know, having the information that we do versus what he would have. But you have to think like, yeah, maybe not waiting for the defuse, but now you know where they could be coming from. You know they could be right. You're in a 1v2. They could be splitting that. So I don't mind the decision to like, hey, I want to isolate this and take a fight. But I think if you want to be a little bit more proactive like that, instead of TPing back to main, you TP there to the side and then swing out, look for one, and then reposition. But it's a tough position. I mean, I think Wolves overall have been pretty good in these clutch positions. I think it's tough to, you know, when you're in that position to think that where I was going to get these clutches coming online. XLG just, I mean, right, you start off with a nice little 3K there. I saw Spring kind of, you know, peek into that, and I'm like, you can't be feeding ones, but Spring is just better, so, you know, you can play like Spring. Don't need to worry too much about it.
I mean, not only one map point defended, now their own map point. XLG looking to close this map. Just by one OT, but Darien on the operator, glass cannon. We've seen him wreaking havoc on that weapon on defense in the second half already, and he just continues to do so in this OT. And Rarga with the Trailblazer baited into that duel. What? Lysor through the smoke. That was personal. Maybe Rarga able to get one But Yosemite just better crosshair placement. This should be Wolves' round to take, but as long as Happy Way is alive, anything's possible.
You can say that again. Looks like Plant. It's an okay time going down. 2v4 numbers not quite favoring XLG, but you're right, Happy Way's alive, and if they're able to isolate these, like we've seen them do earlier, might not be too bad.
Nah, not like this. Not
Happy
like this.
Way's online, but so is Darian.
Yeah, I mean,
So
with the
is Darian.
showstopper, there's no way Happy Way is getting out of that alive. Another 4K for Darian. I mean, you said it before. This is just Happy Way versus Darian. 30 kills under his belt now. Darian does everything in his ability to keep Wolves in this game.
I mean, I'm thinking we just go a couple more rounds of this game and see maybe like 40 bomb him coming.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
I'll be
50,
down.
you know? Why stop at 40? I mean, as much as we like to say it's a Happy Way versus Darian, though, I mean, it is the rest of the team kind of supporting them and setting them up. But you just see these kind of plays come out in the positioning, and I think when both of these players like turn up, they're able to get into kind of just that flow state. And I mean, that's worrisome for me if I'm, you know, facing either of them, right?
Another defense round now for XLG. We've seen them struggle, especially on these A side splits, but this time around they do get an early pick versus Glacier. No man able to refract out as well. But Spring started to pick up one more. No man just holding that position, not using his util, but at least getting that kill. The heal onto Spring will at least allow him to go back to full. It's a cheeky corner as well. Two players on site still. It's so hard to fight on site sometimes for attackers on A, especially if you can't connect any of these shots. Happy Way once again with the double, securing another one.
It's like Happy Way's just allergic to bullets.
Yeah. How does he do it?
I don't know.
He's just got plot armor or something. I don't know.
Happy Way has plot armor. I think I have like the opposite curse. I'm just like a bullet magnet.
Yeah, same.
Timeout coming in from XLG here. And look, I mean, right, especially when you have playoffs on the line here, there's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake, and so you don't really want to leave it up to Lotus, especially on Wolves map pick, right? You picked Summit. I mean, overall, if I took a step back and had to think which team I think looked stronger overall on this map, I think I'm still inclined to say XLG, but I think when you talk about plot armor, not just for an individual player, but like as a team, I think Wolves, it took a little bit for them to warm up, I think, the second half and to figure out what they were doing, but once they did, and also once you had the econ to put an operator, of course, in Darian's hands, I mean, things seemed to go a little bit more smoothly for them, and have been continuing to do so.
Yeah. I mean, this timeout is certainly an indicator that XLG want to close this out as soon as possible. Just need that one attack to work out in their favor. And looking at the map right now, it does seem like they're making the right call. But it's just some util and an insert of Happy Way early on into A main. Wolves have given that space up.
陷阱暴露了。
Yeah, but look at all the information they've gotten on the B site.
马上回来。
I don't know that they pushed up quite far enough for me to be like decisive and like, oh yeah, they're not hitting this. We've seen a couple slow pushes from XLG, but with that and Yosemite on site, they know exactly that this is an A hit. They're going to start rotating over. But is it going to be fast enough? Is XLG going to be in their post plant setup like we know they're able to do? But like you said, it's been a little bit iffy sometimes on this A site. The free site.
This could be
a little bit easier.
Happy way. No man, rather. In that smoke, they also do have Rarga. This could be good timing there versus Darion, but most importantly, they do get the kills on site as Noman is finally focusing on towards the players flooding in from Cave. Happyway has to do it all by himself again. Does have the support from Rarga now. It's a 2v2. Spike is once again in a bit of an awkward spot, but Rarga,
攻方获胜。
when it mattered the most, he came online 3K to secure Summit for XLG in a chaotic first map. XLG come out on top once more.
Common Raga W. I mean, that's not the only Raga 3K we've seen this map. I feel like for as much as we've been talking about Happy Way, I feel like Raga, every time I'm seeing Raga online, it's like 2K, 3K. Good positioning. And so nice way to end this, especially if you're an XLG fan getting ready to go into Lotus. I mean, granted that was a close one. That was a nerve-wracking one, especially, you know, I'm sure for the coaches. We could see it all over their faces, but, you know, you put that first map on the board and now suddenly Wolves back on their back foot. Yes, they're going to their map pick, but should they lose Lotus, right, they don't really have that buffer going into split.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to be excited to see whether XLG have finally found out how to play Lotus again, but we will probably get the answer soon. But picking up this own map pick, continuing their success story on Summit after an early loss versus Titan Esports this stage. It's been wins versus All Gamers, wins versus Billy Gaming, and wins versus Wolves Esports now. So Summit's certainly a map that they feel comfortable on, even though it has been a lot closer than we expected. But let's see what XLG had to say during some of these rounds.
I don't know, it's 1 second long.
Okay, guys. We can do it.
We can do it! We can do it.
I can.
Let's go!
I take flight. I take off.
I cannot fall B-man 了，先。I have full.
六，你要去 B 点小心信息。
One here, he swap gun. Okay, clear building now. Get in building. They smoke. Play for cage. I follow for you. Yeah. One more. 80, 100 on Neil. Bingo. 100 on Neil.
喂，左边，喂，拿左边，喂，等等。
我看左边就行，帮我看左边，我在看右边。
我看单的。100
on Neon 的。Open side.
Default. Didn't get my flash.
This way. Default still. Inside harbor smoke. Nice. Let's go. Let's go! Nice fade, Happy. Guys,
so good,
this round we're gonna
海远，尬战一场，海远，下一把，现在这把，
下一个。
Happy Way.
Man, and could it be any other MVP but Happy Way? I love listening into those comms, though. I mean, you could just tell the energy was up. I think that was the first round of the second half. So we're down by a point there at that point, but I mean, kept the energy up, kept the vibes good, and we're able to capitalize off of it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, a stellar performance once again from the backbone of XLG, you could say. Happy Way, just whenever you need him, he's there. I mean, we know how hard he is to take down, especially as an anchor. I mean, as the Omen in this this team composition, you don't see him as the single anchor on his side, of course, that often. But in these post-blind situations, he was winning so many duels for XLG, clutching so many of these rounds. And I mean, it's kind of frustrating to see that there was a Darion as well on the other side of the map, picking up 32 kills himself, but unable to win Summit for his team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stats here, and we know it was close, but when I'm looking at the first kills, right?
Yeah.
15 for the side of Wolves, you know, that means there's a couple rounds, and we saw it, and we've commented on it, but there are rounds where they have that kind of advantage, and they're not able to hold on to it, and that's something that you really want to be able to convert those first bloods, and because right, that you get those 2 rounds, and suddenly, right, you're looking at a different outcome here. But yeah, I mean, Darion just completely insane in the server. I mean, man, like we said, it was close, but then you're looking at someone like Happy Way, right? And we got to see that little highlight reel, but just the positioning, just the strafing, just the re-swinging. Yeah. I mean, it's hard when you have someone so mechanically gifted like that you're up against.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not over, of course. I mean, we hope that they could continue this performance, at least. I mean, for the side of Darion, we've seen some of these crazy rounds from him already. I mean, he's one of the best players statistically in the league right now. As a team that's 2-2 in a group, Omega, with teams like BLG, XLG, All Gamers, DRG, that's crazy to me. I mean, this rebuild roster for Wolves certainly is making waves, but can they come back versus XLG on Lotus? We will see after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map number 2.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should have buried your dead. Should have listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
Welcome back to Project Horizon. That means it's VCT China Stage 2 all over again for you. We are already in the midst of a interesting series, let's call it that, between XLG and Wolves Esports. XLG 1-0 in the lead on Summit. My name's still Crafty and I'm still joined by Kai. We saw an overtime victory, 15-13 on XLG's map pick. What do you make out of that? Is it already a worrying trend for XLG after what we've seen from them in stage 2 so far, or is it just group phase? Nobody cares.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. It's tough, right? Especially looking at the first game of the series, right? The last series for them in this group stage. I think XLG did look stronger as a whole on Summit, but then you also have to wonder, that's their map pick. You know, maybe Lotus is not historically where they shine the most, so you have to wonder what that's looking like for them the rest of the series. Should we go to split? I don't know, but then you know, you kind of take a step back from that, and we saw the Happy Way kind of highlight reel. We saw the team highlight reel, and you're thinking, wow, well, mechanically they look like they should be on par. They're a pretty good team, you know, when you know, head to head with Darien there. So I think if they're able to keep the same mechanics, I think one thing we noticed on Summit is that while we are still obviously seeing a lot of utility, I think it came down a lot more to the mechanics and the gunfights versus some of these other maps where I think there are some stronger site executes with your utility especially. And so I don't know how much Summit came down to, you know, different team comps, how we were kind of playing around, but I think while mechanics are a huge part of this game, I think it's, at the end of the day, right, utility plays a huge factor. So I don't know that we saw enough of that in Summit to be able to confidently say, well, wow, I think their Lotus is gonna 180 here.
Yeah, I mean, and Lotus, it's an interesting choice. So first of all, I want to talk about something. This is the 7th map, the 7th team comp that XLG are playing on this map, if I'm not mistaken. No, is it? Oh, I was looking at the wrong side. XLG's on the right side. Oh, no, why would you do that to me? I mean, we're going to talk about it later. We're already in the midst of things. XLG starting on attack here. Kills traded. It is... Okay, let's see. I think it is the 7th comp, yes, that we've seen from them on Lotus within the last 4 months. XLG have been rotating like crazy.
That wall's gonna stall them just a little bit. Again, I love buys. I love the buys walls. A little bit of time, but the spike should get down, no problem. Here for XLG. 4v4 retake coming in from Wolves, and you can see 3-man push here out from main.
Ooh. I do catch Lysor. Get it a bit more uncomfortable for the rest of XLG on site. Leo with the contact does have support from Heaven. But no man goes down, and they're just gonna stick the defuse. The right clicks are not gonna help you. Being that far away from the spike, it is another pistol. The 2nd one in this series for Wolves Esports.
That was a good retake. Good pistol retake from them.
Yeah.
I think good positioning as well. You can tell they're a little bit more comfortable on Lotus. I would hope so. It's their map pick.
I mean, speaking of the map pick, I mean, also Wolves as well. Something that I wanted to talk about earlier. Only just recently found success on Lotus. I mean, historically, this has been one of their worst maps. But after months of losses on Lotus, with that win over DRG, apparently decided that this is their go-to map pick now. But versus XLG in their recent performance on Lotus, it doesn't really come to a surprise. Early advantage though for XLG, and maybe fishing for another kill is Nomad on.
Oh
no, that Marshall,
Not
and
like this.
just right out in the open. Wolves back to spring. Rotation coming in from XLG now, but Wolves already on their way.
yeah, you know, I think I have really been liking this Wolves rebuild. And you're right. I mean, I think this is one of the maps that took a little bit for them to find their footing and comfortability, but once they were able to do that, I mean, they've looked good. I don't want to jinx anything, so I don't want to say it, but I think I have to. I mean, it's early on enough that I anticipate a split. Maybe not. Maybe we'll get two, but my gut is telling me that the series is gonna go the distance just like Summit did.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, and we haven't seen enough from this new Wolves roster yet to really make a call in terms of how this season is going, but I feel like they are still not at their fullest potential, and it still seems to be a bit of a coin flip at times. I mean, we have seen them fix some of their mistakes, but then again, it also seems like they're heavily relying on some individual performances, be it from Darien or Glacier in some of these previous wins as well. So, yeah, how good is this Wolves roster really? How good can they be? And I mean, we do know if they want to make it to Gems, they pretty much have to secure top 2 in stage 2, which is an insane mountain to climb for them.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I would agree with that. I think they're not, they haven't, I think, reached the top of their skill ceiling, right? I think they still have room to grow. Somebody was able to spot out XLG there.
Yeah, no real utility investment either there. Just waiting out what XLG may throw at them. So they are expecting a bit of a push now. Darien has been spotted, and it's a great stun. Free frag.
Okay.
Good follow-up as well, but the wall from Spring helps him to at least secure 1 kill. And he's able to tuck away in that little corner. Blitzbieling, is he going to go for a sneaky peek? He finds the perfect timing with that Viper wall once again. It's a 3v3 still. Weapon advantage, of course, for XLG, but numbers are getting close. And Spike still has not been planted! They just run into the meat grinder, that is Spring! Now Spike on its way to B, but weapon upgrades for both remaining Wolf Esports players. Lights are using those thorns to buy some time. It's a great reveal, but a good trade from Aluba. And Lysor get this round for XLG is so important. To find that first opening, it is way too close for comfort, but it is a round on the board for XLG.
A round is a round, but when you're looking at your buy, you don't want it to be quite as close as it is. I think, I mean, I like the positioning here from both Wolves and XLG. The way they're reading each other. But I think also, right, and we were talking about this in terms of Wolves, but I think for both teams, right, like I think there are things that both teams can clean up. I think they haven't quite hit their full potential, either team. And we're starting to see that kind of shine through here. A little bit on Summit, but really here at the beginning of Lotus. In terms of like how you're reading the map, your awareness, your positioning. I've been liking the calls and I've been liking the inserts though.
Yeah, Lysor able to dodge that Boombot. They do have the wall towards B, so a real danger for the side of Wolves. No active hold needed, for now at least. His time is ticking away, and XLG are not taking any space on this map. With the man disadvantage, this could spell disaster for them. The Nightfall invested with a good paranoia as well, but right into the arms of Spring. No man does find the trade though, but Yosemite as well as Aluba holding on to C-side. Spike drop, 23 seconds on the clock. Lysor needs to perform a miracle to get this round on the board, and players on the side of Wolves apparently struggling fist bump, but other than that, it's looking good on the server.
It's not looking too bad on the server. Look at that, just like, I mean, you just need to hold one pixel. You just need to wait for them to walk into your crosshair, but really good hold there by Wolves. And unfortunately, right, for XLG, that was the investment of that Nightfall. I like the use of the ultimate. Unfortunately, didn't find much use from it, and not have to wait to get that back up. Shutting down Showstopper as well.
What is going on? Oh, Showstopper does not come out, but Lysor just ignores the thorns. Sneaks by. No one expects Darian at stairs. This is just madness that we're witnessing right now. Happyway almost found the timing there versus Lysor. Will be able to pick up the spike, but I'm not sure whether he's expecting Spring to be this close. No, it doesn't look like it. What is going on in these rounds? It's a back and forth. It's just eco kills after eco kills, ultimates invested left and right, and somehow Wolves come out on top.
I like how the Showstoppers just meant nothing. Which is like not something that typically happens. But twice in a round, unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah, both Showstoppers just go up like smoke to the air.
The greatest equalizer.
Yeah, nothing really happened there. Just celebration ultimates, I guess. But the timeout does come in from XLG, and I'm not surprised by it. Wolves Esports in firm control so far in this first half on their defense, and on a map like Lotus where you do expect attackers to really have a bit of an advantage and like their attack to be a bit more flexible than it is for the defenders to be able to really defend it, makes me think that XLG are still unsure what they want to do on Lotus. Ever since their triple sentinel comp that was so dominant domestically has fallen to pieces, they are struggling to really find a composition, to find a play style that works for them on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the, or you kind of brought up early on, and then the match started, and well, speaking of match starting, this round starting heavy here on the A site.
Yeah, it's just an overdrive from Rarga, but he's good for two with the From the Shadows from Happyway. They are able to pincer this A main hold, and Yosemite in a 1v2. The Steel Garden does scare Leo away for now, but it will run out just now. He will be back on his primary weapon. On Yosemite does not know Leo is at the drop. Just in time, and Leo struggling. In the 1v1, it's the pistol kill for Yosemite, the clutch. And with that, another round converted. This should have been XLG's. I mean, it was an absolute bloodbath towards Rubble. But it looked like XLG stabilized. Not enough, though.
Yeah,
If you're in a 1v2 versus Yosemite.
Really, how many times do you see that Visal invested and then at the end it's Vise with the classic against the gun? Like,
yeah.
A little backwards, but it worked. Another round, of course, on the board there for Wolves, and XLG struggling to find their footing again on this map. It's okay, we're still early in, but now we're starting to get to the point where, like, yeah, you don't have the greatest buy, but all of these rounds are going to matter. Especially if you can't convert here, you know, you're looking at 6-1, then you have a buy. Hopefully you win the next one. We'll still have money. XLG made their way on site, though. I like the push up. I like the space taken. Bomb is going to be planted. That spike down.
Almost gets timed there. The Nightfall goes white. Happy wait. Maybe does not go for the TP. Wants to hawk that smoke as close as possible. Oh, that's a cheeky position. Doesn't get two. No, he's checked. Still gets the one. But Yosemite is there. Close up and personal. 1v2 for Arga now. The spray is not good. Yosemite once again the hero for Wolves. A 3K to secure the round and to further extend their lead.
That made me so nervous there. So nervous. So nervous there. No, overall though, I mean, it's tough because when you look at the scoreline, it's like, okay, we got to start making moves. But I didn't hate that from XLG, given the conditions surrounding the round. Able to make their way on site. I like the map control kind of taken. But they're gonna have to do it again here. Operator in the hands for Glacier now. Don't want to peek into that. Look, XLG just electing to see where they can kind of contact up. I think it's gonna be this C split, which I would love. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's a good setup. Wolves are they're immediately breaking the ball towards B and then going for the double B side hold. Just the jump peaks from Darion. Glacier just fishes one out of the air. Rarga just ignoring the fact that Glacier's behind him, but it does not matter. XLG will get onto side and will get those kills. Noman biting off more than he could chew, and Darion just going for another one. Spring, as they flood the side, will claim the last one. XLG unable to really get themselves into a comfortable post-plant position.
I think B is a tough site when you're trying to bank on your buy round. Economy not too terrible here for XLG, but really, I mean, you're looking at this board. You can't afford to lose this other one here. Looks like electing for this full A push conditionally. I think could work well for them. A couple ultimates online as well. That showstopper's gonna come out. Not gonna find contact, but at least gonna push. Spring off that line. Not gonna matter though.
How the Spring survived that. Darion is his backup. Aruba all ready, positioned up in heaven, goes for the draw. Perfect timing for him. Gets to. Spike has not been planted. It is just Leo faking a rotation here, but they do still have eyes up towards A main, so they will not be fooled. Might have to take the store eventually. once again, is just a fake. And they will be able to confirm that it's unable to get out of tree. If he ever shows up, there will be the swing. It's two eyes, two pairs of eyes already looking at him. And a third one waiting in the wings. Wolves Esports dominating XLG in this first half of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, XLG just really, really struggling to find the footing at all, and that's worrisome, right? Because it's your attacking half. You don't want to be looking at an 8-1 scoreline. I don't think anyone ever wants to be looking at an 8-1 scoreline, but I mean, just the way they've been playing, you can tell that this map maybe a little bit more comfortable for Wolves at the moment. Showing why it's their map pick. I think it's also the way they're playing, right? And I don't blame them when you're looking at that scoreline. Good trade there. At least one rifle picked up for No Man. Not gonna matter. Not gonna hold on to that for too much longer. He's 70 with 2, and now suddenly 2v4. Sheriff's in hand.
I mean, yes, Lyser does get through, but will it be enough? Glacier just buying time. Does have the operator, so doesn't really want to give that duel away. And it doesn't matter. He goes for it nonetheless. A 9-1 lead for Wolves Esports. This is looking like we're sprinting towards a potential decider on split. As Wolves Esports continue their onslaught. Alex R, he doesn't know. He doesn't know how they're doing it, but I guess he'll takes it.
I mean, I think part of that too, at that point, right? You're 8-1. You have enough of a buffer where it's like Wolves are so comfortable at this point. You know, not a lot can really shake them. Whereas like XLG put in a tough position, and I think it comes across in the way you play, and that does affect how you play, right? I mean, it's a huge mental game. It's a huge, you know, build up and snowball game of economy, of momentum, and just a tough position for XLG. I mean, Wolves so confident right now, just pushing up, using that showstopper. Leo gonna find one.
This running straight into the operator of Yosemite. Oh, does not get the pick. Great use of the satchel by No Man to break that crosshair. Spike will be planted. 2v4. Still possible. It's a 3-man flank. Oh, great use. The utility there. It's going to be so hard for Leo to get out alive. He picks up the first one. He needs headshots. But this one is not it. 1v3 low health bars, but they know where No Man is, and he just gets away with the rifle. They even have the time to donate the ult point over to Aluba. 10-1. Relentless first half from Wolves Esports.
And these are like the kind of things you can do when you're up 9-1, but like just look at I love the aggression here from Wolves. I mean, all up to that ace. I did like from No Man after kind of breaking that op crosshair, getting the plane down. I like the reposition around through C, but a little bit slow. And by that time, you know, somebody had an idea of where you are.
Yeah, I mean, at this time, it's just cosmetics for XLG. Whether they pick up a second round or not, can they really make a comeback on Lotus? Or would they be better off just focusing on the next map, keeping their mental as high as possible? Ultimates invested on both sides of Nightfall as an answer to the Steel Garden coming in, and the Boombot even picks up the kills as they try to flood the side through the Razor Vines. Mistakes were made by XLG, almost being tagged there on their heels as the door closes behind them. Looking like a comfortable retake for Wolves Esports. It's coming from all sides. Darian will make contact there with Lysor. Sooner than later, Spring already getting rid of Happyway. They do spot Lysor as well. How much time can Leah really buy on side? The answer is none at all. 11-1, almost a perfect half for Wolves Esports.
I mean, I think you touched on it, but preserving mental, like you said, I think is kind of the name of the game here, right? You know, the series holds a lot of weight for you in terms of these playoffs, and you know, being able to preserve your mental, especially as you get ready for split, I think is all you can hope to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to come back into the series. And now, seeing how dominant Wolves are winning on, I mean, they didn't win just yet, but I mean, it seems like a formality at this point. But seeing how dominant they've showed up on Lotus now, you might ask yourself, what if they just won that one round on Summit that they maybe threw away with a player lead, like a numbers lead during the round, and you could have closed that out right here on Lotus. But I mean, at least it gets to show that they are able to not only just fight versus these teams like XLG, DRG that seem to be the favorites in their group, but I mean, they're not only putting up a fight, they are literally dominating them at this point. I mean, this new Wolves roster seems to have found the right spot just for them at the moment.
You laugh, you go to Wolves rebuild. I think no, I mean, I have really been liking this rebuild, and I think a game like this is exactly what they needed, because we kind of talked about how we like the Wolves rebuild. There's still room for them to grow, and I think a lot of that is just comfortability in the server, right? I think each series, each map you play gets you a little bit more comfortable as you progress through. But something like this, in terms of your mental, in terms of your confidence as a team, I mean, a lot of what we're seeing from them, some of these rounds are things that they just feel confident and enabled to do, right? Because yeah, we're up by 10 rounds here. Like, why wouldn't we feel confident to do that? But if they're able to kind of tap into that and play that way in the rest of these maps, not overly cocky, but playing confidently, yeah, I mean, I think you have to wonder, had we started on Lotus, would we have seen something different on Summit?
Yeah, most certainly. Wolves looking to close this out in 2 more rounds. Winning that pistol would almost seal the deal already. Lysor did fall early on, and XLG with that B push, successfully getting rid of Yosemite. What can Happyway do on C? The answer is, once again, take 2. Make this a 1v3 clutch for Spring on only 10 HP. I mean, still has a couple bullets. The timing could be right. He does get the first one. Transitioning over towards A is the right call here, especially the Viper wall as well. He'll be able to plant the spike. This could actually get him into a pretty decent post plan.
Could. No snake bite, but does have 10 HP. A bandit. Smoke still in play. We're able to isolate. I mean, you can't even let them breathe on you, right?
Oh, just get into the smoke. Dodges the haunt with it.
Oh I think
my god, the timing was almost perfect, but Leo there to secure it, there to defend this round for XLG. I mean, it was the last straw that they can hold on to, winning this pistol, really. And they do so. Thanks to Happyway and Leo.
I just saw the edge there of that pistol. I think if Spring wins that there, like, if you're XLG, your mental has to be crushed after that.
Yeah.
I mean, quite rough. XLG did win. That means they're able to buy up here, but looking at 9 rounds separating them from the top, and talking about rounds, right? Only 2 more for Wolves to take this into split. Not looking too great for XLG, but I think as many rounds as you can put up here's gonna give you a you know, a better chance going into split. You're feeling a little bit better.
Ooh, Lysor dancing on the edges of his own
Nice.
razor vines. Beautiful. Dipping in and out. Happyway as a support, going for the full house between him and Lysor. Beautiful hold. No complaints. XLG with another one secured.
Some may say.
Yeah. I mean, they need a couple more. But I mean, that already brings them into a good bonus round position. But it looks like it's going to be a rubble fight, rubble clash immediately. In these attacking rounds, they usually didn't come out on top. And this time around, it seems to be it's once again Wolves finding these early kills. With that haunt. No losses for Wolves, and they are able to fall back after these initial kills.
I like the rebel fight. Didn't go too well for XLG, unfortunately. A little bit of chip damage to Darian, but not as much as done to Leo. You don't have the weapons in hand. You don't have the advantage. Wolves making their slow rotate over. Should make their way to C before XLG are able to get that readout too. If you're Wolves here, you're still clearing. You're making sure they didn't rotate over fast enough, but by this point you should know that site's all but clear.
I could spec that up a little bit. With the
We have
spike.
sight, we have guns, we have numbers, we have spike, we have everything we could possibly want if we're Wolves. XLG on the back foot once again. Nothing really to save here though.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like they might go for some additional kills.
Nice.
Maybe more damage. I mean, Happyway on the Guardian, certainly able to take names. Aluba, though, will hold on to his, and that is the round for Wolves Esports. Can they all get out alive? It does look like it. Aluba even picks up another one, further extending his Old Orb collection. Another good round from Wolves Esports. It was their full bite, it was a bonus, but now they're on map point 8 apiece. This would be an absolute miracle comeback from XLG, but I mean, we've seen crazy stuff in Valorant.
We've seen crazy stuff in Valorant, but the way that these rounds have been going for Wolves, a little bit different than we were seeing on Summit, right? It's not one-sided. I mean, that was a pretty clean way to get to match point.
Yeah. And they immediately take space on B side as well. Glacier unchecked. But the rest of his team falls. Glacier all by himself. Except Darian on side as well with the spike. Not in their hands at the moment. Rarga wreaking havoc. Another kill picked up with the nade now for Glacier. One ult point away from the showstopper. Risky TP from Darian, but allows him to get into a good position for this 1v2, but clutch to end Lotus early in this second half at 13-3. My God. What a dominant performance from Wolves to bring us the split.
Man. I mean, XLG, just that entire map, struggling to find any sort of footing. Yes, walked away with 3 rounds, but is that enough to keep that mentality high going into split? You have to wonder.
I mean, it's
tough. It's tough.
Yeah, they certainly need a hard reset after this one. I mean, it's crazy to me. I mean, how dominant XLG looked earlier this year on Lotus and how lost they look these days. So many different comms they tried, so many different approaches after their triple sentinel comm, but all seem to fail. This is the most played map of the year, but they still seem to struggle continuously, and Wolves Esports back on track.
小心包点 ，open down， 还有一个，有个内讧，来，我打，我 TP 有 TP 有 TP，open down open down，行，来个冰冻，都在楼梯那里，应该没听到你，1打1，全有龙。 要跑去 drop 了，我觉得。有这么快呢？打头1滴。左边，往脸上，往脸上，往脸上。还有高板，还有高板。往黑，往黑，往黑。来黑黑。等下，来球。包点没血，不打。没得打巴死，没得打巴死在包点。我一看了，创某 C， 创某 C， 创某 C。哦，创某 C OK， 走，我给个烟，我给个烟。 我叫老魏，我们惨了 ，nice， 水下吗？刚在水下，刚水下丢4了。来，走吧，nice， 好，nice， let's go，nice。
Spring.
I mean, I love the fact that listening into those comms, you could hear that even though they had such a round differential, such a good footing in that map, like they were still actively calming and actively in it, as if, you know, it could be 10-1, it could be 6-4, and they're still actively involved in the game. And could it be any other MVP here but Spring? Well, maybe it could have been anyone from that team, but I mean, Spring just had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I mean, so many multi-calls, so many important rounds. I feel like Yosemite maybe up there as well. Yeah, in the end, yeah, it was just 1 kill short at least, but ACS-wise, Spring certainly topping the charts. But overall, I mean, you have to say it's for a team that used to thrive in chaos so much to really have success in their rounds. This new Wolves lineup seems to be so much calmer as well. In their comms even, you can see they're just much more methodical, much more strategical approach to the game. I guess also thanks to Alex R, who's doing a great job over at the coach position for this stage so far. But even when we were hyping up Glacier and Darien in the previous map, this time around it's Spring and Yosemite, like two veterans coming back to carry the team over the finish line. It just gets to show how well-rounded this team has gotten.
You know, another thing that kind of stood out to me with those stats were the first kills, right? Even across the board, 8 and 8. And so that really kind of shows Wolves' ability to, you know, convert some of those rounds that they were in the disadvantage, because at no point in that map, I think, did it feel at all like they were in a disadvantage. I think it felt pretty one-sided. It was one-sided the entire time. So just the fact that they're still able to come back after those first bloods, I mean, that's what you love to see in a team, and that's something that maybe quite didn't go their way on Summit.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves are historically 0-6 versus XLG. in official matches. They have yet to win a series versus XLG. They only took one map in stage 1 off of them. They already had another one in stage 2. Can they overcome what seems to be their kryptonite in XLG on Split? We will find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemies. A road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Welcome back to Project Horizon and the VCT China Stage 1. My name is still Crafty. I'm still joined by Kai, and we are still in the series between XLG and Wolves Esports, a series that might define playoffs for both these teams or not. I mean, XLG with a win, they will make playoffs. Wolves do need a win from DRG versus All Gamers to then make playoffs. So it's a bit of an asterisk there still on the W for Wolves, but they are looking strong, coming back on Lotus, their own map pick, 13-3 dominant performance. What do you expect on Split now from either of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, I know I said that pretty early on in Lotus, but I said this was going to be a series that was bringing us to map 3, and when I said that, I didn't imagine it would be quite so dominantly there on Lotus from Wolves. But I mean, we've kind of been saying it this entire series, but I like this new Wolves rebuild. I like the rebuild. I think it's also going to be hard for XLG coming into Split after a 3-13 loss. I mean, Valorant is a mental game. It does come through with how you play. And that's just the fact. Yes, there's a reset, but if you're not able to kind of just really completely just like forget about what just happened, it's tough going into it, and it comes across in how you play, right? Playoffs on the line here. And you can't afford to be playing kind of back and timid and scared. So if XLG are able to come through with that hard reset, like you said, and really get their nerves under control, I think we're in for a good split. But if they let any part of Lotus kind of bleed into this one, I think it'll be tough for them.
And I mean, for XLG, Split certainly a bit more comfort than Wolves Esports. They haven't played that map a lot this year. On the other hand, Split was a go-to pick. We saw it at Masters London from them. They won against G2 on Split. So certainly maybe a bit more comfort for them. Haven't played it this stage so far though, and looking at the team comps, we do, and they're gone again. I think we do get the same comps that we've seen from them recently, but I might have to confirm that again.
Yeah, XLG sticking with that double duelist, double controller, no Senti comp, where we have of course that Vi still coming through on the other side, so a little bit different in terms of the comps that they're running. I think that also plays into it. But like you said, I mean, neither of these teams unfamiliar with the comps they're running here at this point. So I think it should be a good match. But again, I mean, I think if I'm hoping this is going to be kind of more like Summit was, I'm afraid that Lotus is going to bleed through. Is initially, before we get into the server, what I'm thinking.
I mean, last time we saw Wolves on Split was during their matchup versus BLG 11 days ago, where they were steamrolling them with a 9-3 defense start. I mean, they will be starting an attack here. That also certainly looked promising versus the current #1 seed of Group Omega. Can they do it again versus XLG? You have been talking about how the mental might be coming into effect here on this last map, and Happyway picks up a first kill. That's a great util combination there from Yosemite and Glacier to get rid of Noman.
4v4, like the positioning here from Wolves, and it looks like they're just posted up thinking about vents maybe, but not quite. Happyway made his way over to A site. Again, these trades coming out right and left, but it's a fight up here on the A site. Rotations coming in from XLG to just hold on to the B site, but they know that's not exactly where they're hitting. The slow down from Wolves. A little bit more pressure on XLG, but they have good map coverage here.
Happyway. Dangerous position for him. How much time can he get? Decides to join Rarga. Make this an even fight. Not lose any players. Almost gets a kill through the smoke. Rarga. Right timing. This is that drop. Spraying the heal from Leo. Will be able to recover some of those HP. This doesn't look like a promising setup, especially when Happyway is like the perfect timing to swing out of that smoke. 4K for him. What a start. And to split.
Yeah, I think Happyway struggling a little bit there on Lotus, as was the entire team, but I think you know, if the team's able to find a little bit more comfortability on here and set Happyway up.
One enemy remaining.
I love Happyway's decision making when he's in a position where he's able to do something cheeky like that. And it's hard because, you know, we looked at Lotus. There were really no opportunities for that, but back on Split, if they're able to set him up like that. Oh, I like the sprays coming out, but just shy of making any contact there with any of the Wolves players.
Quick silent drop. It depends, but this reposition towards A7. Wolves could separate these two XLG players towards A. They find the right timing, but it does look like they are going to transition over towards B rather. Good B main control for XLG though.
On the other hand, I like this mid control from Wolves. It'll be hard though to capitalize off of it when you only have pistols in hand, but if you're able to stay stacked together and isolate these fights, but like you said, that B main control, oh.
Yosemite, what? Picks up both B main players though with the bandit. This should not have happened. It's a great flash versus Happyway. Can't confirm that one player, but it does buy them some time. Spike will be planted. Still a weapon advantage for XLG, but another good flash. Another one. The arc rose being a bit of a nuisance there, but the retake cannot be stopped for XLG. It is 3 weapons secured into the bonus, and the 2-0 starts to split.
I like that from each side though. The bandit shots, kind of nasty, but this positioning here, that B main control, like we said early on, good from Lysa.
Yeah, that TP from Darian looked a bit wonky. I assume it did not plan to TP there. But it's an eco, it happens. Bit of damage done. Happyway already close to his first Viper's Pit. 2 old orbs are remaining. And that will certainly help them out in defense to maintain some of that mid control. Some damage. Wait, that's the kill towards Yosemite. I didn't even pick that one up. Looks to have dropped there in this B main fight versus Lysor. Big opening here for XLG.
Going to be able to capitalize off of it. Looks like good holds, good map control and positioning. So I also like this Vise wall, but it's not gonna do much when Yosemite's offline, unfortunately.
Yeah, caught off guard maybe there while inserting that wall. It's been a good timing from Lysor. Now that they're running into a B stack versus the bonus, the paranoia hits. Beautiful shot from Nomad, even though he couldn't see anything. The snake bite to buy some more time now. Can they get onto site? Only 20 seconds remaining. This might actually be a save. They can't go anywhere. Wolves, no chance to get onto site. Bonus converted, and Leo could even get rid of some of these guns if he wants to. They are pushing out now that they know there's nothing to be feared from Wolves in this round. Leo going for the flash, util in hand. This should be another kill for him though. They're flooding out of B main, getting rid of Spring. But that's it, 3-0 start nonetheless. XLG poised for greatness on their defense. And there we see it again. Yeah, beautiful, just a beautiful timing actually from Lysor.
I mean, yeah, I would take a timeout here too if I'm Wolves. I like this early timeout. That's something we didn't quite see from them on Summit, especially that second half we were talking about. Just trying to...
I mean, it is a super early investment nonetheless, right? So could bite you back later. on this last map, depending on how these next rounds and second half are going. But Alex R seems to have seen enough, at least, or spotted some issues. Maybe their indecisiveness, especially in that last round, to really get onto site, bait out more of that util from XLG maybe. And it is going to be Nico, of course, now. 2 rifles secured into this 4th round after the save. Can they make use out of it? Oof. Almost a clean shot. But it is just a body hit, and Glacier, luckily, still had a full shield to get into this round. Spring struggling versus Happyway. Will be able to pick up that kill and gives up that position with a good snake bite to keep Wolves from further pushing A.
I like that XLG aren't afraid to give up this mid space because they know they can kind of hold the chokes that they would come through. Nice shot though from Yosemite to equalize the numbers. Still looking at a little bit of disparity in terms of the weapons. Lysor gonna find Glacier just in the air like that.
Oh, that's a great paranoia. Where did that TP go? What? Okay, yeah, it does go behind the box. But Darian, just with a classic in hands, but Yosemite's Marshall is taken 1 by 1. This round should not be that close, but Happyway wrapping around late in the round, securing it. That sometimes tricky 4th round converted for XLG.
Tricky 4th round. That 4th round was definitely tricky. And man, just put a Marshall in Yosemite's hands.
Yeah.
So no need to save for an op. No need.
Yeah, those shots were nasty to open that round for them. In the end, it wasn't enough, but this next full buy will certainly determine the course of this game. Oh, the flick! It lands. Spring taking a bit too much time there. Would have had the support from Leo as well. Happyway with his ultimate in hand gets surprised by Glacier. Uncharacteristic mistake there from the veteran, but Lysor through the smoke finds the headshot. Are they going to take this fight to them? Just up and be having a bit of an overstep from Noman, but had nowhere to go thanks to the great nade from Glacier. It is a 3v3 still. An open A side, but Rarga's operator still holding that ankle towards heaven.
I like that decoy smoke, but looks like XLG not gonna fall for it.
That was a good flash though. And coming in a bit too late! And Leo deciding to peek that before the flash even came through. Glacier, all 3 kills to his name. Rarga, now with an operator, certainly not the kind of gun you would want in a potential retake. He could pick up a rifle, but XLG is still unaware where Wolves are heading to. The spike plant will come through, but they are scared that there could be someone up in heaven. So do go for a secure spot. This could make this retake a bit more easier for XLG. Both smokes invested for Rarga. Updraft will still be there, but doesn't really need it. Gets one onto Glacier. Finally brought down. Lysor has to expect someone underneath heaven. Does so. Fake TP. Did not get into the smoke, but it's spotted immediately. And Aluba in the 1v1 finally brings Wolves on the board.
An expensive round, but the first round's always the hardest to get. Not quite a break in, I would say, the momentum or economy enough to be comfortable quite yet, but got the first run on the board, and now can start to maybe stack a couple more if you're Wolves. I mean, not the way we expected to see Wolves play as we came into this, but now as we approach the 6th round, coming off that last round win. Could they be able to make a little bit more impact in this game? Good positioning here. Good showstopper from Glacier 2.
Wolves just running across this A side, immediately taking control over Ape Haven. Beautiful showstopper, you mentioned it. Just ripping XLG's defense apart. Lysor spotted thanks to the guiding light, and apparently did not really realize that Luba was right behind him. It's a good frag though. And he maybe get this to half. Doesn't look like it. They're not buying it. They're not buying it. And he steps out into the open. Yosemite is right there to claim the kill. Follow-up round for Wolves Esports to keep them in this game.
This was such a great showstopper here from Glacier. Such a great showstopper.
Oh my god.
I mean, finding 2 early ones like that with an ult, I mean, that just really made it difficult to kind of convert that. A nice, again, timeout. I like these earlier timeouts to address some things that, you know, maybe can help swing the rest of the match for you. I'm not a fan of sitting on those timeouts and waiting for later, because I think if you can address things early on, you can try to avoid the or later aspect of that. And so I think a well-placed timeout. I think XLG looking pretty good still overall. But again, allowing those last 2 rounds, right? It came down close. It came down to Lysor in a 1v2, but you don't want to allow it to come down to that every time, especially when you're on your defensive half.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like XLG should still be able to stabilize this first half on their defense, and like every round that they can take here will be just the more important coming into the second half, into their attack. Historically, I mean, in some regions, split a bit more of a defender-sided map, and in China, it often was the other way around. Teams being more successful on attack, so the better XLG can form on this defense, easier it will be for them to close out the game. On attack, Lysor in this double B main hold does get 2 in this half buy for XLG. Great bait from Nomad to create room for Lysor immediately. Rest of XLG rotates over. It's going to be a stack, but Wolves maybe on the right track.
Like they might be. I mean, just look at the positioning across this whole map. Now XLG have all of that map control out B main. And of course Varga. In spawn only a classic. But on the server now you can see moving around. A lot of space for Wolves here on this A site, but still they have to clear everything. They're still in that numbers disadvantage despite having sight, so although they don't know that quite yet.
Varga on the Blade Storm. Just overwhelming Darion. No trade possible from that position for Wolves. The spike is eventually planted, but they do need an opening somewhere with all these weapon upgrades coming in for XLG. It looks like Aluba is trying to get that one. He would get maybe a secluded Varga, but that's pretty much it. Lysor's 3K in the end is topped by Happyway. Weapon upgrades along the board. The small buy is enough. Look at XLG just staring them down. at this point. Is that signs of overconfidence already?
Or is it an intimidation tactic, you know?
Nah.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, I think that was also a good timeout. I liked the blades coming out from Raga as well, in terms of, you know, saving up that economy, waiting to get that operator back online. Now that puts, I mean, speaking of buys, right, that puts Wolves on a really shaky buy here. Only down by 3 points, but 3 rounds, excuse me, right now, but those build up. We saw that in the last map on Lotus.
It's a heavy mid. Attention from Wolves. I mean, in this eco, we're just looking to find a cheeky opening once more. They had some success with Glacier taking this space in some of these earlier rounds, but XLG, rightfully so, giving it up, knowing that they can let Wolves come towards them.
I like the switch up in terms of kind of how XLG were holding. I also liked early on that boom bot and of course the nades to kind of slow down Wolves just a little bit. We said XLG, we like that they're not afraid to give up that mid space, but they know that Wolves have kind of been taking that contact in that space. The TP going to make it hard for No Man with that showstopper trying to get some contact, but falls just before they're able to set it up, but that's okay. Have numbers, have sight, have bomb now. Respect there in the open. Good shot there from Leo. All down to Darian.
Yeah, it's no time. No time and No Man.
Yeah, that's rough.
Just waiting for him. Perfect crosshair placement. Catch him on the ropes. XLG continuing to find successes with this approach to their defense. I mean, yes, it was an eco. This next round, certainly the more important one for Wolves, and it is the second timeout. The last one for Wolves Esports after 8 rounds of split.
I mean, again, I think this is not a bad time to kind of address some of these things. That does mean maybe don't necessarily have the ability to do that going into the next half. But I mean, also, right, if you can kind of get a couple more rounds here on the board, their other half is pretty strong. We talked about that 9-3 coming out from them earlier on throughout this group stage here, but just really struggling to find their footing here. And if you let XLG get too much of kind of this round differential, that round buffer, suddenly you're looking at the inverse of Lotus, and that's going to be so hard to claw your way back from.
Yeah, Wolves Esports need to find their footing as early as possible. It's crazy to see how dominant they showed up versus XLG on Lotus. How much they seem to be struggling now. XLG seem to have brushed off that devastating loss fairly easily as we head into round number 9. Wolves respecting a potential push, potential aggressive play on towards A. No util invested yet. And Glacier with a good opening onto side, but Leo immediately takes him out. No follow-up possible for Wolves. Space denied immediately, and that Steel Garden doesn't really affect them either in their current position. No Man, bit too much to go for that peek on the rope. Slicer also has to be careful. He'll be able to get that smoke out as Wolves Esports, they just decide to bring the fight towards XLG, taking control of the defender's spawn now. And still having Yosemite in between enemy lines. This could spell disaster for XLG as Varga now falls as well. B side is completely open. 10 waiting room from now on. No movement on the map. Wolves will go to 3. Ultimate wise, not too much to talk about. There is a Viper's Pit available for spring. We're able to hold on to that thanks to their numbers advantage, but that could certainly come in handy in one of these upcoming rounds.
It was a really good adaptation, a well-used timeout there from Wolves. We'll see if they're able to get any more rounds on the board after that. Operator in the hand of Varga. Posted up mid. Wolves not electing to go that way. We know they like to take that space oh so often. It's gonna be an A split.
Yeah, they had some issues with that. A have a defense if Wolves decided to explode onto side, but most importantly, they get rid of the lurk from Yosemite with that op in mid. Leo just collecting information with the Trailblazer there. They did give up having control, but what can Wolves really do with it? They still need to get onto side. They're trying to fight towards screens, but Happyway, once again, it's just too much for them. Leo now taking over. Great positioning inside the smoke, but can he get out? Can he get that duel? Oh, Aluba holds the angle. Leo baited into that. Making it the 3v3. Spike will be planted, and now the Viper's Pit on top of it for good measure.
I think Viper's ultimate is one of the strongest in the game. It's really, really hard to trying to enter your way in there, especially, right? You have to look at the utility you have online. Don't still have that dog from Sky. But you are able to spray. Finds Darian. Finds Aluba.
Oh my god, the positioning from Spring! So good, but it looks like it's enough. I didn't quite get to see it. Yeah, more than enough time for XLG to defuse that spike. Beautiful retake. As they didn't really fight off of each other in that Viper's Pit. Taking too many single positions, allowing XLG to get one kill after another. Eventually clearing out the Viper. Such an important round for XLG and such a frustrating one for the sides of Wolves.
I mean, that does feel bad, especially with the investment of the Viper's Pit. That is tough. That does feel bad. But I mean, if you're XLG, right, what other choice do you have? Especially when you have the rounds to work with, right? You're going to spray. You're going to look to fight into that, and that's exactly what they did and came out on top this time. Like another posted up outside of A there for Wolves.
It should have been the turning point for them, but they fell apart. Leo, good for 2 before he's finally taken down by Glacier. Did have amazing series so far, but can he really take the team on his back? The 18-year-old. Raga says no. Another kill for him as they're just one by one taking this post plant apart from Wolves. 8 rounds, halftime lead extended, looking to make it 9, and no timeouts left for Wolves Esports.
I mean, I think Wolves kind of had to invest them early on, but the problem is because they weren't able to truly capitalize too much off of them, that does make it tough going into the next half when you don't have those timeouts to set you on the right track. You know, I think the beauty of having those timeouts and having a coach is that they can see things that you can't. That's harder to see when you're actively in the server. And I like the timeouts, but I'd like to see a couple more rounds on the board for me to feel comfortable. For Wolves, Happy Way just through the smoke, doing Happy Way things.
Whoa, okay. The showstopper, importantly, does come out, but No Man still finds the kill. Viper Spit removed, though, at least opening up that mid space. Is it too late? No Man's shoulder spotted, does get tagged, but is able to reposition. B Heaven. String has also been spotted by the Trailblazer there, also brought down to 75 HP. Unable to be healed up.
Yeah, I think it's tough right now. Wolves a little bit spread out, and XLG have a read on where they could be and where they can be coming from.
Yeah, it's just so hard to break these defensive lines apart now.
Like, is going to end up being this kind of A push. A little bit of an A split.
Brought down immediately. I mean, they did spot Leo, I believe. So they do have the information, but now time is an issue. 15 seconds left on the clock. They do have to commit to this site. Rarger, still an unknown factor. I believe Leo does fall, but the spike is brought down as well. And Rarger is just unstoppable. The 3K to bring down Wolves and secure a 9-3 halftime for XLG.
9-3 on your defensive half. Where have we seen this before on Split?
Oh no. Don't jinx it.
I'm doing no such thing. Unfortunately, though, I mean that does make it kind of tough for Wolves going into their next half. But we do know they've been able to put up numbers on those halves before, right? So I think I wouldn't count them out just quite yet. I think they still have things they can show us, but we talked about the mental going into it. I think XLG were able to rebound back off of that Lotus and now feeling strong going into the second half. It does make it harder when you're kind of down on that first half when you swap sides, because while again I think a half should be a hard reset, now you're thinking like, wow, I really don't have those rounds to work with that I thought I did. I don't have that comfortability. I know I can't make these mistakes. I think for Wolves right now, you got to take it one round at a time, and you have to win this pistol here.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves with their backs against the wall will need a comeback without a timeout. That means everything has sort of aligned perfectly for them. It's all on Aluba now to bring it home, as Wolves fans are still hoping for them to secure one of these direct playoff spots, but it's looking dire at the moment as we're heading into the second half of Split. XLG, after struggling quite a bit, not only in this series but throughout this second stage so far, might just get away with it once more.
I have a little bit more time to kind of sit with that and kind of ease the nerves going into a tech pause as we start this second half. So although no strat calling, that does give you time if you're Wolves to catch your breath a little bit going into the second half. And of course, if you're XLG, you're hoping that we can just get this started, keep that momentum going. Don't want too much of a break in that.
Yeah, hopefully this tech pause is not gonna be too much of an issue as we're waiting to continue on into the second half. I mean, this the series doesn't have the biggest impact on either of these teams. As I said, Wolves are already safe regarding that last spot in Group Omega, so they will even if they lose, they will end up somewhere around 4th or 5th place, depending on what All Gamers and DRG are gonna do later this day. But being able to secure a playoff spot would have been so important for them to avoid play-in stage entirely, where so much can go wrong for either of these teams. And for Wolves Esports, we said it before, it has to be a miracle run all the way. It has to be a top two placement for them in stage 2 to qualify for champs. And if you could just skip play-ins completely, that would have brought you so much closer to that goal.
If only you could skip them, but unfortunately you can't, so that puts us here. A lot of weight here on this one game. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so tough when placements are so important, right? Because while I think there's not a lot of weight on any one individual game, it all stacks up. And so, like we're saying, like for Wolves, okay, it doesn't really matter, but it does in terms of seeding. And if you're XLG, like, yeah, it actually does matter. So I think it's tough. And now that we're at the last series for them in this group stage, you know, there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, some additional information regarding the tap pause. It was a Wolves player issue. I mean, that's all I know. We do not know what type of issue it was, but it looks like we might be able to continue just shortly, as all the players are waiting to get back on the server. The change in music does confirm that we are heading back into Split. Second half, Wolves on defense now. Can they repeat what XLG have done to get us to an OT?
I mean, I said they really needed this pistol round to win, and you look at the pistol percentages for them, and that's not too promising. But if ever there were time to do it, it would be here.
Yeah, the push in mid is not bad, but the trade at least to get rid of both raises. No man, not really having a game thus far on the race.
Well, it's tough to have a game when you're shut down like that too, but did at least find the first blood, and now as they shift their way into their attacking half, they should have a good time. They have to worry about Happy Way with this.
No.
Insert. Oh,
that's insane awareness from Spring. The timing almost perfect from Yosemite, yet he's still from Happy Way rather. Yet he still doesn't get the kill. Lysor out in the open against 3! And the paranoia comes in too late from Darion. He is able to equalize the numbers, and Raga in an all-in position should not get away with his life, but he does. 15 HP.
not anymore.
Able to be healed up. Darion, the 1v2. He doesn't even go for the half. XLG, the first nail in the coffin for Wolves Esports.
That was tough. I do really think they needed that pistol round, and is a little bit unfortunate. I think though, insane positioning here, or insane awareness there from Spring. I think Happy Way had such a good position, but I think unfortunately Raga being able to survive with life there puts a little bit more pressure there on Darion. And now going into this second pistol round, you're looking at a 10-3 scoreline. don't have weapons in hand that you would like at this stage. Gonna have to have a near flawless second half for this to work, and unfortunately I don't know that this eco is gonna be the round.
Yeah. I mean, they did not go for a force here. Decide take it slow. One round after another. XLG's spots the stack, finds an open A side. They'll be able to plant the spike, most certainly out in the open as well. Just as the smoke fakes. And it's probably not gonna be much of a retake here. Just trying to go for some exit frags, but Glacier spotted early. Happy way. Just gotta be careful. Just trade some shots to the smoke, but all in all, this round, all but over.
I'm just thinking they know they're gonna have to die at least to bomb, looking for maybe a couple frags. Can't even get it. That means a couple more ult orbs, ult points on the side of XLG. Another round for the side of XLG. Another flawless for XLG.
Yeah, nothing to see here. That was to be expected. XLG winning that one. This is where it matters now. We did see a converted bonus in the first half for XLG. This must not happen for Wolves now in the second half. A convincing round would be the best for them. Oh, the flash. A bit too short. Catches Raga. He pays with his life for it. The double coverage up towards Rams does pay off beautifully, but Happyway able to find two. With the dog confirming Aluba on side as well. And they isolate him, but help is on its way. Spring already up towards A heaven.
I think Wolves looking a lot more comfortable right now, but again, Happyway's still online, and that's something you definitely have to be worried about.
Ooh, it's another separated duel though. Spring's gotta be careful.
Oh,
on the timing, Happyway catches him. Can they actually transition through vents onto B? They do fake it. I'm not even sure if if Yosemite heard that rope. It's Aluba alone on site though. They're split apart. Is this the right call? There's still a very potent position for Aluba. They're using the attacker wall for Viper though. It's a great flash, but once again it's Happyway. Spots open. Spike planted. Is this the ace? To top it all off, Happyway has found Yosemite, but he's able to drop. Leo has got to be careful. Happyway trying to wrap around 65 HP, and it's the Madman, the one and only. No, he did not do the 6-7. What a round from Happyway.
The 6-7 was just saying that I could have had 2 more kills there as well. 2 more kills there as well.
Yeah, give me throw a sage ult and a clove ult into the mix. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm good for those too. I mean, that's just heartbreaking because that round it was going so well for Wolves, but like, what are you supposed to do if you left Happyway in the server?
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he basically solo-handed XLG the win on Summit in some of these rounds. I mean, no one on the side of XLG was on the server on Lotus. They all took a little break there. But
Happyway was just resting up for a split, is what happened.
He was just taking a little breather. But he's back when it matters. Once again, leading the scoreboard for his team after that ace. It's a good TP there from Darion, though.
Nice
Oh, he's
position,
spotted, though.
but
He's
Ryga's ready
expected.
for that.
That is so unfortunate. If you cut off one head of this Hydra, another one emerges. Rarga this time around with a 3K.
Much like how we saw Wolves fall to their demise on Summit at the hands of a Rarga 3K. All down to Yosemite. Yosemite's done quite a bit of damage with a Marshall in hand, but and spots one, but knows that there's 4 to worry about.
Yeah, I mean,
All
the
but
spike.
impossible.
Well, I think Yosemite forgot the fact that this is the last round. If he,
Yeah.
he loses that duel, he has to go for it at some point. It does not matter. It is a 13-3 victory for XLG on Split, copying Wolf's success on Lotus. But in the end, it leaves you wanting more from this XLG squad. Wolves once again just falling short, but congratulations to XLG as they do make playoffs after all in Group Omega.
Congratulations, XLG. You did it. BLG did it, you did it. Congratulations. I mean, definitely well fought, and I liked how they said, like, oh, you're comfortable on Lotus, the 13-3, that's cute. Watch Split, see what happens.
Yeah, once again, off the back of this ace from Happyway, he's just an absolute legend at this point over here in VCT China to once again make playoffs a bit more, or a bit like a bit more shaky, you could say, than in previous stages. And I certainly did not expect BLG to top this group, but in the end, it's XLG still making it out once more into playoffs, as was to be expected, as the favorites of this group, and their run for champions continues.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has definitely been a strange group stage. I think there's been some rebuilds. We've seen maybe things not always panning out the way you would maybe expect them to, but I mean, at the end of the day, XLG were able to, like you said, continue that run, and I think did a great job showing up in the server here today, Crafty.
Yeah, I would have loved to get an interview with Happyway, but it looks like we are getting one with XLG's IGL coming up. I'm certainly going to be interested to see what he has to say, and we will.
Now we're getting a hello from Lexi. How are you feeling after making playoffs? He says it's definitely been difficult getting into playoffs. All of the teams that they've played have been very strong. They've had to do a lot of preparation in the short amount of time that they've had. You guys had a lot of really strong individual performances. Do you feel like the past, you guys from the past has come back? Are you guys that strong again? He says Happyway is definitely in that form again. How much do you think you've shown on Summit? How much of your potential have you shown? He says around 70%. You think the new version has had a lot of influence on you guys? He says they haven't adapted fully yet. They're not super used to it, but in general, it's not that bad. As the IGL, you help with the mental of the team. Have you been giving the rest of the team confidence as the leader? He says they do it for each other. Like if someone's not playing well, they'll help each other because they are a team, they're a family. A lot of fans have come to Changsha for you guys and to a lot of other places to watch you guys. Do you have anything to say to them? He says you guys are so dedicated. I love you guys so much. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it'll be time for the prize draw.
Well, thank you so much, Moon, for your wonderful translations as always. And I'm just so glad that we're able to have this Project Horizon to be able to, you know, bring the English broadcast to viewers, because I do think it's important, especially as we're talking about teams in that running for champs, to get an idea and a feel for how these teams are playing throughout the year. So it's nice that we have these other broadcasts.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm so glad we get to see these players also talk on stage, like about how the current state of the teams, the rosters, the league as a whole. And I mean, it's just so much fun. This is an insanely fun region, even though they may have struggled internationally in the past. I'll give you that. But it's still such a fun and entertaining region with so many great players. Of course, the ones you see on your screen right now being some of those. And I think it's interesting to see what Leo had to say to some of those points. I mean, the way they're currently struggling a bit, maybe due to them also having to go to EWC, having a bit shorter amount of preparation time. You could certainly see that in some of these maps and some of these series in stage 1 group phase so far. And I guess that goes for all the teams. EDG as well, been struggling over in group alpha.
Yeah, I think it's hard, you know, there's a lot of pressure on these teams not only to perform domestically, but like you said, internationally. So I think it's always nice getting insight, but let's listen to a little bit more what these teams had.
Heaven. Omen. We have heal. Can we come back and heal?
I'm okay, be heaven.
He's on HP. I go.
打我。
没有
他们打赢。来，跳6。
One side, one unknown.
One play?
Yes. Okay. I got a flash side. I think I'll see one in smoke. Maybe.
Okay, I gotta go in smoke.
Up.
No one. Go down.
I go big.
Go.
Happy way. Happy way,站 ，Go。Happy way，站，
干他！有。来，干他一波！来 ，Run， come。
Oh my.
Go.
Not showing out. We have up trap. Out. Nice. Let's go, bro. Let's go, boy. 他 happy 墙有缝，然后我直接打他。Leo, bro.
我故意的，我设计的。Go. 我故意的。
Well played.
Let's go. 他不知道我留这个缝啊，我故意给你打。
The players are having fun there during the comms. Happy Way probably with the biggest highlight of this map, but the MVP still goes to the most consistent player of Split, and that was Rarga with a stellar performance on the Jet.
I mean, I think too, like, especially when you bring back, you know, Summit, and as much as we're highlighting Happy Way, but rightly so. I mean, an ace this round to bring them to match point, I think clearly showed impressive stats there on Summit. But I mean, Rarga was right by his side the entire time, and so it's kind of nice to see a little bit of impact from him. I like the comms too. I like the, you know, even though yes, this meant a lot, even though yes, they were up points, I mean, they're still having fun with it. They're still everyone but Rarga standing, and Rarga said, I don't need to stand, I'm the MVP.
Yeah, he sits on his throne for this map while the rest is praising his glory. I mean, it couldn't have been a better first kill distribution. 13 first kills on the side of XLG and 3 on the side of Wolves, making this a 13-3 scoreline overall. I mean, Wolves at no point we have to say it like that. Looked like they could even hold a candle up to XLG on split. It was and just as with Lotus for Wolves, it was like an utter domination from XLG.
Yeah, I mean, really, you know, when you take this series as a whole, right, and you look at the rounds, the total rounds from each point, I mean, only 2 more rounds for the side of XLG across the series, but I think overall just, you know, looked obviously looked dominant there on split. It was close there on Summit, but I do think overall, I do think the rounds they were winning were a little bit more decisive maybe than the rounds that Wolves were winning. Their rounds weren't coming to as many like clutch moments. So yeah, I mean, I think this was a well-fought battle, a well-fought series to bring them, of course, into that second playoff spot for Group Omega. But you know, I think the bounce back after Lotus was incredible, and it really shows the mental caliber that all of these players really have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that also means that for the upcoming match between DRG and All Gamers, it will only determine seeding for play-ins, as the playoff spots have already been taken away. The winner of that match will certainly take 3rd spot in this group, but we will no longer talk about that one, as Angel and Nobi will take over for that series. It's been a pleasure casting alongside you, Kaiserin.
Likewise.
I hope to see you soon. I hope to see you guys out there soon as well. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. AG versus DRG is up next.
to me, come on.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCTCN Split 2 My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Nobi, and we are in the last game for the Alpha Group. It is AG, All Gamers, versus DRG, and unfortunately, due to the way that the last series just went, it is now the battle for third place. Nobi, how are we feeling going into this match?
This one's interesting. So, I mean, looking at the records, we've got both teams here at 2-2, and like you said, it is the battle for third place. So, I mean, regardless, none of these teams is making playoffs, but obviously, the play-ins do matter because ultimately, seeding is going to matter as well. So, as we kind of know, depending on where you place within the group stage is also where you go in the play-ins, and the bottom play-in teams will actually start further down, and play-in teams that have started that have kind of had a better record will start with a bye. So, well, I mean, it's definitely still a situation where these teams want to do as well as they can in the group stage, regardless of whether they make playoffs or not, because it just gives them the best chances.
Right. And when we do the math, remember, seeding is done by head-to-head. And this group has probably been the messiest group I've seen in the history of VCT China. And so we talk about what this match means. DRG, if they lose this match, they end as the 5th seed.
Yep.
They go from possibility of being 3rd to going straight down to 5th. On the other end of things, right, if AG win this, 3rd seed secured, they have to deal with the winner of that FPX EDG game tomorrow. For DRG, I mean, if you're in that 5th seed, win or lose, you're gonna be put up against a ridiculously tough opponent in the first round of the play-ins, and you don't want that at all. So moving into this match today, there's a lot riding for DRG.
Yeah, I think there is. I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. DRG is really the one that is has a little bit more pressure on them to win this match. But I mean, ultimately, given their recent results, they've just lost to Wolves, they lost to XLG. It's kind of a situation where I think they look a little bit more shaky right now. And so that's my big thing. I think what they need to do is kind of get themselves a little bit more confidence in themselves. I think generally DRG is a team that has had some ups and downs. Like they have looked really, really, really good at times. And then they've had times where they've looked pretty not great. So, I think ultimately they're better maps, and we'll talk about it more as we see the map veto. But they're better maps. I think they really need to lean into those. They've played more Haven this stage than they've played any other map. But really, they don't have a map that they're like, we're amazing on this. They just kind of have the maps that they play, and right. It's. I think they need to kind of have one of those,
It's a very weird situation for DRG right now because of the way that the map pool's set up, right? It used to be they were a team, they would avoid split at all costs. Well, now all of a sudden Summit comes into the mix. They don't want to play Summit. This is a team, they're very old-fashioned. They don't want to try for that new map yet. They'd rather work on what they know works. When you consider how long this core has been together, they have those core identities of how they want to play. And that moves in here. So they ban out Summit. Split's been available for the taking against a lot of these teams. They capitalize there. You talked about Haven not being a very big kind of piece. It kind of acts as a bit of a stopgap for DRG to really be able to show their fullest potential. And for All Gamers, the success that they've had throughout this year compared to the history as an org, I mean, it's a phenomenal leap up. But now we're talking about champions Shanghai. We're talking about champions here in China. We have the skirmish going on. You can see it's all smiles, but at the end of the day, business means business. And when we talk about All Gamers and the level of aim that they have, right, anyone on this team able to step up and play that, like be that star player and be that firepower when needed, that's a really scary team to go against.
Absolutely. I think it absolutely is a really scary team. And obviously we know how, I think All Gamers have a lot of aimers. I do think they have aimers on their team. We, the last match that I had personally had the absolute pleasure of casting was actually their last game, I believe against TEC. And I mean, it was just insane to see. Like, genuinely, Shrimp was insane. Kira was insane. It was an absolute treat. I loved it. Actually, it was against XLG that I had seen, and the one that ultimately they got 2-0'd on. But I mean, still, both matches were incredibly close. It was 13-11, 13-10, and honestly, it could have gone either way. Kira went nuts on Viper and Omen. And we just saw some incredible stuff overall. Bai is just insane. So I really do think that if AG is on, they're going to look like a really, really good team. And they're kind of the ones that I have favored for this match. But it's kind of just who's better on the day, you know?
Yeah. Well, it is scary sights for DRG coming into the map Vita, right? We just talked about DRG. They're gonna ban out Summit. That leaves Split open for the taking. AG absolutely playing into that. They're a team that's confident on this map. They know that DRG is weak here. A perfect opportunity to strike while the iron's hot. Get that first map out of the way. Obviously, we do have Haven waiting in the wings later on for the series, but this means DRG's playing from the back foot immediately on the get-go. Unless they can just miraculously recover and make their old permaban their new best map.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I think really Split is going to be... I think that's actually a great pick for AG. Obviously, we both know that DRG's map pool is... And that's the problem. I think, honestly, DRG's map pool is also a little bit kind of shaky, too. It's a little bit smaller than I think you would probably want for most teams, and so yeah, it may not necessarily be their permaban now, but I think that it's still a situation where they're a little bit on the back foot compared to most other VCT teams when it comes to that map. So, you know, it's good. Obviously, they are going to be starting on, I believe, Defense. So yes, we're starting on defense for this one, and ultimately that is kind of the favorite side. So that, you know, if you have any sort of, you know, consolation, it would be that. But you know, they really just need to lean into their strengths here and see if there's anything they can do. Obviously, like you said, it's a little bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, and admittedly though, the second you take the first step uphill, it gets immensely easier, right? Even if DRG don't win out on Split, there's a real world where they take Haven quite easily. We know that this is the map they've played the most throughout Split 2, so they have the most opportunity to learn and to grow and to change this map and refine it into what it should be. And then you have Lotus after that. Admittedly, it's a different play style from Haven, but there's a lot of fundamentals that still follow through. It's the same fundamentals that DRG have been so good at. It's the same fundamentals that got them out of Ascension last year after that Champions performance with XLG also there, right? So it's not out of the question to say DRG can take this. It just means they're gonna have to do it a map down.
Yeah, I believe that's actually, you know, obviously, like you said, it's doable, but the problem is, especially once you start a map down, that pressure of needing to still come back and, you know, do all these things to kind of get yourself a little bit, you know, to get yourself back on equal footing at the very least, that pressure is really, really there. And we talked a little bit just a few minutes ago about the pressure that they already are probably going to feel coming into this match in the first place. So the question is going to be, can they kind of live up to that? Can they kind of just say, hey, this pressure isn't going to get to us? How is that going to go? You know, and I think if it's a situation where, you know, they kind of succumb to the pressure, then we're definitely going to see AG come out on top here, but really depends on that.
Yeah, I think it's predominantly a pressure situation, but DRG, they've been in these issues and situations before, right? We talk about the fact that they've I think they're the only team to ever win Ascension twice, right? In the entire world. That alone speaks to the amount of pressure they can handle. This is a very experienced core who's been around the block together for years. They've been together under this DRG banner for years. There is so much opportunity for this team to grow, for this team to succeed. We do have the walkout, so we're going to be able to watch these players finally make their way to the stage. But moving focus away from DRG for a second and talking about all gamers and kind of the maybe disappointment that was not making it to London after the, kind of shock of winning kickoff and making their way through Santiago. I mean, we're now in a situation where they're guaranteed a 3rd or 4th seed. Yeah. So they're going to have to make their way through the play-ins just to get to champs. Is that something that we're expecting from them?
I mean, I think that's something that they expect from themselves. Certainly, you just mentioned that they were disappointed about the fact that they couldn't make it to London. And now, especially, also, again, like you said, the fact that Champions is literally in Shanghai this year, they are going to try everything they can. Obviously, just even having to play through the play-ins just to get to the playoffs, just to have to win the playoffs, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot, and I feel like AG are still going to try as hard as they can to try to get there. But objectively, a team that is in the play-ins is going to have a much more difficult time making it than a playoff team, just because there's less matches to play. There's less, there's overall, when you are in the play-ins, there's going to be more to anti-strat for other teams against you. There's just a lot of downsides to that,
Unfortunately, the start of the split wasn't as strong as they'd hoped. But all gamers, you can end on a win. That could be enough to give you enough room to make your way through those play-ins.
Absolutely. And it's ultimately on the flip side, it is going to be extremely important for DRG. You mentioned the fact that they are the only team to win 2 Ascension titles, and ultimately it is going to take the absolute magic that they had both times in order to make playoffs. And that's my genuine opinion, but we have seen crazier things happen in Valorant. We know it's possible. It is ultimately just going to be down to them to seize that as they come out here onto the stage and hopefully secure themselves a better, as good of a spot in the plans as they possibly can.
We have DRG making their way to the stage as well. We already know that map 1 will be split. We start talking about what agents could look like. It's really hard to know, right? Because this map is so often avoided by DRG. But
true, and man, split is just one of those maps though where I feel like it can be really snowbally. If you have especially if you win out, if you win a pistol and then win a bonus, it can snowball really, really quickly. I feel that way about Split and Ascent, and I feel like there's a lot of, you just overall see a lot of that on those maps. So you never know what could happen. We could see, again, if one team is not on today, if AG's not on today, we could see DRG win Split, and that would be, as surprising as that would be, it would also put them in a really, really good position. So, I'm curious.
We talk about, quote unquote, being on one and warming up into the series. I think that's a really key thing as well with this Split game, right? Maybe it's for DRG not about winning Split. It's about keeping yourselves online on Split long enough for everyone to really warm up into the game. So that way, when it's time for Haven, you can really hit the ground running. There's a lot that's going into this map besides just winning the map itself that you have to take into account. So you see the huddles, you see from the side of DRG that level of urgency. They know that they have something here, AG as well. They want to end things on a high note. Celebrations are off and everyone is to the tables.
Yep. And there's only so much time left until these players have to face the music. And ultimately, That, I feel like, is what's going to make this whole series really a treat to watch, regardless of who wins. I'm just excited to see some good Valorant being played. Desperate Valorant, so to speak, right? Teams that are desperate to make put themselves in a good spot. Teams that are desperate to make champs. Teams that are desperate to prove their own worth to themselves, to everyone else. And that ultimately is what's going to make this match amazing. So I can't wait for it. To be honest, last match was a barn burner. I'm hoping for a barn burner too. I'm not sure if my production exactly is, but
I mean, listen, a barn burner is going to be a barn burner regardless, and it's going to be fun to watch. We talk about agents finally up on our screens, and it's practically the same across both ends. DRG opting to send spirits onto the Waylay instead of the Raze. I think it makes sense when you consider what this team is good at. Use the utility from the Waylay, send in spirits, have them come back. Yep, WMOG. That's what we need. But you know, that's confidence for DRG right there.
Yeah, right. Like clearly they are just here to have fun, right? And you know what? That's scary. That is scary. So teams that play like they have nothing to lose end up usually, looking a little bit better than we previously thought. So, but I mean, what did you think? I know it flashed up on the screen for a little bit there, but what did you think of those comps?
I mean, it's the same comp, right? The only difference is one team, in the case of All Gamers, they put Kira on Raze, the other one they put Spirits on Waylay. It's a very standard split comp, right? We love running the double controller. We love just leaving Viper over towards one side of the map to lurk by ourselves in gun rounds. But yeah, we talk about probability and win rates. AG 88% win rate. DRG not been looking too great on the split, but we're off to the races. Pistol round. Life looks to be the first contact here for DRG over towards this B site, just holding around this garage choke point. Let's take that first tap. Nothing ends up rewarded. Has to use that cloud burst and walks away with that first kill on Kira, but there's a quick trade by Fangir over towards A.
And that's excellently played there. And at the same time, Shrimp is going to go ahead and send a guiding light over into mid past that wall just to get any information as to who might be in vent. Doesn't quite get anything, but at the very least understands and maybe even kind of telegraphs to DRG, hey, we might be looking to explore mid. They don't at the moment, but it looks like there's going to be one more on B. So that site's going to be bolstered up too, and they're this point going to be a little bit more prepared for who's going into the site. That's an excellent angle there. And Bai is going to look to trade, and he does excellently. And now a 2v2 in the cards. Bai sitting at 10 HP though.
Oh no.
And Verse knows. 1v2 situation now for GRQ.
And he's got them isolated, right? He can play around these angles as long as Nick and Verse don't peek at the same time. This could be enough, but he goes swinging, and there was Verse sitting and holding, waiting for his time to strike. It's given them the space. Verse can now tap. They know where Nick could possibly be holding from, and they get it done. GRQ, no 2v1 allowed, and DRG walk away with the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a great pistol for them to win. I think that it was actually really close. We had seen some crazy kills there by, and it kind of almost saved them, but unfortunately, GRQ wasn't able to come up with it there at the end. Some sheriff shots going by the wayside, and that is going to be as good of a start as DRG probably wanted there for them to win that first round. Now they're going to, of course, look to come out here on top with this anti-eco without really getting too much, getting too many guns away there. Vukushu, what a shot. Oh my God. Yeah, we've seen some excellent positioning, some excellent spam from this guy, even in the 2 rounds that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, Vukushu, excellent timing on that spray through the smoke. Does have to walk away due to the paint shells thrown out by Kira, but if Nick gets a great timing here, that could be disastrous, but it was being held by both sides. Thankfully, weapon advantage is enough, so AG not going to walk away with too much, just a couple kills for their trouble as the second round goes the way of DRG. But with all of the rifles, the Bulldogs and the Guardian being recovered here, it does mean that things are going to start to snowball pretty quick.
Oh yeah,
in terms of this bonus.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, the fact that that round was more or less clean is a little bit of a scary prospect, but at the same time, you know, we would still generally expect all gamers to come out on top here. But like you said, I mean, just even taking a look at the weapons that are online, there's still a Guardian, there's still 2 Bulldogs, and there is still a decent amount of shield coming out from everyone here on this team. So really just depends on how it's played, more or less.
It's now back towards this B-sided default for AG. They're just really trying to work the map, get these rotations, see if there's any sort of reaction in mid. And Nick does go peeking for just a quick moment before the smokes realign themselves. B once again the focus. Garage cleared out. AG, though, I mean, they're playing slow, and with DRG not giving up any peaks early, it's kind of left them in the dark about what this setup is. So DRG, they have life and spirits over towards this A site, really just trying to game plan for this, and the call's been made.
Wait, yeah, Nick. So Nick pulled a Trailblazer into B. Didn't see anything. That actually prompted 2 rotations onto A. So now they're walking into the stacked site. The stack trade's beautiful, but it doesn't matter. Spirit and Verse
just mow them down and over towards Heaven. Sure, you get the control, but how are you going to bring that to site? You have 15 seconds. You have to just run out. With no time, no peaks being given. Life on a Guardian just tapping away into Heaven brings DRG a bonus round in a map we weren't even expecting them to win.
And they all swing one by one and get taken out there. And that is definitely not the way you want your bonus round to go. So unfortunate. Life just literally getting 3 swings one by one, and it's not great. So now AG once again on the back foot here economy wise. They've only got bandits and stingers to work with. But honestly, I think that round, their big mistake was, I'm not even mad at the rotation. I'm mad at the fact that they didn't even insert one. They just gave them free info as to where these players were. And obviously DRG completely rotated off the back of that to the point where they had a site stacked before AG was even able to entry.
And the big advantage with stacking a site is you have so much utility to stop any sort of push. So speaking of stacks, you have 2 players, make it 3 actually, over towards Heaven, which is where AG wants to try and send what little utility they have left. But a spam from buy, it does, or spam onto buy, it means that this fight is going a little bit sideways for AG. And now Kira, a 1v4, completely lost over towards tower. If you can walk away with 1, you'll be happy, because at the very least you could sneak away with an upgrade.
That's very true. They definitely want that upgrade. And of course, Kira, no stranger to absolutely insane plays, but location going to be telegraphed as he chooses to leave B main and potentially just re-wrap into mid. But DRG are just definitely going to be able to get ahead of this one. You see a flash sent into B main as well, and that's going to pretty much completely give away that info. So you can see all 3 of these players now walking over towards mid. They're going to be expecting a position like this. Kira with 1, the trade is instant. And honestly, for an eco round, that went about as good as you would probably hope for AG, as 2 guns remain for
2
for DRG. I mean, it's honestly, I think they could have played that a lot better.
Sure, DRG could, but I love that 3v1 out from DRG, right? What's the one thing we always say when it's a 1v3? Just peek them one by one, just give them ones. DRG opt against that. They're okay with giving up the map if it means that they stay together and trade together, and it works out perfectly in their favor. They keep that lead, they keep that round one strong. Operator out in the hands of Life, and a quick dash in towards mid. Ultimate's trading every which way, and Life still walks away +1 despite the showstopper taking out Vukashu.
What a crazy op shot to start. and manages to even get another one with that Sheriff additionally, and is now on this B main line holding. And at this point, All Gamers want absolutely no part of that. They are just going to opt to leave by now trying to re-explore mid as the rest of the team hovers over towards the A site. The shots are coming out, but the waylay dash is there. They're out.
Yeah.
You can see the rest of the team is just gone.
Yeah, right. Make their way immediately through A. They walk down sewers for most of it. That A site's completely clear, right? So it's that 4v3 retake. Life sitting all the way at the back of B site. It's going to be a very long time before he can really get involved here in this round. But GRQ back over towards screens. Bladestorm committed for life, so he's going to have to try and make something happen here. Maybe get a quick entry that's going to give Nick and co over towards ramp a lot more space to work with. But Bai's holding towards main.
Yeah, and there's a lot of players here. That's a great hell angle there from Bai, but the flash is good as well. Life is on a tear, 3 on the round, and it cannot get done. What a retake. It was so quick, and the trades were instant despite managing to get one on the site there. Such a good use of the flash is they swung right off of it, and unfortunately, no one on All Gamers was able to trade either, and you've got to wonder when we might see a timeout. I mean, that's a crazy op shot. Oh my goodness.
Just in the smoke. In the poison orb. Just beautiful. And like you said, some really great shots out from Life, just having an absolute ball over towards mid with that operator. And it keeps this lead 5-0, right? Starting on the defense, the favored side on split. The trades, the fundamentals are solid for DRG thus far. Really,
absolutely. This is what I mentioned. This is what I mentioned earlier when I said that momentum was huge on this map, more so than the other maps, because once you win that bonus, it becomes really, really easy to snowball. And now all of a sudden, All Gamers have to ask a whole lot of questions and are just ultimately going to feel shakier and question their decisions more. And that's something that's a real dangerous prospect here when it comes to the future of this map overall.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, DRG being very proactive and getting information and taking space, right? It allows them to be a lot more liberal with how they stack, right? 3 over towards Garage, and that's because of the space that Spirits once held. Pop flash out, trying to swing in. Nick trying to take care of GRQ, does get that, but there's a quick trade from Bai. Versus looking for more and allows Life to swing in and get that trade. Plus another one onto Fangir over towards Heaven. A third onto Shrimp, almost a 4th as well, but Versus there steals it instead. He's hype about that. 3 kills on the round, a huge way to bring that momentum forward and get DRG a 6th.
Oh, and it's going to be so scary if we start seeing some insane shots like that going into the rest of this here. Life.
Show me that.
Seems to...
Show me this.
Goodness,
God.
what a shot. Insane stuff. And I think he would have got that 4th kill too, regardless of what happened.
Yeah, he was ready.
Yeah, he's up off of his seat and clearly he's excited.
He's averaging 2 kills per round.
Utterly insane. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Whoa, what a timing. No way. Fangir actually misses barely misses the head. Yeah. That's so unfortunate. And they're just going to literally go right into B. That paranoia is good. Wow. Fukashu finds the kill onto Kira. And is going to look for more. Going to reposition here. Off of the spit, and they're just gonna swing right out of there. One found, second one isn't there, but Verse ready for the trade. And unfortunately, it is just so rough here. All Gamers yet to claim a single round, and look at this shorty. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I mean, outside of that, just a phenomenal play out from DRG thus far. A 7-0 lead, All Gamers taking the first timeout. And this is partially when you have to start questioning, is this too late for the first timeout? I mean, DRG already walk away from this half as the winners, regardless of how these next 5 rounds go.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is actually really, really late for a timeout. I think they should have popped one at like 5-0, you know, like I think they should have popped one at least like 2 rounds before this, and that would have been so much better. It's just rough for them. But I think as far as what they need to discuss, ultimately it's just going to come down to how much respect they are giving DRG, especially being the attack team right now. I think that they need to just kind of lean into the go kill mentality just a little bit more. Not a crazy amount, but they need to do it enough to where they can kind of just rely on some of these players here that are on their team, because we know that they have shooters. You know, Kira is insane. Bai is nuts. You know, and like ultimately right now, obviously, like GRQ and Shrimp are just simply not there. They're 0-7, you know, but you know, you would expect that these players who we know, you know, their capabilities can, you know, we'd expect them to be put in positions where they can actually capitalize off of things. And that's not the start you want there. Life managing to claim that op kill.
Yeah, and now it puts Bai in a really awkward spot. They know that there's the potential for at least someone to be working their way up towards ramp, and Vukashu gets that alongside Spirits. They're able to take out Bai, and it means that AG, once again, a 3v5, opening duels not going their way. And with Bai out of the round, the focus of the fragging goes to Kira. Maybe GRQ or Shrimp could get a trade, but Spirits over towards stairs. Gonna get snuffed out by the Trailblazer.
Wow. Yeah, here comes the convergent pads.
Go in, Spirits. Why don't you take care of GRQ? Just make it even harder for AG to put kills on the board. Now a 2v5. Shrimp trying to get something done at the last minute. Sure, you're able to trade out Kira, but was it ever really a question? DRG get to 8.
Yeah, this is not the result that AG wanted
after a
out of their timeout. That one is rough. And what I used of the convergent pass, and also I must say, excellent discipline to be able to know, like, yeah, they're all slowed, but it doesn't matter. I'm still only going for one, because these players we know that how apt they are at trading, and man, that's utterly devastating.
And it means another eco, right? We see it now as DRG are knocking on the door of a 9th. Another round where it's bandits, a sheriff, maybe one guardian for Fangir, see if he can find something. And Life has so much control. He commands half of this map alone with his operator, and how sharp it's been throughout this first half.
All right, and one thing I want to commend DRG for is their amazing rotations. They have been excellent at knowing when to rotate here. And as you can see, all gamers, actually, we might see DRG kind of post up here. Actually, never mind. They look to be able to entry, but I was going to say, DRG are generally pretty quick, or have been pretty quick on the uptake. But now, honestly, this is probably the best position that all gamers have been in to start out. Whoa, wait, I just saw a dink. But Fangir still manages to get one. The trade is there. Now a 4v4 in this retake here. We see a lot of all gamers players sitting over towards ramp.
Look at that. Life trying to get active with that operator. Not to happen. Has to do too much swinging for his liking. Should end up being a swap sometime soon. Vukashu able to take care of Bob, but with GRQ getting that trade, Life has to use that Sheriff, has to go in, and now the stick needs to come through. If Shrimp can find that kill, that could be enough.
Wait, that's time. Yeah, there's no time left. It's so unfortunate, and all of a sudden, all gamers managed to claim a kill off of absolute heroics. That was honestly, even though they won that round, it
everyone goes
particularly down. Give me a whole lot of confidence going into that. Everyone fell, and that's a great shot from Fangir, but I mean, I think ultimately DRG just kind of took a little bit too long to actually get things going there.
For sure, and that's true, but to be fair to AG, no rifles, right?
True.
They did that without any rifles. Now, everyone's feeling more confident. You got that first round on the board. That's the hardest round to get in any series, is that first. Fangir's online. He has that operator again, and this time no random jump peeks out into life. So, significantly more potential here as the poison orb would drop.
But yeah. Look at Fangir's position here. That boombot gonna do wonders, and
oh no,
shot isn't landed, and what a flash. Trades are so damn good, and now, I mean, everything seems to be just kind of scattered right now. GRQ managing to find a kill, so it's a 2v2, but the spike is nowhere near, and he's gonna go ahead and use from the shadows to go ahead and grab it. And it looks like both players on All Gamers are just going to go ahead and reconvene towards mid. But the question is, where do they go from here? Both DRG players on opposite sites. GRQ has 19 health.
Yeah. Well, right now, the more time you can burn off this clock, the more paranoid life is going to be, right? With that operator, can't watch too many angles at the same time, has a really good chance of getting timinged, and you can see it right now. He's getting a little nervous, getting a little scared as to what's possibly on the other end. With that wall up, he knows, he saw the gun barrel, and as soon as that drop hit, able to take care of GRQ. Now it's just up to Bai and swings right into the crosshair. Life is just feeling too good right now.
Oh yeah, what a reposition to be able, like you said, he saw the gun barrel, and that's just unfortunate. Like literally it barely peeked through, but it did nonetheless, and was able to get that kill, instantly reposition over to main, understanding that time was low, knowing that unfortunately Bai was just kind of in a situation where he had to cross over into the site quick.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate.
That's a crazy stat.
Mm-hmm.
It's the pistol win round rate, absolutely ridiculous. The damage that these players have done throughout these rounds. And now we're on that final eco. Life a little bit scared, but saved by spirits. It does mean that, sure, you're able to get this plant down. You're able to use that Viper's Pit to your advantage, especially over towards screens. It's a lot of space to be given. You don't have the numbers, and you don't have the weapons. You have to hope that these close-range Buckies and Stingers can do the job.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real difficult one, but honestly, if I'm AG, I want shotguns here. It's because it's close, but of course Spirit is just kind of on the case here, and you can see potential swing out. The TP is good. Now they're gonna start to ask some questions.
No
GRQ finding one. The trade is there though from Nick, and there goes the defuse as well. 10-1. And that's already a scary scoreline, but for a potential 11-1, that is an even scarier prospect here. And I mean, I mentioned kind of the snowballiness of Split. I did not think we would see this kind of scoreline.
No, this has been an absolutely ridiculous scoreline that we're looking at right now, especially in this favor, right? The fact that DRG is up 10-1. And it's all good vibes. Everyone's happy. I mean, why wouldn't you be? But insane possibilities now. Last round. It's kind of a Hail Mary out from All Gamers over towards A. Oh, Spirits, don't do it.
Nope, don't you dare.
Nope, not again. Oh.
Showstopper out there. Shows the showstopper. Looking for it. Kira has got to get something off the back of this and manages to do so. Spirit falls. Trade is instant though from Nick, and now Bai's gonna look to do something here. Trailblazer destroyed, and that paranoia is good as well. Absolutely nothing that Bai can do. Life is stabbing him in the back. It's a 4v2 now. As Kira and Shrimp, the last ones to stand, the last ones to defend here and try to play time as much as they can. But here comes the retake. Wow. Life is good for it. Looking for more. Verse as well is on Heaven, and they post up ready to take the kills, and an 11-1 half for Dragon Ranger Gaming is pretty much exactly what they wanted. I mean, the map is all but one for them, and hopefully that's not a caster curse, but
I mean, let's just talk about this half from life, right? We won't even have to worry about the attack side right now. He got 18 kills in 12 rounds. He was averaging a kill and a half per round, meaning no matter what, you were playing a 4v5 from the get-go for all gamers. DRG coming out absolutely swinging into halftime. A 10-round lead. Now, to be fair, we've seen it at every level of competition now, a 11-1 lead get blown. But I feel like that kind of hinges on all gamers winning a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I honestly ultimately think that it came down to Life's oppressiveness on that op. I mean, that was just utterly insane. Just because of the fact that they were literally just every single time. It seemed like he just knew where they would go every round. I mean, we'd see rounds where he'd sit mid and get a kill. We'd see rounds that he was like sitting on A and we're just kind of waiting. Like, kind of seemed like he was just ready in every sort of situation, and it's scary when you have a player that has reads like that. And so, you know, going into this attack side, of course, all gamers are going to need to start out well. They are going to pretty much need to win the pistol if they want a solid chance at winning this map. And for one round to kind of be the determining factor, it's a little bit scary.
Oh, for sure. And we can look at the just sheer statistical dominance from Life throughout this first half, and the amount of 3Ks he got, the amount of times he was bare minimum getting 2 kills. Absolutely ridiculous.
Agreed.
Now we move into that second pistol, and all gamers, it looks like they want to fight out ramp, and it's the right call to make. Let's see if the shots land.
Yeah. And one important thing to mention here that we're actually getting as a statistic. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm actually going to wait to mention that because we do have a fight going on here. This is also the strong side. Spirit with an excellent entry. And look at the, what in the world? Fengear dies to fall damage on Jet. That's insane.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt, definitely. And we now have a moment of respite, but
no
Kira
way.
saves it, gets 3. It's a 2v2 now. This has all of a sudden become winnable. Spam is out. Vukashu has barely any HP. Kira looking to save them.
On for the ace.
And there go the paint shells. Verse with 1 and clutches it out. Verse manages to save it and pretty much just steal away any hopes that all gamers had of winning this map. Kira goes absolutely nuclear, but unfortunately not enough. Gets 3 and 4 and cannot manage to find the ace, unfortunately falling to that classic right click. Free gun, by the way.
Free gun. And it's match point for DRG.
And
they're taking it all back to A. They just won on the pistol. They can do it again here. AG, it has to be that force buy. Hope that maybe with the sharp aim from Kira, that would be enough. It's a good dink out of Fengear through the corner. Spirits is low, but has to give up that space thanks to that paranoia.
Yeah, and at this point, all gamers just trying to force up as much as they can. But it's still certainly a little bit of a scrappy one.
Oh yeah,
Kira really the only person who can manage to buy anything good off the back of that insane 4K.
Don't disrespect the stinger. It will slap you in the face when you least expect it.
Exactly. Yeah, that gun tends to be the most effective when you expect it not to be.
Yeah, and we talk about information. All gamers, they have all this info towards A. They know it has to be towards B. Fangir, it's just about playing your life now, buying time for those rotations, but the whip from Kira, that's going to be a little drastic, but there's buy with the Bandit, and Fangir can walk away with 2 as well. It's a 1v2 now, but who else but Life to be in the clutch, to bring things to a close for DRG. If it happens now, we go straight away to Haven. He's not aware of Shrimp just yet.
I think he is just a little bit. He might expect it, but we may see a timing here. Tap of the spike once again, and it's just going to be low, but they're playing, they're biding their time.
Has to be a plant now, but he takes care of Shrimp.
Too!
Has enough time.
Has to get it done, and the spike plant is there, expecting these players. Whoa, hold on a minute. GRQ. We know what you can do, and manages to get the kill. Excellent smoke. And manages to see all gamers fighting another day, another round. But, man,
terrifying round.
Yeah,
terrifying
it's so
round.
Close. It's
all
so,
the way
so
through.
Close.
I mean, listen, you have to respect the work that AG was able to put into that round to get them into that 2v1 position. And, you know, sure, it came down to that 1v1, but you trust in GRQ. You move forward. You say, you know what? We can build and come back into this game 1 round at a time. And now you look at the position from DRG because they chose to buy up, because they had all right to. They won that pistol. It's them on the eco now. They're back down to, you know, the bandits, the ghost, the sheriff. Fangir gets to get a little bit of a break with an outlaw.
Very true. So now all of a sudden, all gamers, the ones that are in a great position here, Fangir looking to just get one, get out, as he's sat at 15 HP. And I think they know. So they're just going to go ahead and chase. Life is so quick on the uptake here.
Shrimp.
He's got an excellent timing, and he's waiting in CT, but I don't know if he expects this. The timing is so rough, and he's going to go and get the kill. So now upgrades are found, and GRQ is going to have to back off, play just a little bit more passive than before. But the 1v1s are good.
Outlaw picked out from Life. That's going to be a bit of a problem, especially considering the shields from Kira, but it doesn't matter. Vi's on the site, and a jumping shit's not enough.
Bukashu manages to get a crazy set of kills there too, and split with just a sheriff. Insane stuff, and DRG managed to get themselves 1 map up, and we mentioned this before the game started, but they whatever team gets themselves that 1 map, the other team is going to be in so much worse of a position. And we had gotten a statistic earlier from our team, and it was that if AG lose, XLG managed to instantly qualify for champs.
Yes.
So that right there is a crazy statistic. Of course, AG now all of a sudden they're in so much worse of a position. They lost their mat pick. What was that? 13-2?
Yeah.
I mean, it was just completely dominant the entire time. Even the rounds that all gamers won, it wasn't particularly convincing.
No. The rounds that AG were able to bring across were those 1v1 moments, the moments in the clutch after the spike was planted, where you were able to get that kill in just enough time to deny the defuse. Like, it didn't inspire confidence, but if this is how DRG are playing, which we've seen them play to this level before, it's really hard to contend, especially on a map where you're expecting it to be a lot easier and DRG to not be putting up nearly as much of a fight, considering how much they tried to avoid this map in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this is just insane, but let's go ahead and listen to the team comms that we got going on here.
Can you walk down? No. 小军跟防能过，别 take timing， 一人都，哎，来的。接着120 ，nice。I don't know, no info。不是，我觉得他在滚防，兄弟。Kevin，我这里。80。哎，立刻别死，立刻掉包点了，去包点了，立刻别死。TF 刚拿我有枪位，讲 CD 就行了。不带逼的，啊，不带逼，转一把。 我们3个一起换你，不用管 B 的。我拿个 hold。No I see。左边。Nice bro。没事兄弟。
我一个螃蟹不帮你们拉枪线，你们的补枪呢？
螃蟹不兄弟。右外 wiper， get range。哎，右边，看，看加 B， 要加 B， 去接二楼，兄弟们，去接二楼，还有走，nice， 还有两个，还有下来了 ，nice shot， 兄弟，我接的不好吗？太帅了。
Yeah, who else but Life to be the MVP for this match? 387 ACS, a KD of 3, 8 multi-kill rounds. I mean, that is ridiculous work out of Life.
Yeah, that's just utterly insane. I mean, a 3 KD in a tier 1 match has got to leave you feeling great. And the utter insanity started even just from that very initial Guardian round where he managed to get 3, and ever since then, honestly, the gears just kept turning. You know, it just never stopped. And I mean, there's so many highlights to pick from. I don't know how production managed to do it.
I think you just started going at the pistol round, and you're just recapping the entire game, but only from Light's POV.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there are a whole lot of rounds to recap. So, you know, there's that, I suppose.
22-9.
Yeah, that's just insane. That's just utter insanity. And as we see, 2-13 loss for AG. And honestly, it was a map where I would have liked to see some more players step up. Honestly, you know what? Not even. I don't even think it was an individual problem for all gamers. No. I really just think that ultimately it was down to the fact that they really just didn't play that well as a team. And I think that was their issue the entire time, especially on that attack half. They really just were not able to keep any map control whatsoever. DRG just kind of disrespected them the entire time, and they kind of didn't really show them that disrespect back. And I feel like that was a big problem. So at the same time, though, Vukashu did excellently.
Yeah, look at that cast rating.
Yeah, I mean,
100% cast.
That's just nuts. That's just nuts. I mean, 4 KD, 100% cast. I mean, these are stats that I'm seeing in ranked. Like, you've got to be joking.
Only Vukashu would be able to put up stuff like this. But we talk about now map 1 coming to a close, map 2 being on the horizon. Remember, that's going to be Haven, and that's DRG's own pick. A chance for XLG to automatically qualify to champions here in Shanghai. There's just a little bit of time. We'll be back right after this break.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Project Horizon. And what a first match we just saw from DRG. I mean, a 13-2 scoreline is utterly insane. And they're going to look to continue that as we head into their map pick. But ultimately, what do you think of their chances here going into this one? Especially kind of after what the absolute domination that we just saw on Split.
Well, considering that it was AG's map pick and DRG just went 13-2 on a map that they barely play, if ever, that's pretty impressive in its own right. Now we move into Haven, the map where DRG have played the most of, so sure, it gives AG a lot of time to anti-strat, but on the other hand, DRG basically know this map like the back of their hand at this point. So there's a real world where we're talking about XLG going to Champ Shanghai no matter what at the end of the day. A world where DRG work their way into the 3rd seed, and sure, that means they're still going to have to go through the play-ins, but you know what? It's at a lot easier of a time. And remember, being that 3rd seed and winning just 2 best of 3s qualifies you for playoffs. That's it. You just need 2 best of 3s as the 3rd seed, and one of those is going to be against like a 5th seed. So very, very easy workings there. Yeah. There's a really good chance for DRG to make their way into the playoffs, and then it really starts to get serious and we start having conversations about champs.
Yeah, I think the momentum coming, especially like after you 13 to a team, especially if this next map is dominant from them as well, they're going to go into whatever series that they have next with an incredible amount of confidence. And I feel like that is extremely important for a team like DRG, you know, a team that historically has always, you know, objectively Ascension teams, the guest teams, so to speak, are always on the back foot, right? You know, in terms of the fact that, you know, they've always had to historically worry about getting knocked back down into, you know, back into tier 2 and having to fight their way. They have always been on the back foot compared to partner teams. So DRG are no stranger to that. And you mentioned how like this team is kind of just like together, super together, through thick and thin, through Ascension, through all that stuff. And That's really important, you know. So they are no stranger to hardship. The entire tier 2 circuit is just insane, and to be able to like win that twice is nuts. So, you know, I think they're, you know, the fact that if they can get a 13-2, and especially if they can get a dominant win in this series, they're going to go into really, I think, the rest of this entire play-in stage, and maybe in even the playoff stage, in, you know, really, really confident spot.
Oh yeah, and that's what you're looking for if you are DRG, is to build that confidence. And for AG, likewise, right? You want to be able to say that you were able to end the split with a positive win-loss record to bring yourselves into a good position moving into the play-in. So there's still a chance for that to happen. You're going to have to go back to back. You're going to have to now play from the map down that we thought DRG was going to have to do. But nonetheless, it's still possible, and you can still do it, and we've seen you do it before. So it hasn't been perfect, but now as we get those agents up on our screen for Haven, now we're getting some mogging from the All Gamers camp. But yeah, it's Haven. So I mean, surely it's going to be 5 duelists on both sides, and no standard comps with, you know, double initiator, or maybe a double controller with a Viper setup, Sova Jet, Cypher.
Yeah, look, well, if I'm All Gamers, I am in full. I'm just full tilt. I'm locking in. Yeah. Like it is a situation where they need to just kind of say, hey, look, that was embarrassing. We need to, like, this map needs to be a stomp from us. And looking at this comp, I'm seeing a Neon, I'm seeing a Phoenix, and I am a fan. I'm really, really into the Phoenix, especially with the tier 1 comps. I feel like he gets so much value for such a simple character, especially with the run it back. Being able to pretty much be a human drone and that can actually shoot a gun is amazing. And the fact that you get that up so often is really, really important. So GRQ, I'm a fan of that, but ultimately, I'm not necessarily too surprised at the comps either. This is definitely going to be one that, you know, both teams are familiar with.
Yeah, and it's a map that both teams are familiar with, but this DRG comp, I'm a little concerned. I know obviously they've played it before, and they know its strengths and weaknesses, but against this very strong double duelist that AG is bringing out, right? The very limited information you get with the Sky should serve to be a bit of an issue. You're once again just resting on mechanically being better than AG, which you did kind of just do, but to then do it again across another set of 24 rounds, that's a different beast entirely.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that this whole situation is going to be very interesting because we're seeing double duelists on both sides, right? On the side of DRG, we're seeing double entry, and for AG, we are seeing that Neon Phoenix come out, and both sides have sufficient flashes, so that is one thing, but ultimately, it is all going to be down to the wire now for All Gamers as they look to establish dominance on attack Haven here. They start out towards C, the Cypher site, but look at where DRG are. There's no one towards A. Everyone is fast rotate at the minute C, so we're going to see this trip get broken, and everyone is going to start to rotate, or at least try to flood. Vukashu manages to get a kill through the smoke. That's insane! And Spirit takes an excellent timing. Here comes the utility. They're all falling one by one, and DRG start off right where they left off, and that's one player found in Garage, but it seems to be only a consolation.
5 kills, a minute, a ghost, and a dream.
Yep.
You know, that's all Shrimp needs.
Exactly.
So, you know, All Gamers, it was a nice idea to try and push out through Garage, but ultimately, DRG, once again, proving their defensive prowess by rotating. Right, we've seen their defensive rotations throughout this series so far be absolutely phenomenal. We know what they're able to do on this side of the map. And Shrimp, at this point, just trying not to die empty-handed. Wants at least one more for the road. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what a flood, though. That was an incredible flood. Even if that first kill wasn't found there, I think... I mean, look at this. That's just insane. That she's killed through the smoke. But I think regardless, their flood was pretty much at the same time. You see, Life managed to get that stun onto default, and Spirit just instantly dashed off of that, and they managed to play it really, really well. So I'm a big fan of the way they approached that retake, or rather the flood. And going forward, I think that they're probably going to continue to lean into that play style a little bit more on defense.
Oh, Life. I mean, this is a devious angle. Thankfully for all gamers, no one's really looking to try and challenge you on long, at least not right now. Maybe Fengyr does something later.
Oh yeah, and Kira spotted out over towards short, and that's one kill from Life. And of course, now he's going to expect Kira to be on this side of the map, but the rest of all gamers are heading over towards C, so they're ready. The smoke is out. Life manages to get the kill. There goes the paranoia. And decent position now for all gamers. At least they are able to get the spike down, and they may just be sitting close to the smoke. They're just chilling. One found, and Shrimp manages to get the trade, but Spirit is on the case, and there goes the other kill with the Ghost, and they managed to grab that defuse without too much trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of standard anti-eco, right? You lose 2, you keep all your guns. Just like we saw in Split, where DRG were able to snowball really effectively. The round that we're looking towards now is the bonus, right? You keep a lot of those guns, you still have an outlaw in the hands of Vukashu, which you're going to be able to use to really defend mid, which AG might see as a big priority. You have that opportunity. Ultimately, probably not going to go for it. Instead, just play things a more default style. But, I mean, Spirits does buy up to a Vandal here, so considering this A fight is going to be hefty, AG might be in trouble.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a scary flash right there. And one thing that I think is going to be necessary is, like you said, defaulting. I think AG that's going to be the better way to approach things, only because of the fact that it seems like DRG's spread, it just seems to change round by round, and that's a unfortunate way to get forced off of a position in Garage. But it looks like DRG are going to more or less just bolster up C at the moment, while the other 2 players look to establish map control, or really at this point just Life establishing map control over towards A, playing a little bit further up, and this drone going to look to go ahead and clear him out. I'm not sure if it will. It does. And it scans him, and he will fall. So that is going to be A, more or less left completely open. And the question is all gamers going to stay there?
I love this play from DRG. Don't just take the bait and immediately run to A. See if you can find some of these lurking players. That's the first onto buy, and with the swap onto the Vandal, Verse can take care of 2. Sure, Spirits is able to get that trade, or to be traded out, but at what cost? Verse gets to go on a tear, take care of 3, and now in the 2v2, Vukashu and Nick, so much space to work with, a chance to upgrade weapons, and they've given up the spike plant, but with Trapwire still available on C, so much time to reposition.
I was going to say this is their opportunity, but honestly, it needs to be played well. Nick manages to find one, and it's a 2v1. Kira, 24 HP, has got to get this kill onto Vukashu first before handling anyone else, and he's going to look to go ahead and try to take this reposition onto long, try to get this kill, but it looks like Vukashu is out and manages to get the kill. Plays it well, expects the TP onto platform, and is good for the kill, manages to claim the bonus, and that is, like we said, a scary prospect, because here come a string of rounds that, honestly, AG did not want DRG to get.
Yeah, and, you know, credit to Vukashu here. He's on his comfort agent. We know that he loves this cipher. It is by far his favorite agent, and can absolutely play his life, play his utility, trade his teammates, lurk around the map with absolutely no regard. Fangir's already deep up A.
Interesting. Because that flash is... Wait.
Oh, no.
Wait, oh my god, yeah, he's got complete info. No way! Nick manages to find the kill, and the stun is in short. GRQ gets another, and that is an absurd walk up there over in long. Spam is there. Fangir actually manages to get another.
Wow.
If DRG win this round, I don't know what to say.
I mean, it would be a 2v5, and on the hardest site to retake at that, I think you're calling your losses.
Yeah.
Just going ahead and saving.
And Shrimp is full wrapping to boot, so this is interesting because if they don't expect this, we could see both fall potentially.
Well, I mean, thankfully they're starting to come wise to sort of wrap. You can see Spirits is holding, so Shrimp will fall, and that will be the save confirmed. So AG might start the hunt. They're sending by that way, at least just to pick up a rifle. So upgrades available for AG. They get their first round on the board, and admittedly, it's a lot earlier this time as opposed to Split.
Very true. And now all of a sudden, with one round on the board, like you had said back on Split, one round is the hardest to get. And once you do that, getting more just becomes a little bit easier. You know that you can, okay, we can get one, you know? And I'm a huge fan, like I said, I'm a huge fan of the way Fangir kind of just walked up there, took an excellent timing, but I'm not a fan really of the lack of space that DRG took there on long. It resulted in Fangir being able to walk up in the first place. Now you can see Life here on this op line.
Just waiting. That's the run it back immediately used. Sure, GRQ's run it back doesn't find much value, but it does force the reposition out of Life. And that alone is huge, but Spirit's still able to go for one, plus a little extra on the back end. Verse finds two and is able to clean up the rest, but a huge swing out from Bai. And GRQ, it brings this into that 1v1. Life with that operator. GRQ still has that Vandal, and the spike needs to be planted. An operator posted up. No swap available. Curveball goes in, but no blind granted off the back of it. Life sees the barrel and swings with the shot. A beautiful clutch out from Life.
Yep, Life
and another
is good
round
for those.
Back for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, it seems it's just kind of like one round and then back to your regularly scheduled program. Fangir with a good start there, but honestly, DRG just able to get exactly what they needed to the point where it was just a 1v1. They traded very well there, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, and DRG, they just feel like an unstoppable force right now. AG desperately trying to get one over. They're going to use that drone, try and get Life off of this angle, and Fangir posted up instead. You can see that's the swing, and it's a great shot. But it was a lot of utility used just to try and get Life off the board. That absolutely demonic force.
I think Fangir raised his hand after he got that kill.
He did. He was literally waving goodbye. Yeah. Like, bye-bye, you're gone off the round. Instead, you have Spirits to deal with, who's able to dink GRQ, take care of Shrimp. Sure, it's that trade. You still don't have the numbers to your advantage for DRG. GRQ healing up, working their way back over towards C. Fukushu does hear that. We'll move into the back of the site, trying to get a cheeky kill, but there's this counter spray through the smoke. GRQ can lock that down. Verse has a timing here onto Fangir. Is it checked? Yes, it is, but the shot isn't good. So 2v4, make it a 2v3.
A potentially crucial mistake here. Bai gets sprayed from the box. No, all of a sudden this has become a winnable round for DRG. They were down numbers and it's equalized. It's a 2v2 situation. Fangir does have the op long, but the smoke going to allow the rest of DRG to go ahead and cross over into the site. And Vangear manages to get a kill and manages to get the third on the round to boot. More or less saves it for all gamers, and they find their second. As honestly, I'm not sure how I really feel about the use of the From the Shadows there after the neural theft, because obviously the neural theft is going to reveal your position, and I think Verse just kind of telegraphed that, hey, like, hit C, guys, hit C. C is free.
Oh yeah,
you know
it does, but it still blurs out the minimaps, so you can only see them through the walls. So, you know, it does make it less effective, but only so much.
Yeah, I just think that they could have. It would have been much better to wait until the neural theft was finished to TP anywhere, you know, because would have at least forced all gamers to ask more questions. But potentially just hindsight here. Hindsight, Harry.
Why ask questions when you can just swing?
Exactly. Swing and kill everyone.
Exactly. That's what life did. It got them split.
Clearly it works.
Exactly, it does. And so Fangir now gives it away to buy. We can now move forward.
DRG not really giving any info either, and that's the important thing. At this point, all gamers are just kind of asking a whole lot of questions as to where these players are, but at the same time, DRG also not taking a whole lot of map control. The entry is on A, and there's noise, but it's actually going to force rotations. Yeah, they're going back. Never mind. Yeah, I was going to say, they got a little bit hasty there. Smokes come onto B, and we may actually see a flood out. The spike is now going towards A. What is going on?
Was that like an accident? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not particularly sure, but
takes care of one. It was just a miscalculated risk. Lukashu goes in. Sure.
Wait, what
good
a
for
shot.
one, and a neural theft as well. But quick utility allows for a trade back. And the 2v4 now make it a 1v3 as more trades go through. Spirits just trying to get anything done, gets sprayed down. And all gamers, I mean, already beating their effort from last map.
Yeah, I mean, not like it really took a whole lot to do so, but at the very least, they're putting themselves in setting themselves up much better. Of course, this is what we'd expect out of them on their attack side, just given that it's Haven. And we are going to see a fairly early timeout here from DRG. And I mean, what do you think about the use of this timeout? Personally, I thought that actually DRG were playing fine. Clearly, Coach noticed something in particular that he wanted to point out or just take the time to talk about. But I mean, what do you think?
I think this is actually a really good timeout from DRG, right? We talk about swing rounds and momentum and things of that nature. That round from DRG it brings a lot more problems than just, oh, okay, it was an eco, we lost, we're gonna move on. There's evidently some issues that they've found throughout this half, throughout these first 7 rounds, that need to be addressed now so they don't become bigger problems in 3 rounds, in 4 rounds, when it's already too late to try and recover this half, right? You started a really strong start, up 4-1. You're now almost at a tie game. You want to keep as much of a lead as possible so that way you can really close this out in 2 maps and you don't even have to think about Lotus today.
I agree. Yeah, I think that you know what? I think that's a completely fair point. I think that ultimately, look, DRG are still in a situation where I think they are favored. Now they're able to get those full buys up. They're able to get life back on that operator, get those lines, because honestly, life has been incredibly impactful, the same as last map on these op lines. And so what I want to see, but as you can see, I mean, look at the position. He's literally in heaven. He's not exactly taking that active of a position. And one location spots out a total of 3 players over in A lobby. So that's information gained. But you can see DRG aren't necessarily moving anywhere. It's just allowing players like Spirit to go ahead and push up C and take map control.
And it's what DRG have been so good at on this defensive side, regardless of the map, is that proactiveness, that constant pressure, making sure that they're always refreshing their information so they can make the right reads and get the right rotations. And that was the problem they were running into over those last 2 rounds, was All Gamers was getting that advantage and denying that information against DRG. And now DRG back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think DRG right now have an excellent idea of what is going on, but here comes the entry from All Gamers, and that dart is good too. 1 kill though from Nick, and there's actually no trade in sight, so a little bit of a blunder. And there goes that shot!
No
Spirit! What is that? Utter insanity! And there goes the entry, trip broken. And so the rotation is on to C, but all 2 players have already fallen. Kira is going to potentially look to get a kill. Conversion paths is out. They go into the smoke, but only 1 found. Fangear with an up kill. There goes the spray transfer. And Shrimp clutches it up.
Ridiculous. A ridiculous round all the way through, from Spirits denying the first kill, that lurk kill from Bai, to Shrimp dodging the convergent paths, planting in the back of the site, and spraying down for 3. A ridiculous round all the way through, and despite the timeout from DRG, despite how they played to start off that game, they can't get the trades in the retake, and AG walk away and tie this game up.
Utter insanity there for AG to be able to win that, and you can see what it means to them. That's 3 in a row now, and once again, DRG on the back foot economy-wise, is they have to just settle for classics, bandits, and sheriffs.
And that's heartbreaking for DRG, especially after the kill that Spirits was able to find. For the round to fall in that manner, it hurts. And Fangear now feels like this is a free A site to take. Life the first to fall. 2 teammates soon after, and now at this point, you just hope that maybe you can get some life shots out from Bukashu after that smoke fades in heaven, or he just drops right in.
Yeah, that's just so rough, and now it's literally just Verse, who did manage to grab himself an upgrade, but not really going to do a whole lot, at least in this round.
Yeah. Verse opts to save. It makes sense, right? Especially in a round like that, just being able to pick up a Vandal for free. You'll absolutely take that. But still doesn't mean it hurts any less to lose a round in that fashion and that fast.
It's just a really rough... It's been a rough half, because it seems like the economy, really for both teams, but more so for DRG, has been very shaky. And I think that's ultimately going to make this whole situation a lot scarier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these kills. They're just so quick.
Yep. I mean, listen, All Gamers, they're not taking any days off. They're not relaxing in any rounds. They're giving respect to DRG, and while, you know, it might have hurt them on split here on Haven, it's absolutely been earned.
Oh, wow. Okay, 2 flashes. Wow. Cannot see a thing.
No. And it's, you know, AG, they're rewarded. An opening kill onto Spirits, a guy who's been very active for DRG throughout this half, no longer on the board. Life been struggling a little bit, but with an operator that's posted all the way up towards C, and there was that 3-player stack over towards A. I mean, it's kind of rewarded. It's B push. The right way to go.
Yeah. There goes the run it back. He's going to go ahead and plant. Interesting use of that to pop the run it back and then plant the spike, but now all of a sudden DRG going to head back. And you can see Life's position here over on the C line. It's kind of blocked by the trip, but
to break it at some point.
Yeah. I mean, the time here is just it's rough.
Yeah. And with already, you know, a third of the time gone, still a 4v5, it really feels like you have to start rushing. Bai swings out, takes care of Life at the perfect time, and a 3K from Fangear to get us to that point in the first place. That's enough. All gamers, they've stamped at least 6 rounds into this attack half.
Absolutely. But you know what? I really do think that as long as DRG get themselves at least 5 rounds, if they can get themselves a 7-5 half, I think they'll be honestly in a really good position for their attack side. Again, this is Haven. It's a 3-site map. We know that it's attack sided. I think that genuinely there's an argument to be made that 5 is all they need here. So if they can manage to get that, even despite being on this light buy, just buying for next here, they're going to kind of be happy about it.
3 players over towards C for DRG. The stack is here for them. Does AG fall into the bait?
Yeah, I think at this point they're aware of the fact that this is definitely at least the strong side of the map. So they're going to go ahead and leave. And we're already going to start to see rotations come out from DRG as well. And it looks like these players are just going to go ahead and re-explore together. That's one found, though, and the trade just can't come as Fangear is on the case, peeking once again! He's got 3! And they all swing one by one. Life manages to finally get the trade, but it's still a 2v4. And they re-explore C, manage to go ahead and get access to the site. They get that spike down.
Yeah, you have to rely on Nick making some presence. Life just peeks in a bit too early. Perfect hold bye-bye. And now it's just Nick. Go ahead, clean things up, why don't you? Fangear, just get active. Get in their heads a little bit. You've earned it. 6, now 7 rounds in favor of all gamers. And DRG, after that initial lead, that 4-1 start that we were talking about, it's just been a never-ending loss streak.
Yeah, it has been the AG show for 6 rounds straight now. And like I said, DRG now that they're actually able to buy up, are going to look to establish dominance here, at least for this round, and set themselves up a little bit better going into the next half. And nothing really spotted out with the drone. Here comes the entry. And there go the saturate, and flashes out as well. And look at that TP up on top of the site. Kira gets punished for it. And the entire rest of AG are just going to back off, look to cut noise, potentially just re-explore mid, and kind of just turn this into a split.
Kira going out there is a tragic misstep for AG, right? It means you're no longer going to be able to isolate angles. You have to hold everything as a team, and that's only going to get harder the more people you lose. So buy goes in. It could be a good timing onto Nick. You get that. At the very least, GRQ able to find one as well. So it's going to be that 3-on-3. You have the even numbers, and with the neural theft out, positions revealed, it does mean that things should get easier, and you do know that 2 are in the back of the site, but there's the quick swing, and now it's that 1v2. Shrimp against Verse, and Life has the spike, can get that plant down if he feels it's safe enough. Verse the first one to hold, and there's the flick. Good hold, good shot, and that's enough. A 7-5 half, just like you said. Yep. Is that enough for DRG now that they swap to the attack?
Look, I mean, in theory, on paper, it absolutely should be. I mean, a 7-5 half is perfectly fine for such an attack-sided map. And like you said, that's a crucial misstep for Kira. That's your smoke player going down first. And despite it, honestly, if that hadn't happened, I think AG actually might have won that round. Bai got an excellent timing over in Garage there, and it ended up... Honestly, that was a crucial misstep for DRG, but now we find ourselves over in halftime, and ultimately, how do you think that DRG need to approach this half given their comp?
DRG are the ones with the kind of unorthodox comp, right? They're running the solo Sky initiator, so significantly less information on site hits, but what you do have is a kind of super drone in the form of spirits, right? On that waylay, can use that dash alongside the recall to get a ton of really good information for the team. back away. If you have enough time to use that slow, you can use that slow as well. Allow for an easy pick for one of your teammates, potentially that Neon that's going to be dashing into the site in the form of Life, who we've seen have absolutely phenomenal halves.
Yeah.
When it comes to what we're choosing right now, are you choosing to knife someone in the back, or are you choosing to just drive by, one tap them?
You gotta go for the disrespect. I'm sorry, it's just a must.
No, it's about the clean one taps. They talk about his one taps, didn't you know?
I mean, like, but it's a knife. Like, it's just the ultimate disrespect. You get knifed and you're instantly like, oh my god, I just got knifed.
If you got more money for a knife kill than you did for a gun kill, I would be with you.
Oh man, I just feel
because
like
then
the
you're playing the
disrespect,
numbers.
You know, it's just like you're literally showing them like, I have absolutely no respect for you. I'm literally going to take a blade and knife you in the back in an FPS.
You mean an FPK?
Yeah.
Or is it first person stabber?
Yeah.
Anyways,
you know.
pistol round. DRG on the attack.
Oh. Yes, there's some interesting comms here on the desk.
Oh yeah, of course.
We got going on, but here comes the entry on to be pretty quick, and now it's really going to be down to AG to go ahead and retake this effectively. It is a 5v5 retake, and there are four players leaving and flanking A. This is excellent positioning. Vukashu is going to be able to get ahead of this one and calm to the team. And you may even see a timing. Not quite, though. Wow. Excellent awareness.
Just about to say they weren't aware, and then there's GRQ, ready to prove me wrong. Immediate hold, but Shrimp able to take care of Life. That's two big names off the board. Fangir looking for more spirits. Now has to be one of the players to step up alongside Verse, back towards Gong. Has to swing in. It doesn't happen. Kira's just going to be able to stick that defuse all the way through, maybe give it to a teammate. That's exactly what'll happen. They run it back one step closer to being online, and all gamers walk away with that second pistol.
I mean, they were completely aware that entire time. That was insane for GRQ to be able to prevent anyone from taking that timing, and then the rest of the team just kind of flooded onto the site, got their kills, and that was it. So I mentioned how important the 7-5 was, but it's also important to be able to come out with a pistol round win for DRG, and unfortunately that is not what happened. So I mean, it's gonna be rough, but now eco round for DRG, and that's instantly one kill found from Life with that outlaw. An important one to grab, and looking to get more, but the flashes are good.
Wow,
insane stuff.
Yeah, Shrimp able to find one as well. It's going to give all gamers the confidence to go re-exploring into the site. And it's immediate cleanup on aisle A. All gamers now a 4-round lead. And a perfect opportunity for them to extend it even further, considering they didn't really lose that many players. They still keep all of those very important rifles across, and DRG not really finding much in terms of money for themselves here in this round. Means that it's not going to be the perfect buy. You can see a couple light shields peeking through for Vukashu and Spirits.
And now all of a sudden, I mean, it's just rough because on the All Gamers camp, you still have that outlaw online, and you still have some players on DRG who have light shields, and they're going to be one shot to that outlaw. But unfortunately for Fangir, the shots will go by the wayside.
Wow.
And what an important trade, because not only is there a kill found, but it gets important info as to the fact that there are so many players in that general area. Kira going to be looking to go ahead and get this kill in this corner, and honestly almost claims it. That's one from Shrimp, but Verse instant with the trade over into heaven, and by the last one standing, DRG certainly going to look to stabilize here with this bonus round win. They're going to be happy if no one else falls, but there are two players that are low. So honestly, if there were a round for a buy to be able to do this, it would be this one. One found. At this point, Spirit just has to survive. He's got to live as long as possible. Vukashu manages to get the kill, though.
And it's a very big round out of Vukashu. You know, it was just, you kind of have to mention it compared to Split and the sheer amount of success that DRG had on that map. from Life and Vukashu. Both of them been relatively quiet here throughout this first, beginning and middle parts of Haven. Well, we're into the second half, and if you can get at the very least one of them online, that will really start to bring you a bounty of success, especially considering the form that Verse and Spirits are in right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's just insane how a lot of these players are just so apt, especially on, at least at the moment on AG, are so apt at kind of getting these trades. And unfortunately, they weren't able to come up with that bonus round, but god damn close. But here comes the entry onto C. It looks like AG may be looking to potentially just flood in here. That's exactly what they're going to do. The trades are good, though. So now a 3v3 situation. Entry still on the site. Verse is in. The rest of the team is in as well. The smokes are down. They're just going to double peek. What a swing there. But Fangir gets the kills, and it's a 1v1 now. And he's going to save them. Now AG at double digits.
AG, more specifically Fangir, absolutely dominating on this map. It feels like DRG don't have an answer for him in the same way that AG didn't have an answer for Life. Now here we are. Fangir, 24 kills. Having an absolutely ridiculous map thus far.
It is
24
just
kills in 16 rounds.
Doing the type of stuff that Life was doing to them last game.
Literally. Same ratio and everything.
Yeah. Utter insanity, and he's all of a sudden these AG players have seemingly come alive here on Haven, and it's just crazy to see. I mean, they seem to be on the back foot, especially to start, but look at this double trip setup. It's insane. It's going to allow Bai to get some incredible kills. GRQ also grabbing them as well. The spams are good, and one by one, they all come tumbling down. And Verse falls. AG get themselves to 11, and they want this map 3.
AG are fighting for it right now. They know what this means. They know that they need that third seed to give them as strong of a chance as possible in the play-in. And maybe there's also some personal beef there because they don't want XLG to just walk their way into champs. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just insane. Here comes DRG's second time out, and I think if the first one was well-timed, I think this one's certainly a little bit late, just given the way the scoreline has been trending over the past few rounds. But, I mean, I think the big fix here that DRG are going to need is just to kind of play a little bit more structured. I mean, they need to make sure that they're getting more info first. Like you mentioned, it's a little bit more difficult with a Sky rather than a Sova. They don't have a drone. They don't have anything to shock those trips with, and that's ultimately been a big issue for them. We saw that double trip set up on C last round, and that ended up, it really punished the rest of the DRG players quite a lot, as Bai was kind of just able to sit and get instant value with those trips. So good on him. Good setup there to kind of stop that push, but obviously now, off the back of this timeout, we are seeing an A lean for DRG, and they're just gonna sit by. They're actually not gonna take too much map space and actually go right back into window. So interesting.
Yeah, they opt to kind of go back towards this B site plant, and well, yes, it can be a good idea just to try and get that first half done and get that plant out of the way. Very easy to retake, and you see the overdrive used by Fangir in that situation forces a immediate callback from DRG, but on the bright side, you don't have to worry about that for the retake. That it's just the neural theft you have to worry about, but if no one's lurking, no chance for Bai.
Creature, I'm not too upset about the fact that they retreated there. I think that's actually a pretty good retreat. They were able to just go ahead and leave because of the use of the overdrive, and now all of a sudden they might try to go ahead and fake A here. So there goes the shock dart, there goes the flash as well. And these players gonna go ahead and use their util. The entry is there, but I mean, it doesn't even seem to matter. Their neural theft gets popped, and Verse, sort of in a world of hurt right now, manages to get one, instantly traded though, and the spike is down. Nick falls, and it is match point for All Gamers as they look to push themselves to map 3.
Yeah, All Gamers, a phenomenal recovery after what was a disastrous map number 1. They're looking to try and bring things across to the other side to get to Lotus. DRG in the depths of a force buy. You can see Vukashu just a Vandal on its own. No abilities, no shields, just hoping for a one-tap. It seems that All Gamers are dead set on this C site. There's that trip setup that they have to worry about. Spirit's already in.
Yep, and Bai already with 1 kill onto life, so entry instantly stopped. Partially because of the fact that Spirits used the refract, so interesting here. And the crazier thing, in my opinion, Ancient, is the fact that if we do go to Lotus, which at this point seems quite likely, All Gamers are on attack on that map too. What a shot from Vukashu, though. Insane stuff to get that pixel kill over towards Garage. And now things sort of being reset just a little bit. But at the same time, DRG still don't really have the weaponry to do a whole lot here. Of course, they're going to hope to do so.
They want to get as much done as possible, and sure, it's a good second one out of Vukashu, but you still don't have the weapons to work with. You still have to deal with this Cypher setup over towards C, and if Bai can walk away with 1, at the very least it makes things very easy for him, but Verse still able to bring the numbers even closer to DRG's side, and they walk away with that 7th. There still hope.
Go. There they go. 1 more round in the books for them, and 7-12, they've got to pull together some crazy momentum if they want to take this one to overtime. But like I said, I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, like Lotus, if Lotus comes up here, All Gamers are on attack. Clearly, we have seen their ability on that half. I mean, what do you think?
It becomes a bigger question of what does the comp look like?
Yeah.
Right? If Cypher still ends up being played on both sides, I think it's really a testament to the comp and the limitations of this comp from DRG, right? The fact that they don't have any abilities to particularly deal with this Cypher setup, it means you're walking in blind all the time, and it's how we've seen Bai have such a good map, but hiding in the smoke, Shrimp able to walk away with 1, GRQ and Kira alongside, able to bring it down to that 2v4, and look who's on the hunt. Fangier on the opposite side of the map with that operator closing in the space. Nick and Verse, they know they've been found out.
Oh, the falling smoke manages to get so much value, and it is all down to Nick. In a world of pain right now, 1v4 has got to pull
shot
off
in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not gonna happen, and All Gamers manage to bring it back, each team taking the other's map pick, and we are going to Lotus. What a series that we've seen so far. I mean, you would have been completely fair and in your right mind to count AG out after the way that first map went, but they completely turned it around over here on Haven, and at this point the momentum has shifted fully.
Oh yeah, it's completely gone the other way. It feels like DRG now finding themselves in that slump, and that's gonna cause issue moving to Lotus. But like I said, I don't think it was a slump in form. I think it just had to do with the comp that was being played, right? No Sova on this map against a Cypher. It feels impossible to get onto those sites. And while you mentioned, oh, a 5-7 half, that would be enough. We know how this attack side can be. When you're playing blind into Cypher setups, it's impossible to make your way onto that site and keep a good, man advantage. So it's a really good setup from AG. Obviously, everyone on All Gamers was in good form, but for DRG, it might be back to the drawing board with that composition.
Yeah, I think it inherently has some holes that are relatively easy to exploit. And once All Gamers kind of got the momentum going, they certainly exploited it very well.
Oh yeah.
I mentioned the double trip setup over there, as you can see in this very round here from Bai, and it got so much value simply because it was completely unable to be cleared. But let's go ahead and take a listen to the team comms.
You can run from close. Get LOT, get LOT.
2-1 enemy. Hit the push. Believe. A retake maybe, A retake maybe. We go fake A, fake A 牛逼。10 seconds， 带走fake A 牛逼。兄弟 ，Hello， 我去。
fake A
着急走，我走了，leave。準備我要 double fake， 你都走。
We fake A go hit running。
你 double fake。向中路呀。
Get flash Kira。I check right， stand。
我加特库。It's okay。你們能 fake 嗎？好了嗎？可以。哎，是不是這穩咗沒？
別講。
走，哎，趴了。我們去摸壁吧。來，我好了。我下在這裡，我下了啊。
Nobody I guess nobody。
哎，沒人。你們可以去壁。fake 壁，各位。對。我去 fake。各位。來。你們走，我留。各位。這邊好了。下包，我先到邊上。好。我走了，小白。拿包。我去。小寶，我點？兄弟們。
Can you stop Kevin？
我覺得來個嘢。我覺得小心。
我沒黑了對面。
I will seven。對面沒黑了。I go flash，兄弟們 ，I'm ready。
Violet
上了，flashing now。
Backside。Nice Kira one more city。
I hold heaven is okay。老板加入。我記得。挖 heaven。挖屁股。來 heaven。你給我有 camera， 還好 camera。Nice， 兄弟們。
Who else but Fangir to bring it forward? It's the duelists shining the brightest here on those first two maps. And of course, 338 ACS, a 2.8 KD. Talking about ridiculous stats across the board. 8 multi-kills, matching Life's total over on Split. An ADR of 210, averaging over a kill per round. Fangir just looked unstoppable here on Haven.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was like I had said earlier in the match, it was literally the same thing that Life was doing to them on Split. It was utter insanity, and Fangir just able to get so much value on every single entry, even before the entries, kind of just taking advantage of the super small mistakes that DRG were making. It wasn't even like they were throwing that hard. I think the biggest mistake that DRG made for most of that map is taking ones. And even if it was, barely a timing, it was just kind of a situation where Fangir was able to more or less take complete advantage of it. And as you can see, just those super small timings. Look at that, just utter insanity.
And the fact that All Gamers walk away with this map, it gives them a ton of confidence moving into map 3. But just a beautiful game overall from All Gamers, an opportunity for them to walk away with that 3rd seed, deny Shilai an automatic entry into champs. And for DRG, it's a much needed loss, because if that was the comp you were going to run all the way through into the playoffs, that's a lot higher stakes than just a seeding match.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they've certainly got some stuff to work on that map, but I think in a way you're right. Like, it was an important loss for them. I think they need to kind of reconsider what they want to do. If they want to continue to play that comp, I think it can be antied very, very easily. And in large part, I actually think that's probably what happened on the side of AG. They probably saw the fact that DRG were playing that comp and said, hey, this is the direct counter to that. And they pretty much did so. And so, yeah, I think that it's really just going to be important to have a Sova. The problem with that comp is just the fact that if you do play Sova, you're not going to have a flash just because you don't have a Phoenix or anything like that. So,
but
interesting. That needs to go back to the drawing board. But what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I mean, do you need a flash if you're able to not get spammed through smokes by Cypher trips? So, you know, interesting Valorant philosophy. And speaking of, we still have a third map with its own philosophy in Lotus waiting in the wings, so don't go anywhere. Map number 3, we'll be right back in just a second with a new voice at the desk.
Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
And welcome back to Project Horizon, where we just saw an excellent comeback over there from All Gamers. We've got Elevated on the desk here joining me, and look, what a crazy series this has been. I'm not sure if you saw what's been happening, but I mean, it has just been so awesome.
Yeah, I didn't see the last map. I was in bed, but now I'm here and I'm excited to watch the last one. I'm always down for a good DRG hate watch. Personally, I'm definitely rooting for All Gamers here. No bias on the casting, but you know, I think not that these games necessarily matter that much because we all go to play-ins anyway. But I think going into play-ins with momentum is definitely important. So I've been a fan of All Gamers for a bit now, so I'm kind of excited to see them play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ultimately it is like we kind of have been talking about on the desk anyway. I think this is kind of now at this point sort of just like an equal match, right? If anything, actually DRG are on the back foot, so maybe your hate watching will come to fruition here over on Lotus, as it it appears that all gamers are actually the ones starting on attack. So of course Lotus, known as one of the most attack sided maps in the game, at this point their comp certainly kind of leaning into that full tilt. They've got the Fade, they've got Raze Neon, sort of a standard Lotus comp, or a very common one at the very least. Whereas on the other side, I'm seeing a Yoru from Spirit. What in the world am I looking at?
Yeah, I mean, DRG, they just play what the players want to play, and Spirit is definitely a Yoru player. He was a Yoru player last year. He's kind of always been one of those like pocket pick type of guys. Obviously the Vikashu Cypher everywhere and always if possible. And it should be a banger. I'm kind of interested to see the Fangear Neon arc, because he's more known for sort of being like a pick your fights type of op player. But obviously he popped off last map playing the Neon, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, as we get into the game here, I like you said, Fangear just went absolutely nuclear there. I was just kind of doing exactly what Life did, and so we are going to look to kind of see what. It really just depends on who establishes momentum first. I genuinely think that's what it is. So as we start out here, looks like all gamers kind of just trying to test the waters, see if any DRG players are pushing up anywhere, and they're really not. I mean, A is the strong side for them, but there's no real space being taken here. I say that as they walk up, but
yeah, the sort of passive pistol approach from AG makes sense. They're a bit of a careful team as far as Chinese teams go, and then they're playing against one of the teams that tends to run at you more than most. So I respect it. See if they can maybe beat the rotation over to C, or if they're just going to go for a little bit of poke and prod, try to play the horizontal part of the map more so than just slamming sites.
Absolutely, and see a push up here from Bai, getting spotted out with the Trailblazer, and now all of a sudden they're going to go ahead and just kind of reset. All the players now leaning towards A, which is the weak side of the map, so we're probably going to start to see some rotation soon. Here comes the Haunt, and Life has in potentially excellent position here. Gets two, manages to, I was gonna say, potentially was might have been able to get 3 there, but honestly, good on him to even get as many as he did. Stun is good. The question is, are we even going to see a kill? Verse as well in the back of the site, and the rotations are good. DRG starting out well, really off the back of some heroics from Life.
Yeah, great shots from him. I feel like this whole the new meta on Root is, it's so much harder to hold this choke point because of how they built like the step up now. And so a lot of players, when they're anchoring Rubble, will just opt to hide back there, and for whatever reason everybody's just kind of forgotten to check that angle at this point because they're used to people peeking them, it seems like. So yeah, I mean, he played it well. He played like the new meta of Rubble well, hit some insane shots, and kind of wins them the round right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, it was more or less just the ability. And like you said, a lot of folks don't check that, especially when they use some sort of info gathering utility. You saw they used the Haunt there, didn't clear him out, and we're like, okay, it's fine. Right. You know, and he managed to take an excellent timing. So unfortunately,
it was not fun.
Yeah. One player spotted out there with the Trailblazer, and they're going to look to get more. Life finding one, and Nick finding another, but here come the rest of the kills. They should still be aware that there is probably one player on this side of the map. Spike, obviously down now, but is going to get picked up. Look at this triple face. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, good luck, Fangear.
Yeah, that's a rough
Double
one.
Scopes.
Pretty
clean round.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty clean 2-0 there for DRG. So they start off on the right foot, but this is exactly what we saw over on Haven. They were up, I believe, 4-0 before AG got their first round, and AG ended up winning the game like 13-7, I'm pretty sure. So it was just a very, very strange kind of cadence of like the momentum was fully in DRG's favor, especially after the first map. So it was just kind of insane. But you know, of course, going forward, DRG is going to look to continue to establish dominance here, but GRQ has got something to say about that, as a pretty fast kill there.
Yeah, that angle specifically kind of highlights what I was talking about previously about how the robe fight has changed since they patched the map. I feel like that angle gets so much value for the attackers now, and it makes scaling up to rubble really, really hard. Nice little freeze here from AG, trying to see if DRG will make a mistake, overextend, clear up mound with a little prowler action.
Yeah, it's gonna force Life off of that angle. Fangir getting a kill. Trade is there from Nick. Same thing from Vukashu. And it's actually kind of crazy. They managed to stabilize somehow. And the rest of all gamers are just going to go ahead and get the spike. Head over towards B. Camera ends up spotting out the player. And now the entirety of DRG know where that spike is heading towards at the moment.
What? I did not know that wall was wall bangable.
Oh my goodness. That's one from Life. Trade is there, and actually, the rest of the AG players managed to clean it up fairly cleanly over in B, which is kind of surprising. I would have thought that DRG kind of would play a little bit further back until the spike was down, but not the case. Excellent kills, though, over here from a lot of these players as they just swing off of each other so well.
Yeah, this was a nice little, they tapped and then went for the fights, knowing that DRG is going to probably try to flood in. So tap, make the sound, gun out. Life with the operator early.
And that's, oh, whoa, I was going to say that's really, really scary there as GRQ manages to get a really good position as Life kind of just peeked out there with that op, and will manage to get healed up, but now it's kind of a little bit more dangerous as he chooses to reposition over towards B. I'm not particularly sure if AG are going to be fully aware of this. Gets spotted out with the Prowler. And there goes the Saturate as well. So now position revealed is going to go ahead and leave again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good job of AG kind of sussing out the trap so far. They had the anti-angle on C Mound, knowing that he was probably going to push up. They Prowler, they find him on B. And they're really working the map pretty well. Coming over Reclear Rubble now.
A great use of the C's as well. As a little bit of fake presence over towards A right now. But I really don't think DRG are fully... Yeah, and I was going to say that Guiding Light kind of confirmed it for them. So now they're going to go ahead and rotate all over to C. Life just sitting here with the op. Going to get taken down to 40 HP as well. Maybe potentially just trying to get an angle in CT, but I'm not particularly sure if it's... Oh, it does work out. Yeah, Life manages to get one.
I wonder if that was a wall bang or if he just got like the top of the head over that little railing.
Yeah.
The flood is in here, but they're all coming from CT.
I say we could see a spam here. As soon as they attempt to come out, the stun is good for delay as well. Spirit peeking over. There goes the flash. Kira with one, and they all come tumbling down as GRQ gets the kill. Life falls as well. And all of a sudden, we are tied up. First gun round going the way of DRG. That's exactly what they needed. A crucial round for them to win.
Yeah, really good macro win on that round there.
Yeah.
Like they just totally manipulated the rotations from DRG, put them in a spot where they had like 4 people running through spawn. You never want to see that for the defense on Lotus. It makes it really hard to play this map if you're all coming from the same spot on the retakes.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that I'm honestly a really big fan of the way that Life was as oppressive as he was on that op line, right? He was on C. Of course, he got dinked. Rotated over to B, and now, like, all of a sudden, all gamers have to ask a whole lot of questions as to where the op is, and that's really, really important. Of course, now, Fangir losing the op, but gaining the Outlaw, which is, at least in this round, just as effective.
Yeah, I think AG really likes to do these, like, scope contact plays on their anti-ecos. Really just kind of searching out where is the stack, where's the trap, put our one-shot kill guy sort of in like a drone position. He's basically just like, so they don't have a Sova drone, let's put a guy with a gun walking up.
Let's see if... I mean, really, there's not a whole lot of info being gained here. Trailblazer is good, but gets shot virtually instantly. Now They know exactly where Sky is, but they aren't quite aware of the rest of these two players. Spirit taking an excellent timing there over on the door. The trade is there, though. Kira gets a kill. So does Life. And honestly, this round has been really, really good. Spike grabbed, but there's going to be some upgrades found as well, and convergent paths available for Life too. But I think it would honestly do all gamers pretty well to be able to go ahead and kind of just play off the site here, expecting this convergent pass to get used. And there it goes. Vukashu manages to get the kill too anyway. So does Life. Wow.
Yeah, great round from DRG. That little kind of sneak through the door by Spirit starts it off, and then they played the post plant really well, knowing that AG basically has to push them, otherwise they're just going to get nuked by the convergent paths. So they played that really, really well. Agreed.
Yeah, I think especially for having as little weaponry as they did, played that extremely well. And Kira manages to get that trade right there, but just instantly people just are swinging over from A and really can't do much of anything. So it's a scary prospect. DRG now able to fully buy up their economy, getting a little bit more established. And of course, they're going to expect players like Life to go ahead and get that op online as soon as possible. You can see, look at that flash. GRQ actually getting a kill. That's a huge flash, but Life is on the case, managing to get two on his own. And that's honestly an excellent response. Manages to get out immediately after too. So keeps his life, gets healed up. And All Gamer is going to go ahead and explore A off the back of that, where Vukashu is.
Yeah, Life is such a feast or famine player, but I feel like he's been having a much better stage 2 than he's had for the rest of the year. Definitely looks pretty comfortable on the waylay, allows him to take some big chances, just like run out of smokes, take a timing, still escape. Definitely fits his playstyle, and he's really showing kind of like the waylay prowess right now on Lotus.
Absolutely. The entry is good onto A. Trips are broken, but DRG are certainly in a better spot with the numbers advantage right now. But GRQ is in an excellent position here. Over in Link, manages to get 2 there. And that's 3 on the round for him. Spirit trying to equalize. GRQ now sitting at 45 health.
And they know he's kind of stuck here, so they do have...
Oh. Yeah, this all of a sudden becomes really scary. The tap of the spike, and look at the position! Life is down! Spirit's off the spike!
Needs an ace.
Manages to get back on, the tap is there! And actually he's halved! It's so close, and he gets it! The ace! But the round going the way of DRG!
Oh my god, he played that so well, and then he just whiffed on that little jiggle tap. That's unlucky. I mean, really well played from GRQ. Nice recognition of the fact that there's only one person on site, and they just run in, kill by, and start defusing. I mean, both teams playing very well in that situation. GRQ just getting a little unlucky on the Vandal spray.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate there. I mean, wow. What a round, though, for DRG to get, because that now brings them up by 2. Obviously, all the players falling is actually fairly important for All Gamers, just given the fact that now the economy is going to be shaken up just a little bit. But we're going to see our first time out come out from All Gamers here. What do you think they need to go ahead and fix for them to kind of stabilize?
Honestly, it kind of just feels like they're coming down to these little like micro moments. I think they're definitely winning the macro game so far, but they're getting doubled in situations where they probably should be trading a little cleaner. And then in a spot like that, like GRQ makes this huge round winning play by pushing into the link there, finding 2 kills, and then they kind of immediately give back that numbers advantage. They were in a 3-on-2 in post plant with really good positions, and then one person dies in a 1v1, and all of a sudden the round kind of falls apart from there. So it's really just kind of cleaning up these little micro mistakes, because like I said, I really do think that they have a better grasp of how to play this map. But I mean, DRG are shooters, and if you give them opportunities, they will definitely just hero round you. pretty regularly with all of the skill on Vukashu and Life, Spirit. Every single person on this team can definitely just pull around out of their ass.
You're absolutely right. I mean, Vukashu actually has one of the best ACSs in the entire stage thus far. Is actually crazy. Average of, I believe, 246 ACS before this series. And that is one of the best. I believe that's like 5th in the entire league right now. I say that he manages to be the one to fall first. Now DRG with the triple flank. Spike down. But I'm not particularly sure if all gamers are going to expect this many players over in this area. Here comes the dimensional drift, though. It's going to spot out some of the players on the sites. That's 2, 3 spotted out. He's going to go ahead and go out of his ult, expecting to be able to get one here, and they absolutely do. Trade is there, though. Verse on the case, though. Just kind of going right onto the site, and Life looking to get this kill on the back site. He manages to do it. 2v1 now, and it's all down to Kira. Oh, wait, no, it's good for it. What the judge? The smoke.
Oh, my God.
It's devastating.
I did not realize that he had a judge. I was like, oh, this is an insane retake from DRG. I mean, the Yoru ult has always been insanely powerful. Waylay dashing in, finding a nice little spam, but I mean, they keep nerfing the judge, but man, at close range, that thing is insanely good.
Actually insane there that Kira managed to do that. And I mean, look, that was an excellent smoke. I really can't even say anything about that. Like GRQ pretty much saved the round with that smoke. I'm not going to lie to you. Manages to get one virtually instantly in this round too.
Yeah, he's really having himself a map right now.
Sure. Not even just with the kills. I mean, yeah, he is 12 and 4, obviously, but his utility usage has been excellent.
Yep. This should be a pretty easy conversion for AG. DRG on the eco with, of course, the classic Vukashu buy, Vandal no armor. Always have to be a little careful against DRG because of this particular little quirk for Vukashu. Preacher,
of course. Vukashu actually on B, but has a util set up towards C, so of course AG are going to do their due diligence trying to clear out this site. They end up finding that there is no one home. That's a crazy kill from Vukashu, and yes, the spike is down, but now it's equalized and more spam from him, and manages to go ahead and get a dink onto Kira.
And they put the Sky ult into this round. They're actually going to try and win this now.
Yeah. Here comes the overdrive as well. Life managing to get a kill, and the overdrive is offline now. So here comes some crazy pressure. Kira and Shrimp good for it, though. Neural Theft getting popped as well. Vukashu on the case.
I mean, that's why you let this guy do this crazy buy that he always does. I mean, he's been famous for it ever since he came up into VCT CN. Just the no armor Vandal, every single eco if possible. So reason his stats are so good, because he's probably the best shooter in the region. And you know, this is exactly why you let him play the way he does.
Yeah, utter insanity there.
Let's go, bro.
Yeah, they are so hype about that one, and for good reason. I mean, like you said, that hero buy there is honestly what saved them the round.
Wait, did he have one kill coming into that round up until that point?
Nope. Nope, not a single one. But you know what? What a way to get it, right? Spray coming out on the back site, though. Vukashu, unfortunately, not able. It's just too much to handle. And that is one early kill found, and there goes another one. Steel Garden gets used, and Spirit gets one before falling. And here comes the retake attempt. 3v4 now. Verse with an excellent opener there. They're going to look for more, but Fangear is on it. And here comes the retake. Verse! Oh my goodness. The last two players now over towards CT. Spike is planted for them, but they're going to look to potentially just re-wrap here from Waterfall. Interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, they're worried about the CT angle, so they're trying to go clear it out, and I think going to try and come back and double fight this, or maybe even expect DRG to push through, trying to find them before they start defusing the spike. Looks like it might pay off.
Oh, excellent use of the flash there, and there's no trade right now, at least from Shrimp. There goes the wide swing, though! And he's got it! The elevation change provides him the kill. And that right there was a round they needed.
Shrimp is such a beast. He's so good in the clutch. I really was impressed with him at kickoff and going into like the first international tournament as well. Shows off exactly why he's been helping this team really elevate themselves this year.
I mean, that was such a good round from them. Like, I completely thought DRG had that in the bag, especially when GRQ fell. But credit where credit is due. And now, all of a sudden, DRG on the back foot here. And Vukashu once again with the hero buy.
Of course. I mean, it just paid off. There's absolutely no shot he doesn't do this for the rest of the game.
Yep. Now, players just kind of taking forward position. Life sitting on this mound angle, looking to potentially get one and get out. They're going to go ahead and use that Prowler to try to prevent anything from happening. The saturate's good though, but it doesn't matter. Shrimp still gets the kill, is full blind at this point, and still falls.
Wow, the re-clear of Mound. I mean, the spike is going A, but Shrimp is just 1v5ing right now.
I mean, it is just rough. And now, yeah, Spirit is just going to go ahead and look to anchor the site as best he can here, as the majority of all gamers are looking to hit his site. One shot with the Sheriff, unfortunately not able to get it done. GRQ claims it. It is all down to Nick, who does have a rifle. But really, the question is, how much can you do?
The damage is always good. I'm not entirely sure what the money situation is like for AG. We'll find out here in just a second, but they've done a really good job recovering after it seemed like DRG was maybe going to start running away with the half.
And Shrimp able to get that kill. That's actually a really important kill, because if Life was able to do something there, could have seen a much different round. I mean, this guy is 14-8. He's certainly, you know, his track record has been pretty solid thus far in this game. And, you know, to be honest as well, I'm a fan of the scoreline. DRG already kind of doing a good job in this half. To be able to get 5 rounds on defense on Lotus is a pretty good situation. And if they're able to claim 6 here, they'll be in an even better spot going forward. So
yeah, it's going to be a big round. We've got a couple ults on either side. Big exec ults, big retake ults. And we're going B. Oh, wait. Converting pass used early.
Yeah. And Kira gets a kill early as well. Nick able to trade. Same thing with Spirit. And look at these kills over here. Shrimp able to actually find Vukashu as well. It's really, really important. Spirit spots out all the players heading over towards C. Is going to go ahead and exit the dimensional drift over in CT. And now it's a 1v1. Is going to go ahead and use the From the Shadows. And the plant is over on A.
What a crazy round.
Yeah.
DRG went for the re-clear rubble with the Waylay ultimate. Meanwhile, exec's happening B. They realize there's a bunch of people A. They pivot to C, run over Vukashu. I mean, this round has been nuts. 1v1 coming up. Spirit, no utility to speak of. Same for GRQ, but the positioning is definitely favoring the Omen, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. At this point, Spirit has absolutely no idea where GRQ is. Is going to go ahead and just kind of run over. Kind of just assuming, yeah, it's planted for him, so it's gonna go ahead and assume it's heaven. What a shot! Spirit, God! Oh my God! Insane! And GRQ, I mean, as soon as he died, he was like, "What in the world?" You saw it on the camera. He was,
yeah,
I mean, that's just crazy.
That's not even like a bad jiggle peek he had right there. It's just an insane shot from Spirit.
I mean, that's just only on 0 ping do you hit that shot. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, very true. It's the land moment.
Yeah, like that's just nuts. And I mean, obviously credit there, but I really can't even blame GRQ for that at all. Here we go. Definitely like a heavy A fight from this team. Life managing to claim a kill very early. And it looks like they're looking for the trade. The refract is there. All the rest of the players trying to just play their life, not give anything up for Fangear. Here comes that Trailblazer, and they're just going to go ahead and leave towards C. At this point, they know that A is the strong side of the map. And the entry is so fast on this site. Fangear going to go ahead and lurk up, but Life on the case, taking an excellent timing, and now a 5v3. Life now having pretty much free reign to go ahead and rotate.
Yeah, the timing's a little bit off here for AG. Getting...
Uh-oh. Okay.
Thought Shrimp was going to do it all of a sudden. But yeah, I mean, DRG, they did a very good job contesting the Rebel fight. They kind of rooted out the Neon, who was going for a little bit of maybe too fast of a lurk. His team hadn't even gotten into the C side of the map, and he's already trying to take extra space. But super well handled by DRG, and now they're definitely in control. Like you said, a really nice defensive half considering they're playing double duelist against double duelist on Lotus. 7 rounds is definitely a very strong standing.
Yeah, I mean, and we bring ourselves into halftime with DRG actually up, and like we just mentioned, they are now going into their attack half with being up in rounds, and that's insane. So they're going to look to go ahead and grab this pistol here and establish themselves a nice healthy lead. The question is All Gamers going to kind of push back here? I mean, I would almost expect AG to go ahead and be pretty aggressive to start out on one of these extremities. Of course, generally a lot of the time that's on A, but I think there's a decent chance they fight something else just to try to get something early.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the DRG comp, they've got 2 characters in the Waylay and the Yoru that can just like walk out solo and generally escape pretty easily. So they should be able to potentially diffuse a lot of the traps that AG is going to have to set with the Neon and the Rays. So I think definitely favor them in terms of how they should be able to play this map on the attack side. But this is VCT China. Crazy things will happen. I'm sure there will be some rounds that are going to be a little bit head scratcher. Yeah, that's what makes it so fun to watch.
And it looks like, I mean, just Life has been the guy this half. And it's not even to say that the other players on DRG have been particularly bad. I mean, we saw that crazy round from Vukashu. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard. Like, literally, that round was like the majority of his kills for the entire half.
Yep.
And it was so valuable. But now they find themselves on the pistol here and look to go ahead and fight A. The fight that I mentioned from All Gamers isn't happening. They're actually just going ahead and getting some info first onto B. Doesn't really find much. And they're going to go ahead and rotate onto A fairly quickly. Wall is tripped. Looks like DRG now understanding that this is exactly where the Cypher site is. Kira getting flashed up. Forced to back off just a bit. Potentially an early kill. Nope. Spirit finds it. Vukashu as well. Fangear managing to trade. And Spirit sitting at a whole lot of health.
It's been a little bit labored for AG trying to get back in here. DRG kind of out shooting them on this map, it feels like. Really only been Fangear and Shrimp that have been bringing the firepower.
Wait, how in the world has All Gamers managed to go ahead and retake this? They were in such a bad position. They had a player forced and dropped, just stuck with a one-way. I mean, that was insane. Spirit even got a kill on the site there. So did Vukashu. Fangear just managed to get some excellent kills, and I think ultimately it was just down to the 1v1s that were taken, but All Gamers actually managed to find that pistol round, an extremely important one to boot, as now they're in the anti-eco and are more likely than not going to go ahead and tie up the score here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I apologize. I'm just yapping about some random stuff, and they're pulling off one of the most important retakes of the entire map. Vukashu with the hero buy. Classic. The Outlaw coming out. See if he can duel with fan gear potentially. How many light armors do we have? The entire team is on light armors for AG. So Vukashu has an operator, essentially.
Much. And now the hope here is that Vukashu can get some sort of value with this Outlaw. And to be honest, do you think this is expected by, in any sense, by AG?
I mean, at this point, yeah. Like, this guy's been doing this almost every single map for his entire career. If it was a different player, maybe it's a little bit more surprising, but with Vukashu, like, you just have to expect him to have a weapon he's not supposed to have in these eco runs.
Yeah, very fair. And Life actually manages to get one. Kira gets two, though, and actually falls afterwards. Now there's upgrades, and Verse trying to get it. Fangear has the Outlaw online. Here comes the tap of the spike. Gonna go ahead and stick it, and it's there. By managing to kind of just play with enough to go ahead and allow the defuse to come out, and that's a good round. Kind of a shaky one, though, honestly, is only 2 players managing to survive. Kira kind of saving that in a way, because I think if he doesn't get 2, you may have seen a completely different scoreline.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's one of the reasons why you kind of just have to accept this, like, these weird buys that DRG does, because every single one of their ecos is dangerous, and momentum is so important in this game. Huge fight for Mound right now. DRG coming out on top. They do have the weapon advantage in this round by quite a bit because of that very dangerous eco round that they played. And I think that's super important in Valorant, is like just not allowing the other team to snowball their econs so much, because you just make the ecos a little bit more dangerous. Like, you know, whether it's a hero buy or it's a specific type of play, if you can do a decent amount of damage, you can kind of keep their econ suppressed. You can get some ult orbs for yourself, and you don't allow the team that wins the pistol to just immediately start snowballing the half.
Agreed. Now, DRG looking to get this bonus round. Vukashu with 1, but does he expect the second? I'm not sure. There's 2 more players ready and waiting. The smoke is out. He's going to go ahead and TP in the smoke. Paranoia is good as well. And look at that TP! GRQ understanding exactly where Vukashu would be. And now, all of a sudden, they're kind of just running in. Both players over in tree. Of course, DRG going to look to kind of just hold the line here. Life gets 1. Spirit instant with that trade, and 2 players managing to survive. Not a horrible round there, but DRG managing to keep their lead.
Yeah, win is a win. And now, I mean, this is probably going to be the most important round of the half coming up. Both teams should be on a full buy, but with low money, and whoever wins this one is going to be in really good position momentum wise. Bangir pulls out the operator, no armor. A little bit of a risky buy, but he is a incredible opper, so I understand it.
I understand it too, definitely. I mean, the glass cannon here is completely understandable, especially on defense. We're able to just kind of hold that line, especially the C line that he's currently on right now. Pretty much makes it so much harder to actually push that. They've got to use a ton of util in order to get him off these angles. And to be honest, I'm not sure if they are really expecting Fangear to be running this glass cannon here. So they might honestly just swing into him without necessarily being too aware.
Yeah, the whole map is pretty quiet right now. No rubble reclear. They definitely have to be aware that there's probably some sort of situation happening on the C mound, and they push him off with the dog. Still have not seen the operator, though.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they spotted him out. I just don't think they spotted the operator out. And so that's going to end up being a huge problem if they don't clear this properly. Of course, the rest of these DRG players trying to play it as patiently as possible. You can see Here comes the entry. The smokes are out as well, just to block the line of sight. But there's no entry yet. The door actually gets opened, and here comes the entry onto B. They're actually looking to get a kill over in heaven too. Yeah, Kira falls.
This has been a really nice round from DRG. They do need to get through the wall though. 15 seconds to go. Does AG flood and try to stop the plant?
I don't think.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. Spike is just going to come down. Spirit manages to get a kill. Buy though on the trade. Position spotted out though, and Verse managing to get a kill on that flag. Gets GRQ as well. That's insane. And Fangear now left to go ahead and try his best to save the operator. He's just going to go ahead and sit on rubble.
Yeah, Vukashu's hunting. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to hold on to this. They know pretty much exactly where he is. They might have even heard him running this direction, so... Oh, yeah. Whiff. Uh-oh.
Yep. The wall is there. That's one found. He's sitting at 27 HP, and Verse spots him out, and that is a huge final kill to get. Worth the one that he had gotten, as DRG managed to establish themselves just a little bit more by winning this gun round and taking that offline.
Yeah, and I think you were right. I'm pretty sure the dog did end up seeing him with the operator there, so they understood that C site was the danger spot. Really nice late round pivot through the door into B, and Kira just kind of gets caught off guard trying to flood in. At that point, you're retaking with the glass cannon operator, and it's just way too hard. So AG now kind of has to pick up the pieces with a broken economy. DRG should have the ultimate advantage as well as the gun advantage for the rest of the half. And it's going to be an uphill battle for AG to bring this one back.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, it's just the economy is going to be so much worse.
It does kind of feel like AG is maybe playing a little bit too safe right now. Like, they are playing a double duelist comp. I would love to see them, at least in the mid round, get a little bit more proactive. It kind of seems like they're just like falling back and bunkering on the site. And that's giving a lot of space for DRG to work the map.
I mean, I think that all gamers really here have to try to, I think, do a little bit of a better job in terms of kind of, one, getting info by like establishing map control, like with people's bodies, you know. Obviously it's going to be more difficult this round just because they're on an eco, but going forward, when they do get to their gun round, it's going to be really important for them to go ahead and just try their best to get some value with some of these players. So, I mean, they have shooters, absolutely. I mean, DRG have shooters, of course, but AG certainly are no, you know, they've got some excellent players. Kira, you know how capable he is. GRQ is doing excellent right now. And so they just need to kind of get that confidence going and go ahead and just push some of these extremities a little bit more. And it looks like they're just going to go ahead and, at least in this round, walk up B. Verse was watching it. Gets off the angle, but looks like Vukashu just swaps.
Yeah, really diligent A clear so far from DRG. Scaling up, using utility to clear, dogging into tree. They're going to see nobody, and that should be a pretty big green light that A is not the stacked area of these eco weapons. So once Spirit gets a little bit deeper onto site, I assume he's going to call the spike over.
Yeah, and Kira's position here could be a little bit dangerous. They, of course, are going to have to clear it, but I don't think he's going to. He doesn't. Kira manages to get a kill and an upgrade. Spike is down, but...
That's also Rocket.
Yeah, that is also the showstopper online now, so they're most likely just going to wait. I'm not sure if they're... Yeah, they are going to go for this. Overdrive is online as well.
What a shot.
But Spirit manages to get the kill. Almost finds Kira as well, but will fall down. And Nick as well, getting some excellent kills.
Wow, what a round from Nick there. Getting 3 kills after it looks like AG might have seized the round. Using those ults, and now that gets really expensive for AG. They put in 2 huge ultimates trying to win this one from a deficit. DRG slams the door.
That was just insane there for DRG to get. And unfortunately, I mean, of course you expect them to win that round. So now they sit at 10, but this is going to be probably the round that one of the rounds that decides the game. Because if AG don't get this one, DRG push to 11. The round differential widens, and the economy going to look a lot more shaky. This dimensional drift could prove to be absolutely devastating, as there's only one. Well, there's two players in the site, but they look to be just a little bit isolated right now. And there goes the saturate. It's good.
Oh
Life finds a kill, and they're going to look to find more. The clone is absolutely incredible. And the spray is
huge
there.
spam battle, though.
Yeah. But they're now off of the angle. The neural theft is good as well, and it pretty much allows Vukashu to go ahead and sit on this CT angle. Not sure if they're going to clear him out. Yes, they will.
Prowler into Neon Slide. There it is.
Oh my.
What's that ammo?
Now it's a 1v2 Nick, who had some utter heroics last round. Has to go ahead and do it again. Trying to spot out these players, and they're just going to go ahead and walk out. He's spotted out. One found, and now a 1v1. Kira with the satchel, not able to do it. Nick falls. Kira finds the last kill. Is gonna go ahead and save that round, grab the defuse, and the must win, the win condition, ends up going the way of AG. What a crazy start there.
That was a crazy round. The entry was insane, and then this 3-person spam finding one really stabilizes the round. Vukashu running out of bullets in CT, and then I was a little bit worried when Fangear kind of scaled way ahead of Kira there at the end, gives away his life, but Kira close enough with the satchel, gets the trade, and now Nathan D gonna call a timeout. Trying to make some adjustments here, stabilize the team. He actually has 2 timeouts to go for this final stretch of the map and the series. What adjustment would you make if you're DRG?
I mean, if I'm DRG, to be honest, I think just kind of go fast. I think they've been playing very, I mean, at least to start out, they're playing for info a lot. And it's just, unfortunately, a situation where they kind of are, I think, getting caught out a little bit more than they probably want. I think they just got to go. Try one of those rounds and see if that ends up working.
Yeah, I mean, this map has definitely been a map decided by the micro, I think. Both teams, honestly, playing the attack macro pretty well, from what I can see. And it really is just coming down to these fights. People kind of pulling off these hero moments, hero rounds, hero buys. A little bit of a crazy buy here from both teams. The econ, the bank, not looking too good for either team. Massive round coming up.
Looks like now all of a sudden a lot of aggression, kind of exactly what I mentioned earlier. The super fast push over onto A seems to be working out. Spirit with 2 excellent openers. And it looks like Kira just going to go ahead and look behind, try to get something here. And Vukashu falls. A player that's normally good at kind of just trying to play his life actually ends up falling. And here comes that flash. Good use of it. Going to force buy off the angle, at least temporarily. And Verse getting a kill as well. Stun is out. And at this point, Fangear's trying to flood, but it's not working out too well. Here comes the paint shells. Verse falls as well. And how in the world has this turned to a 1v1? Kira looking to save them. Is going to go ahead and reposition over towards A. Spirit doesn't know what to expect here. Excellent reposition! Kira's got the kill!
Oh my god.
They're within 1 round! Utter insanity over here on Lotus. DRG, their hearts are shattered.
I mean, that was
round to lose.
That was a great call from DRG. You called it with the speed up there. You could see Shrimp kind of like double guessing whether he should use the Fade ult there in Tree, and by the time he made up his mind, he was utility out, and there was 3 people swinging him with that contact pop. But just absolute insane hero play from Kira, coming in, finding the timing, and then winning. I mean, was that a 1v3 at its peak? It was, right?
I think so. Yeah, it was.
Another heavy A start. Seems like DRG has identified that the A side of the map is where they want to put the most pressure on. You do have to be worried about this rocket from Kira, though.
Okay, that's again another fast push. Spirit getting an excellent kill and an upgrade. Falls, but the trade is instant over there.
The judge rings out. Definitely do not push this angle. Fukashi's going to try and backstab GRQ. Might find him as he scales up into heaven. Yep.
Oh my, and the kills just don't go their way. They still have numbers advantage, but that wall could prove to be absolutely devastating as they now don't have the proper angle.
Like not planted. Where are they going?
And Vukashu does manage to get one as well. Now a 2v1. All of a sudden, Fangear has to go ahead and clutch this one up. 2 bullets, and it's going to go ahead and reload. 54 HP, though, for Fangear.
And Vukashu does a nice job. Places this camera at A site so he can check which direction Fangear is coming from. They should know that he's coming heaven at this point.
I mean, it should be fairly obvious.
I mean, they are so far away from the site, though. If he were to tap right now, I don't even know if they would hear it.
Don't think so at all. Yeah, they're just playing. Yeah, I was gonna say Fangear's just gonna save. I mean, a smart decision, but especially because like literally none of the players gave away their position. But I actually, yeah, Life is just gonna go hunting here, trying to take away all these guns because they know how shaky this economy is. Wait a minute. Yeah, Fangear actually got the kill. Life will fall. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and the economy for DRG not great either. So that 1v1 may actually have some impact in the next round as well. Life down to 450 credits. I mean, this has been quite the half of Valorant. So back and forth. Lots of thrifties.
It's so close, but DRG now well on their way. Both teams have 4 rounds this half.
Instant A control coming out from AG. DRG scaling up towards the Vice. Wonder if they just immediately pop here. They do have to still worry about this Kira showstopper. So the timing is going to matter a lot here. Kira on his way over, ready to flood with this ultimate. Yeah, it's a pump fake from DRG. They know. they're trying to bait out this rocket. But no information. They've kind of given up the rest of the map as well.
And it looks like at this point, yeah, DRG have kind of just reset. I mean, they haven't really gotten a whole lot of map space at this point, other than Life kind of being pushed up onto C. So they certainly have info on that side of the map. Trailblazer's going to come out as well. Shrimp sitting at 20 HP near this door. And it looks like DRG are just going to go ahead and rotate. But the problem is, this is the strong side of the map. I mean, obviously at this point you can see Bive really has no utility on this site whatsoever. But everyone have just, they've all rotated. AG has bolstered up this site.
Read.
Yeah.
Really good read from AG.
Yeah. And the showstopper as well from Kira is, I can end up proving to be utterly devastating. Bai manages to find 2 though, but Verse is right there.
Spike down.
He's not spotted out. He's got 3. He's saved this round for them. There's only a few seconds left though, and it's going to be really, really dangerous. Only a few, and I don't think they've got the time. They don't. There's no time left. No way! AG have managed to get that round off the back of the spike being dropped.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what just happened. I mean, AG played an insanely good round. They read exactly what DRG was going to do. And then they still almost lose the round, but it looks like Verse maybe just gets... Oh my god, he teleported in for this play. Nobody picked up the spike. They just completely forgot they have to actually win the round by planting the spike. Run out of time, and Nathan D is not happy. Calls the second timeout.
Yeah, worth it.
Well, I'm really impressed with AG there. Like the macro from DRG was nice. They deposited life at the top of mound, went back, re-cleared rubble, and generally that would pull people away from C over to A. But somehow AG, I mean, they were making a bunch of noise rotating towards A, but then they canceled, came back to C. They sussed it out and were ready for that push with numbers.
Yeah, I mean, what a round though. I mean, of course, you mentioned how good that read was. That was incredible. And I mean, obviously the fact that DRG were still able to get the kills that they did was kind of crazy, but it was just a blunder to have that spike dropped pretty much in the middle of the site. They ran out of time. So unfortunate for them. And now all of a sudden, yes, they do have the lead, but that could change very quickly. I mean, they don't really have a whole lot of money to work with. You see two players unable to fully buy. They've got to be a little bit more careful. There's 4 players at the moment towards the A site. WOL gonna go ahead and get tripped.
Uh-oh, Spike is stuck on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Spike is stuck. There's delay. We may see a flood here, but all of a sudden, yeah, I was gonna say they're canceling. They're going towards C. And this actually isn't too bad of a play because this has just turned into a C split. Showstopper's good. Kira manages to find Spirit, but they're going to go ahead and look for this refrag. Life doesn't really have a whole lot of HP to work with. And it looks like the majority of AG are just going to go ahead and head towards CT.
Yeah, Verse is able to reclaim that Guardian, so they still have 3 rifles up, but here comes the second wave. Fangear in with the overdrive.
Oh no, yeah. Wait a minute, what is that? He's turned this round into something doable, but Kira gets the angle onto Nick, manages to get the dink and eventually the kill.
Show me the Bukashu POV in the replay. How he killed 3 people so fast. What was that?
Insane stuff. I mean,
Kira with the heroics again, though.
Utterly insane stuff. What a crazy spray transfer. The third one was just complete luck, but it doesn't even matter.
You take those for sure. All right, 11-11, full buy. Spirit Z1 has the dimensional drift. DRG really struggling on attack all of a sudden, despite playing the double duelist.
I mean, this is so rough for them. And now, I mean, if there was any round for them to win, it would be this one, just given the fact that they're able to full buy up. They're going to go full tilt into this one. Dimensional drift getting popped, trying to get info, spots out one player on the site, knows exactly where they are. And it looks like Vangear is going to just play his life here.
Still on
Clone
site.
is there. Hey, how has he got that kill? Spirit was the only one on the site, and now DRG are kind of left to scramble. They're going to go ahead and head over towards B. And to be perfectly honest, these players are going to go ahead and look for a kill, and they get punished for it virtually instantly. Bukashu falls.
That's the Steel Garden as well. Yeah, here it comes. Gonna clear out the site.
And Shrimp gets a kill as well. They're playing it so methodically. They're gonna go ahead and enter right in. The flash is out. Nick with another kill. He's got 3. This has turned somehow into a 2v2. Both players spotted out. Their location revealed. and one found the second there. Nick with an ace to save them. And that is going to push DRG ahead. The round that they needed. Nick ends up being the hero.
This is one of the most back and forth maps I have watched in a long time. Just
oh yeah,
both teams coming out of nowhere from huge deficits in numbers in the rounds, and that is what you love to see from your IGL in the big moments, pulling off a huge 2v4, 2v3.
Utter insanity. And now DRG 1 round away from claiming this series and putting AG in a definitely a worse position within the standings. And I mean, this is really important because these teams, both of these teams are guaranteed to go to play-ins, so they will be seeing each other. There goes the entry. 2 players on the site here. There's a flash that could end up being very dangerous, and they're just going to go ahead and back off. Door gets opened. It's really going to make all gamers kind of question exactly where the spike is going at the moment.
Yeah, they do have good robo control. Fan gear deposited super close to the door at A. He does have the only Phantom. So obviously the buy not great for AG, but stack coming in towards B where the Vice Wall is. Shrimp gonna find out what is coming his way real quick here with the Fade utility. Tags 4 people with the ultimate. 20 seconds left. They're gonna have to force through Well Decayed potentially.
Oh yeah. And there goes 1 kill by finding it onto C. It looks like that's where exactly the spike is going. He spotted out back sight, but GRQ is on the case, and it looks like there's 1 left by saving them again. I mean, he has done an incredible job of defending this site specifically, and we are going to overtime to decide who wins this series.
I can't believe some of the rounds that I'm watching right now. I mean, that was like almost a solo anchor play towards the end of the round with a bandit. He ends up with 3 kills.
Insane stuff. And now, economy thrown out the window. Each team getting 1 more timeout to use. And everything else is thrown out the window as well. Every round beforehand, it's the first to 2. Here we go, overtime, round 1, heavy A fight. It looks like we're gonna see a brawl. Fangear starting out well, able to get 1 onto life, and that's a huge pick. The top frag for DRG falls.
Great opener for AG. Now they can reset. They should expect DRG to have rotated fairly heavily this direction. Knowing that Vukashu likely on the C side of the map, though, they should be expecting this. So, gonna go into a mound re-clear and probably end A here. But an early dog might throw off this timing. So, AG potentially gonna rethink their plan. Or is it DRG? Uh-oh, DRG with the bad read, rotating off of A, giving him a ton of space here.
Yeah, this is really rough for them. The smoke comes out onto B as well. I think they, at this point now, are aware that the hit is actually going towards the A site. Smoke to kind of maintain back site control here.
Well, the smoke might actually make AG rethink their plan.
They actually end up leaving tree. End up moving. The flash is good as well.
20 seconds.
Yeah, and it's going to make them reconsider exactly where to go here. I think the hit is going to go towards B, as it looks like there's a split coming out here. And this may be huge. The thorns prevent anyone from going too far in. And there goes the spike plant. And now the retake attempt. Flash is good, but I mean, these players are trying their best to play their life. Vukashu with an early kill. That's a good one to get. GRQ, I believe, spotted out, but the kills are good from Bai once again. And there they go. All gamers manage to stabilize. They grab the first round of overtime. And all they've got to do is get this next round. They've got to continue to kind of keep their momentum that they've gotten on defense. Easier said than done, but certainly doable. They've got the advantage.
Yeah, big opener from Fangear, taking out Life, and then big close from him as well as he finishes with a 3K to win that post plant. Nathan D insta hits the timeout button. One more adjustment available. I don't know. Do you think we're going to go to another round of overtime, or is AG going to close this one out? They had a very good close to their defensive half, and that's where DRG is going to have to figure out what the adjustment is.
I mean, this is so rough. I think that ultimately DRG, what they need to do in this round is go right back to that entire like fast play. They just need to kind of go. I think that's what's going to. I really loved the fast push, and I think they need to do it together. I think that the problem that they had towards the latter stages of the half was just the fact that, yeah, they pushed fast, but they didn't really do so together. They weren't really able to trade well enough to actually get value from that. So this round, what I want to see Spirit definitely on that entry. I mean, he did a great job doing so. Same thing with Life, but you need to be able to trade each other effectively.
Yeah, I mean, they're sort of like fake default contact pops have been really good so far. I think I agree with you that if they can just scale up quickly and immediately go before AG has time to figure out what's going on in the round, could be a good approach. Triple face, wait, quad face in middle? Bukashu, is he gonna get run down here, or is he gonna get 4? That's the question. Heavy rotation over to the side of the map.
I mean, the entry's there, but look at where the spike is. Yeah, it's a little bit late, and they're not really going to be able to get the spike down. At least, well, probably in the time that they want. It's going to pretty much allow AG to rotate already. They're already in CT, ready to flood. Vangear gets one, and they're well on their way to going ahead and winning right here. 4v3. Kira gets another. There's only 2 left. They've got to get it. Kira saving them, and it's all over. All gamers claim the series. They started out on the back foot, losing their map pick 13-2 and bounce their way back. An incredible win for them and a crushing defeat for DRG.
That was a sick map of Lotus, I'm not gonna lie. One of the better maps that I've watched this year in terms of how back and forth it was. So many momentum changes, so many hero plays. I mean, Kira, with one more to go at the very end there, somehow survives in Waterfall at like 10 HP, gets a spam kill, gets another one to open up the site. And, you know, DRG live and die by the swords. So many hero rounds, so many over pushes. But they really also showed some super nice macro there that AG was just a little bit better than them. But both teams should take some confidence going into play-ins. They've got another shot to reset.
I mean, that's just insanity that series turned out the way it did. I think that, to be perfectly honest, DRG had pretty much the recipe to win there. They were ahead in the going into the second half. And I mean, and in reality, I think they had the advantage in every, like, going into every end of the half in this entire series. Even on Haven, yeah, they went down, but they went down on their defense half only 7-5. I mean, it was certainly, in my opinion, they were kind of favored there. But all gamers, it's just, it was insane. It's unbelievable what they were able to stabilize the way they did. And good on them, because now DRG fall back down to the 5th spot in the standings. And let's go for our interview.
Yes, do I need to introduce myself? I'm GRQ.
真的是很长的一场战役啊。那我们先来聊聊今天的第一张地图吧，你们的自选图霓虹钉，在自选图其实被对面大比分的拿下，你觉得今天一上来或者说在
On split, on your own map pick, the other team got a really big lead and a really big win. So what do you think went wrong? It was they just did well. This was the first time he was suppressed so much that he basically couldn't get a shot off at all. They played too well, even to the map 2. Like his hands were shaking. He was so surprised that he actually just couldn't shoot.
但是我觉得这也进一步看到了你们队伍的韧性，能够在图1被大比分拿下的情况下，连追2张图拿下今天最终的胜利。那接下来我们来聊一下图3莲华古城，其实你也有着非常不错的表现。
Map 3, you had a good performance. So the good news is one round you got a 5k, but that round unfortunately the spike did get defused. So can you tell us your thoughts on that round or how that went? He said he thought he had it behind the box, so he was shooting through the box, and then he ran out of bullets, and they just kind of defused the spike. He didn't think they were going to lose that, and then he lost another 1v1 against Spirit, and he thinks that was a dumb round to lose, but he thinks Spirit did a really good job today. How are you feeling after that round? And he said he didn't even realize he got a 5k. He was just feeling very upset.
那今天其实也可以看到你们现在目前团队内有一个阵容的变化，像你们不再打上伯乐体系，而是让
You guys have changed your comp. You're no longer using Chamber. You're using a more traditional comp. So why the change?
把前本换了，把上伯乐换了，是因为就是他lost everything， 他说他什么都没有了。
He says Fangir said he lost everything on Chamber. He just didn't want to play it anymore. So they swapped him off. He thinks even after map 1, getting squashed like that, they had good mental. Fangir was doing well. Just keep going, keep playing. They were saying keep playing, keep repeaking them. Thinks he played a really good map on map 2.
好心态决定好队伍的一生啊，也是拿下了比赛的胜利。那经过这样的阵容调整之后，你觉得现在会不会更加适配？
Do you think the comp change is more suited to your team at the moment?
以及像 Fangir 转回更多的传统决斗，会觉得更适合吗？
也看不是适合不适合，主要上伯乐这个英雄太吃他当时的状态了。
Says the chamber specifically was it was too much of a drag on his mental and his form. So it's not about whether or not it fits the team better. It's just he didn't want to play it anymore. So they made it so that he didn't have to anymore and would be able to play Duelist.
临场发挥去决定自己的一个阵容，也是非常聪明的决策啦。那最后的话，其实今天在赛前后台看到你们一起在踢足球，要不要跟我们分享一下？这是你们
behind the stage, you guys were playing soccer. So is that a way for you guys to relax? He just said mostly it was because the first game took too long. So they were second game, so they were just kind of waiting. They've also played soccer against XLG, and they did a good job. That's the end of the interview. They'll take a picture, and then it's time for the prize draw.
I mean, look, I think that, to be perfectly honest, saying that being able to say, hey, you know what, I'm not feeling Chamber. I am feeling, I kind of want to switch off. Understanding, having the knowledge to just say, you know what, let's stop. Let me reset. I'm done with this agent. Even beyond just for the team's sake, just for his own individual mental sanity. I think that's actually really fair. It's completely fair to just, to reevaluate yourself. And that's actually really important. So something a lot of players won't do. They'll just kind of stick to an agent because they feel like they're supposed to. Whereas, a lot of, good players will just say, all right, you know what? I'm not feeling this agent, and that's for a good reason. So obviously, clearly Fangir made a good decision switching off, and
Yeah, and I mean, that's a hallmark of a really good team, being able to be like, okay, this is not working out for us. Maybe our player's losing a little bit of confidence in his ability to impact the game. And they make the switch, and it's not like there's a lot of time to make these changes with the accelerated schedule with all these super weeks and stuff. And so being able to make the hot swap, Fangir over to Neon, buy over to the Cypher, and still pull off a big victory on Haven, which has historically been a pretty good map for DRG, just shows that that AG has a very good grasp on like how their team needs to function, and you know, shout out to the coaching staff and the players to be able to make that switch and make it work.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I think that ultimately AG just got like just enough rounds to be able to go ahead and squeeze that out. It was really, really close. I mean, that map for the longest time was like kind of back and forth, like you had mentioned. It was kind of insane and came down to a lot of different hero plays. We saw like in that highlight, the 4K from Kira, who actually did an incredible job. I just want to make that perfectly clear. I mean, Kira just went nuclear on some of these rounds and honestly saved a good amount of them. So, I mean, they've got to give a whole lot of credit to him. Same thing with Nick here, this incredible play to be able to go ahead and get that ace. And it kind of kept these players, that kept the dream alive for them. You know, especially after, like I had mentioned, that the way that first map went 13-2. Let's go ahead and listen to the voice comms.
I see outside. Okay. Cover that. Oh, no talk. I come into Kira. Stay heaven, bye. Play late heaven. Play late heaven. 二楼最后一个走，二楼最后一个走，小白。拿二楼了 ，take heaven。住 heaven 住。Play late. Take heaven，这个 take heaven。No talk, no flash。11白线，11白线。Okay。两个二楼，两个二楼。住 heaven。住 heaven one side。Wait, I don't understand. Yeah. One. No, one left. Nice. One heaven, one back maybe. Backside。这二楼杀我的刚刚。小心 drop。Time。有时间有。找上可能。Let's go! Nice. 4 kills! Bro! Easy. Nice. Wait. Nice. Hold on. Left. Go!
I am Gallery T.
The MVP of that game, but at the same time, I think there are a lot of players who could have taken this spot, but of course, he was the one who was able to get so much value on so many different rounds. We see this right here. Able to, and I had mentioned, obviously, yes, he did excellent in the kill department, but his util usage was just, it allowed the team so much freedom to get good value. And of course, we saw this play too. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that round, but I mean, just look at all these kills there. And they're all impactful.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is he really kept them in this map early on, because remember, DRG had a ton of momentum on that first half, and it felt like GRQ was kind of the only person on AG shooting back for a bit, had some really big rounds, and even towards the end there was instrumental in some of those final clutch moments. He's been a very impressive player, because from what I remember, he was on Any Questions, right, with Simon from EDG during their Ascension run, came up just short, gets picked up to AG, or he might have been on the AG Academy and then got recalled. And he's been a little bit up and down, but definitely has the skill to be a tier 1 player with a lot of impact. And I think that when you see his like really good maps, you're like, oh yeah, this guy definitely has that special sauce. Just need to find the consistency. And I mean, if he can keep stepping up in these big moments in these big games, it just gives AG yet another weapon alongside Fangear, Shrimp, and the rest.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the entire All Gamers roster is just one that ultimately can be so dangerous. Of course, on the other side, on DRG, we know how good of a player Life is, and obviously, you know, he's just, you know, obviously they didn't come out with a win here, but if they did, he certainly would have been one of the players to kind of been the spearhead, because his op lines were absolutely insane. And at the same time, you know, even outside of the op, he was able to just get so many trades, able to get so much value on those kills. So you got to give credit where credit is due. Unfortunately, DRG not able to come out with the win here, but you know, as we know, these players still are definitely shooters, as you said during the game.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how DRG does in play-ins. Like, this is a team that seems to keep kind of clutching their way to international events, and we'll see if they can go on another run, because it's going to be a long road to get there this time.
Absolutely. Yeah, and ultimately, the whole thing about this this entire stage is the last seeds in the group will end up going to the round 1 of the play-ins. So if you're on kind of in that lower echelon of group stage players or teams rather, you're gonna end up starting on the back foot, whereas every other team will have that bye. So that's just unfortunate. But looking at the MVPs for the day, Durian,
that's my boy.
At the top there, Happy Way also, who is we know who is just insane pretty much always. He's such a consistent player. Fangear though, staying in the top 3, Life as well in the top 4. So I mean, these players, I mean, it's not as though DRG did a particularly bad job, but as you can see with the updated standings, DRG now at the 5th spot in their group, going to the play-ins. And ultimately, I don't think they're actually going to be in that first round. I actually think they are still going to get that bye, which is good for them because they start in the second round. And so at that point, all they really need to do is go ahead and I think they've got to win, 3 best of 3s in order to get themselves to the playoffs. But
that's nuts. 3 best of 3s to the playoffs, and then the whole playoff bracket before you can actually qualify for champions.
Exactly.
It's going to be a grueling month and a half for them coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at champs points here, of course, Edward Gaming, the only team guaranteed to have made it to champions despite their absolutely insane loss the other day. And looking at the schedule coming up for y'all, we've got Tyloo versus Nova and FPX versus EDG. EDG definitely going to look to redeem themselves going forward for the rest of the stage, or the latter half of the stage. But that is the schedule. We will see you sharp. And that is pretty much going to do it. And I mean, again, what are you thinking about these matches tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about China is that they do these seeding matches, so you just get even more games that then determine who gets the better matchup going into the playoffs and play-ins. So, you know, they matter, and both these teams, or all of these teams, are definitely going to be playing for pride as well. Like every single time we see the arena, there's so many fans cheering for them. It's another opportunity to vie for your share of that market, and you know, I think it's going to be hype. We've got some really interesting kind of up and coming teams. Nova, Tyloo are absolutely popping off this stage. And then of course you've got EDG trying to hold on to their crown that they've retained for so many years as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Nova and Tyloo, one of the most unexpected set of teams to have a flawless record in the stage. So Group Alpha is looking real top heavy over there. But on the other side, Group Omega is pretty much the complete opposite. I mean, we saw, Billy Gaming is 4-1 and XLG is 3-2, but so is AG at this point. So, you know, obviously they are still at this point guaranteed to be third. They're going to the play-ins, but I mean, it's just kind of crazy. It's a lot more hectic in that group. So definitely interesting, but that is going to do it for the day. Thank y'all so much. It was, I mean, both series went 2-1. They were both so entertaining. I mean, I certainly didn't know what to expect for this series. And I mean, obviously all gamers came out on top, but it could have gone either way. It was so entertaining. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. It was a wonderful day. We will see you tomorrow for not quite 3 matches, but we've got two extremely entertaining ones lined up for you. That's going to do it though. Hope y'all have a great rest of your day.